Good morning. This meeting is now resumed. For members in the chamber, you'll find a pin on your desk regarding the Moose Hide campaign. The campaign is a national Indigenous-led movement dedicated to ending violence against women and girls. Other members can get their pin by contacting protocol. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize first responders, some who are here with us today, and I would like to call upon Mayor Tory for the presentation.
Well, good morning, Speaker and colleagues. I should say in welcoming our first responder representatives here this morning, because what we have is a group representing each of the principal first responder services that we have. We're so proud to have in the city that you can see. I don't know if you can see it from that screen. No, you can't at the moment, but most of the members of council are here and are taking part in this. We now have, like many other people in the world, hybrid meetings, many of you, most of you don't have the choice of being able to have a hybrid existence. You have to show up on the scene of so many places, and it's precisely why we're paying tribute to you today, because you do that so well and so consistently. And I'm proud to lead the City Council today in this recognition, of a slightly more formal recognition at City Council about the tireless efforts of our first responders. This is, of course, coincident with the month of May being a month in which frontline heroes are celebrated in different ways. On May the 1st, we celebrated First Responders Day and the professionals who are on the scene in emergencies, all of you. On May the 4th, we recognized International Firefighters Day, a day to share our appreciation in particular for the bravery and professionalism of our firefighters just demonstrated so consistently on the job. From May 8th through to today, we recognize National Police Week as we highlight the service of our police officers who similarly keep the city safe and keep its residents safe. And then at the end of the month, from May 22nd through May 28th, we mark Toronto Paramedic Services Week, when we show our gratitude for the paramedics and their unwavering professionalism and dedication in responding to the needs of our residents when they're often in very deep trouble with respect to their health. Thanking them is something that I know we do throughout the year. I certainly make it a practice. I hope I may have come and thanked some of you, because I quite literally, as I know many of my colleagues do, take the opportunity every time I see a police officer or a firefighter or a paramedic say thank you, because it is work that the public, perhaps more so than almost anything else done by the city government, do recognize the importance of what you do, the excellence with which you do it, and I'm sure they thank you as well. But I certainly try to do it because it is something that I don't think you can say often enough. So today we do have in council, I say to colleagues, representatives from fire, paramedic, and police services, including Chief Pegg, who's here from the chief of the Toronto Fire Service, Chief Raftis from the Toronto Paramedic Service, sitting right next to him, and Acting Deputy Chief Kim Yendel of the Toronto Police Service, who is just to their 2 seats over from them. And so I will just say to all the people present, but really through you to the thousands of people that you represent who work with you in all of these services, profound thanks for your services generally, because this is a week that's celebrated every year. But I want to make a special note of the efforts that have been made during the course of the pandemic, because I don't think we've had a chance to be here during the pandemic to do this, because we didn't have meetings here during that time. But what was done during the paramedic, where everybody had to be flexible, everybody had to work more closely with one another than was the case already, which I know you do a lot of that. And I think I think the people of Toronto were very well served by all of our efforts on the pandemic. And I think a lot of the numbers show that they stepped up and cooperated as well in a way that was unprecedented. But I think in particular what I saw in terms of the service in unusual circumstances of our different first responders and how they worked together with each other and did things that were quite extraordinary above and beyond was really quite remarkable. We saw people helping homebound people get vaccinated. We saw great cooperation from our fire service, for example, on making sure that people living in the shelters got vaccinated. This was a big challenge, as Chief Pegg will know, because of the very nature of the existence of people experiencing homelessness, that it was hard to make an appointment, as it were, to have them get vaccinated. We saw people in all of our different services helping in particular look after our senior populations. And so it really was an all hands on deck kind of effort. It was something that was remarkable to behold. The mobile clinics were cooperated in by all of you in different ways. And I would say that I acknowledge the fact many of you worked extra hours to do this, or worked unusual hours, or in unusual working conditions. And I think people forget as well that to some extent you were put in a position where your own health was perhaps more at risk than it might otherwise have been, or than other people, because you were still having to be out in contact with the public, especially at a time when we didn't know all the things we even know today, and there are a lot of unknowns with COVID. So I think in that sense that you did that in an unflinching way, and for that, again, we're very grateful. I mentioned earlier on that many people were able to do their jobs from home or do it remotely. You weren't. And so in that sense, again, I say thank you for being able to be out on the streets, saving lives, making sure that people were protected and kept safe at a very difficult time. So I will just conclude before we see a video to say I'm sure on behalf of all of the members of City Council, we're not unanimous on a lot of things, but we are unanimous on this, in saying to all of you from all of the services that we're infinitely grateful for your reliability, for your dedication, for your compassion, because I know I've had a chance to be out with each of the services on the streets, and I can see that, yes, there's a lot of professionalism involved, there's a lot of dedication involved, there's a lot of hard work involved, but I also see unfailingly the compassion that is exhibited, because a lot of the people, even if they're in a situation where their behavior is troublesome, often that is rooted in issues that they have in their lives that are issues most of us can't even begin to comprehend. And so it is you that are left receiving those calls and having to deal with those situations, and you do it in a way that I think we can be proud of. And I think that that was particularly true in the face of so many unknowns of the past couple of years. Starting at the beginning, and again, Chief Pegg will remember this well, we're dealing with so many unknowns at the beginning of this, and they have receded to some extent. We know more today, but we still don't know a lot about this. So I hope you will all enjoy the video, and the video includes some remarks by Chief Pegg, Chief Raftis, and Chief Raymer, who couldn't be with us today. So you'll see those remarks in this video. So why don't we have a look at that?
Every day, the actions of our first responders help to keep Toronto one of the safest cities in the world. With compassion and dedication, members of Toronto Police protect our citizens and work closely with Toronto Fire and paramedic services to keep everyone safe and healthy. Their commitment to our city never wavers, even under the most challenging circumstances. This was proven over the last 2 years in the face of COVID, and I want to thank all of you, particularly members of TPS. As your chief, I've never been more proud of your hard work and professionalism, both uniform and civilian, and I know the residents of our city feel the same. Thank you.
Good morning. It is my privilege to join Meritorian members of Council in recognizing and thanking each and every member of Toronto Fire Services and all of the members of our Office of Emergency Management team for all you do each and every day. Never more than in the last 2 years in response to the COVID-19 pandemic has your commitment to public service been evident. On behalf of all of us at Toronto Fire Services, I extend my thanks. And I would also like to extend thanks to our colleagues in Toronto Paramedic Services and Toronto Police Services. We enjoy a level of cooperation and collaboration that is unparalleled anywhere else in the world, and something we're very proud of. Thank you all.
Good morning. It is my privilege and honor to publicly recognize the outstanding work of our entire Toronto Paramedic Services team before City Council today. To our frontline paramedics, call takers, emergency medical dispatchers, support, and leadership staff, you demonstrate professionalism, dedication, and courage every day, making a difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of patients and their families every year. Of course, this has been especially true over the last 2 years as you face the extreme challenges of COVID-19 while continuing to care for others. I am so proud of all of you and thank you for your tremendous service. And finally, I would like to thank Mayor Tory and members of council for your unwavering support and for taking the time today to recognize the outstanding work of our amazing first responders. Thank you again.
May I ask that the group that are here today to represent all of our first responders, please stand to be recognized. The round of applause you'll hear in the room will be less than you could probably create for yourselves because people are here virtually, but they will be applauding at home, as will the members of the public who are watching this council meeting. And so I'd please ask that you just stand to accept our appreciation for one moment with our profound thanks. Please just keep doing the wonderful job you're doing for all the people of Toronto, and please be safe in doing it. We just respect you so much, and we very much appreciate everything you do every single day. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Bradford, I understand that you want to declare an interest on a previous item.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may, I'd like to declare an interest on item TE 32.79, which is 2100 Yonge Street minor variance C of A. Nature of the interest, my partner's a planner on the file, and I've submitted the conflict of interest forms on these items to clerks. So if we could just do a recorded vote on that, I can leave, or whatever you need to do.
It will be noted in the minutes.
Okay,
Councillor
very
Bradford.
good. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
TE 32.79.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 53 items left on the agenda, including 41 member motions. Council has timed the following items as the first and second items after member motions. EX 32.15 on tree removal permit appeals, delegation to community councils, and CC 43.2 on the Ombudsman 2021 annual report. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. And I've also reviewed urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Do we have any quick releases? Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I have several, starting with North York 31.6, 105 Shepherd. I'll move the, I think clerks have the motion.
Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. This is NY 31.6, 105 Shepherd Avenue. Okay, the motion is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried.
And I have three more that relate to the same file, so I'll get to each one with a big thank you to city staff and especially Sarah O'Connor in legal, who really did an outstanding job pulling all this together. So starting with 31.32, the permanent closure.
Okay, Counselor Pillion on NY 3132.
The staff need to,
Yes,
yeah, there we go.
there, it's on the screen. Okay, that's motion number 1. And we have a second motion. It's on the screen. Okay. So on recommendation 1, on motion 1, all in favor, show of hands, carried. On motion 2, all in favor, carried. Item as amended, all in favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Pillion, do you
The
have more?
next one, yes, I do. NY 31.42, which is the demolition of the houses on that property that we just dealt with. Staff recommendations.
Okay, so you're moving the supplementary report, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. Thank you.
So on NY 31.42, demolition applications, all in favor, carried. Thank you.
And the last one related to the same file is CC 43.18.
Okay. Okay, it's on the screen. This is 51 Drury Avenue and 8 and 28 Inez Court. It's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Do you have any more?
No, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fillion, I understand that there's one item you want to reopen to make a technical amendment.
Yes, that's fine. We can do that now if it's ready.
Yes, it is ready. Okay,
I don't have the number in front of me there. Okay, thank you.
okay, there it is there on the screen. Reconsider motion, which is IE 29.5. On favor? Carried. Okay, and if you can put the amendment on the screen. Okay, there's the amendment on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I left my devices downstairs because I wanted to be here in person for that tribute to our emergency responders. This is item TE 32.13, 5, 7, 9, 11, 15, 19 Cosburn, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, and 40 Gowan. Zoning bylaw amendment and rental demolition applications. Request for direction. I have a motion and then I can release this. It's simply to add that our staff who are dealing with this give extremely high priority to affordable housing. Basically the number one thing in our discussions with the applicant. That's a direction from council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on T 32.13, Councillor Fletcher has the amendment on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Do we have any further releases? No. Okay. Pardon? Okay, now we do have urgent motion to be added to the agenda. We don't have enough members of council. Okay, so we can't introduce the motion. That's it? All right. Okay, Councillor Pasternak? We're going to the top of the agenda. So Councillor Pasternak, NY 31.2, 147 Overbrook Place.
I'm just waiting for a technical amendment from staff, if we could hold the item down.
Staff you haven't received the technical amendment yet?
No, it is a deferral motion with direction.
Okay, just a sec.
So if we could-
Hold on, I forgot one thing. On favor of adopting the order paper?
Whatevs.
Did I key the whole thing?
Carried. Okay, sorry, Councillor Pasternak. What were you saying?
No, just, if we could hold the item down, I'm just waiting on a technical amendment from staff. It is a deferral motion to the next city council meeting with a direction. It should be here soon.
Okay, hopefully. Okay, NY 31.11, Councillor Fillion, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12 Oakburn Crescent.
I have a question on this one, or if you hold it down, I can get it answered offline
Oh, okay, just a sec.
on the two remaining North York items. Sorry, what did you say, Speaker? You want me to ask the question now or hold it down?
Just one sec, hold on. I think I skipped one. Yeah, sorry. Yes, we're at the item. So actually, the item before that, I skipped one item, which is NY 31.10, which is Avondale Avenue. You held that down. So do you have questions to staff?
Yeah, the question is how during the council break, how in the normal course of event, council, the question of the chief planner, when you have something going to the OLT and there's case conferences and whatnot, the councilors are consulted and kept informed, hopefully. And the question is, how does that continue during the council break?
Do we have planning here?
Through you, Ed.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, to answer the councillor's questions, we were actually looking into the matter with clerks. So I think that's what you were referring to, councillor.
Not exactly. I'm just wondering, Speaker, if you could just hold this down and I'll talk with staff. It might save us a lot of time.
Okay, so are you holding down 3110 and 3111? Because we're at those two items right now, Councillor Fillion.
Yes, I understand, Speaker. I'm just trying to facilitate the work of council by trying to sort things out.
Okay,
rather
if
than
you can
do it
sort
here
it
with-
out, because we're getting to the agendas. Like.
Yes, I just released 4 items, Speaker.
I know, I understand. Okay, next item.
Just watching council. We're trying to double check with clerks, but maybe it's faster if you harass the clerk and ask the clerk a question. The clerk sets the rules around it. So we've received something general from the clerk, and
Who's talking?
Yeah, if we could just hold the
Okay,
two down.
we're gonna hold these
Speaker,
two items
please.
down. Okay, okay, let's just hold the items down. Our next item is CC 43.3, 2022 COVID-19 intergovernment funding update. Councillor Perks, do you have questions to staff?
Thank you. Yes, I imagine they're either for the CFO or the city manager. Essentially, what I didn't get out of this report and what I'm trying to understand is uh, we had a number of directions from this council to try to open negotiations on long-term changes to the funding arrangement between the city and the other orders of government. For example, do we have the right revenue tools? Do we have a good relationship in terms of who funds housing? Do we have an approach on long-term permanent funding on transit? And I was just wondering where those longer-term discussions are.
So I will start and through the speaker, in fact, Monday, this past Monday, I had an opportunity to meet with the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure. And there are a number of programs that are evolving, one of which deals with permanent transit funding that the federal government is going to be initiating. So that program is being developed as we speak, and we will have an opportunity to contribute directly to it. As well, you may know this, that Infrastructure Canada now has responsibility for housing, both in terms of affordability as well as supportive housing. CMHC, as you may know, does report now to the Deputy Minister. And we met with the CEO of CMHC as well on Monday. When I say we, I mean myself and 6 other city managers from major cities across the country. So those discussions are unfolding, and as you know, there are a number of housing programs that the federal government has been initiating, and we're providing some information into those programs, how effective they are. The one that is just evolving right now is the Housing Accelerator Fund, which, again, we've had a chance to work directly with the other cities across the country, as well as the GTHA municipalities to provide input to shape that program. So, and then I guess I'll end with the direction that we did receive in February as a result of the 2022 budget that does direct us to come back early in the term with a long-term financial sustainability plan. So that's some of the work we've been doing, and obviously we've been working with our provincial counterparts as well. And we're seeing some success in terms of supporting at least the 2022 investments that we need for supportive housing. So hopefully that gives you some clarity.
That is very helpful, Mr. City Manager. I'm particularly pleased to hear that there's talk about long-term, some kind of reporting to council about long-term financial planning. And I take it also, and I just want to be very clear about this, that some of the conversations with the federal and provincial government are go beyond the scope of immediate COVID relief and instead get into one of the things that COVID exposed, which is we have responsibilities for which we don't have revenues. And that might mean realigning responsibilities or revenues between governments. Is that part of the conversation?
Yes, and I'm really glad you brought that up, Councillor. We certainly are working with them in terms of the programs that they've conceived, but there's nothing stopping us from recommending other ways in which to address what is a critically important problem, both transit and housing, as you well know. So to your earlier comment about revenue tools, there's nothing that precludes us to advise or recommend as administrators to the federal and provincial government, and obviously to you, as to what those revenue tools could look like. I mean, there is a conversation going on right now about the future of gas tax, but I don't feel constrained to recommend other ideas to yourselves as well as other levels of government for ways in which to pay for, you know, critically needed infrastructure. And I don't mean just new. I'm also including in that conversation state of good repair challenges that we face. As you well know, transit in our community, our state of good repair is right now sitting somewhere between $20 and $30 billion in terms of our needs. So all of this is very significant. We're happy to work with them in terms of the programs that they have, not just COVID programs, but post-COVID, but also don't feel constrained to suggest other ways in which they can help us.
I'm glad you don't feel constrained. I'm going to put it flip it around the other way. Do you feel that the directions we have given to you previously in some of the debates on recovery and so on give you latitude for that broader thinking that can be available to council next term?
Through the speaker, absolutely, I do.
Okay, then I needn't move anything. Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. City Manager. It's good to know that there's some, solid, positive conversations that are taking place primarily behind the scenes. So can you just give me a quick synopsis on since your last report would have been last council on where we're at, what we still, need and what has come in? Just a very quick synopsis for council.
Through the speaker, Heather, if you could help me with that, thanks.
The speaker, Councillor, in the report, it does have a chart that summarizes where our starting point was for the year, which was a $1.4 billion pressure. And we have received confirmation from both orders of government, the province as well as the federal government, that we've received support in the transit area as well as in our shelter area to the tune of an estimate right now of $525 million. Which leaves us with an overall pressure of $875 million.
So it's good to know that we're slowly moving the line in the right direction. We're still not there yet, of course, and we have a plan for that. But can you talk a bit about, and again, this has to do with some of the potential or possibility of receiving more funding, and just on the transit funding specifically, I know the report talks about how well, first of all, it's matched by the provincial government, but the allocation formula on how it was allocated, how much we're going to be getting, and if we can, and maybe the potential, because I think the request is to look at it as a needs-based. So can you talk about if it was more of a needs-based, and if the other governments agreed to that, how it could assist us?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor, the federal government in their budget announced transit operating funding specific to COVID, based on an allocation that was an equation that was derived by ridership. And there also was a contingent or a requirement that provinces had to match the federal funding. So the allocation out to the provinces is based on ridership. However, it is up to the province from a program design perspective to determine how they want to allocate not only the federal amount, but their matched provincial amount out to their municipalities. So we have been advocating that provincial allocation that Ontario's received be on a needs basis. And we are, in actual fact, working with partners across the province to accumulate the information to provide and inform the province when they're doing their program design. If we were to be successful and we were to receive an amount that was on a needs basis, the remaining shortfall that we have in transit right now is 123 million. So there is an opportunity. We're hopeful and optimistic that perhaps that gap will be filled.
No, I appreciate that. So when you're looking at the other municipalities on the transit side, and this is really looking at the, of course, when you're looking at ridership, we have the largest transit system. We probably have the argument for the greatest need out of that pot. But when you're looking at other municipalities, their challenge, and first of all, it's also based on the COVID challenge they're having. But do you get a sense of the need in other municipalities on the transit file is or where that would be? As I understand, some municipalities are not too bad actually when you're looking at transit, and the argument does make sense for directing more of it to Toronto. I just want to get more of a comparison with a few of the other municipalities.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, from the conversations that I've had with the larger transit systems in Ontario, there was carryover funding from 2021 that was helping them out in Q1 of this year. In addition to that, the pressures that they're experiencing have not been as significant. So the concern from our perspective is that if it is allocated on a ridership basis, some municipalities will be ahead of the game, where our total needs would still be demonstrating a gap. So just based on my conversations, there are some municipalities that have Ottawa, Mississauga, Brampton. They do have gaps, but they also had some carryover funding that was helping them get through Q1.
Thank you. One last quick question. Is there, and again, this has to do with, the potential, reduction or cuts in our state of repair. Is there a line in the sand or a point in time where we just have to, and I know you talked a bit about pausing some of our state of good repairs, may not be able to get to them this year, but maybe next year. When is that line in the sand, or that point where we are just making those cuts because we have no choice? Have you determined that yet, or how do we move forward on that aspect?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, we're working with the program areas. What we've done is we've asked program areas to assess their projects and defer them as long as possible. But as you can appreciate, some projects have seasonality timelines that are attached to them. So the end of May will be a timeline that is important from a contract award perspective and being able to meet that seasonality.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. This the budget chief asked some really important questions, and I just wanted to follow on those ones if I could, Ms. Tiller. One is you said that our program area have been asked to look at projects that could be deferred. Do we know what projects those are and how long they will be deferred based on our budget shortfall? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry, I think after 2.5 years, we'd be good at this. Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, just if I could, I just need to clarify the deferral piece. What we said is if you were in a perfect world, if you were going out today, we just asked them to pause those projects and assess their timelines to determine how far out they could defer them. So that is what I meant by deferring the overall timelines. There are projects, as you can appreciate, that have to be done in nice weather. And so there are going to be some programs that have a better idea on timeline and others that can push them out into Q3 or into Q4. So there is a list of projects that have been identified, but what I also want to clarify that's really important is that when you look at our overall capital plan, it's a large annual capital plan, and 300 million probably doesn't seem to be that significant. But when we look at where are the projects that we can actually choose to take out the 300 million, it's actually limiting the projects that are funded either from debt or CFCs. And so the projects that we can choose, that we can pick from to reduce in our capital plan become far more restricted. And so we have, and there is a chart in the report that identifies on a high level basis where we are looking currently.
So that's Appendix A of the report, right? Where we see 27 million in cap deferred, it could be deferred for parks, forestry, and recreation, for example, another 87 million for transportation services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this is as far broken down as you have these projects, right? Like we can't tell is how many roads in Ward 2 versus how many roads in Ward 20 will be deferred based on the 87 million from transportation services that could be impacted by this.
Through Madam Speaker, I would have to ask, if you wanted it ward specific, I would have to ask Barbara Gray.
Fair enough. Okay, but we don't have that readily available for finance. Have we, like look, you can't pick up a newspaper and not see the word inflation on the front page, and it's been that way for about a month. Construction inflation. We're also seeing escalating costs in construction, I understand. how much will the deferral, some of these projects may be deferred a month or two, some of them a year potentially, I suspect, or years. Have we done any analysis about what the implications are of delaying the issuing of tenders will have on the actual cost of the projects based on the inflation that we're seeing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I think the concept of inflation has been in the news for many months, and I think we are experiencing that on projects that even if we don't defer, we're seeing extreme increases that we go above and beyond what we anticipated for the year. So unfortunately, that increase from an inflationary perspective would have happened regardless whether or not we would have deferred. To your point, if it was deferred into a future year, those inflationary numbers are something that we are watching, and as we plan for 2023, they're being considered as well. So it is hard to actually fine tune, you know, that impact of inflation on deferring a couple of months versus deferring a year. But I would agree that there is an inflationary impact.
So I just want to include one last question, because we've experienced this before. When we give a wider window for construction, it tends to be a little less expensive. Have we factored in what the cost of narrowing the window of construction might be, given the deferral that we've already undertaken on some of these construction projects in issuing the RFP?
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I'm not sure we can speak to an RFP because the RFPs haven't gone out for the projects that we're considering deferring.
Okay, that didn't answer my question, but I'm going to email you the question because it can likely come up at a later time. Thank you.
I'm happy to talk to you offline.
Thank you. Speakers on the item, Councillor Perks, you held the item down.
Thank you, Speaker. And first of all, my thanks to city staff for providing us with this information. I wish that everyone in Toronto who is concerned about the future of the city had a moment to look at its conclusions. It's quite frightening and speaks to a few things. It speaks to the fact that municipalities continue to have the responsibilities for delivering the services that people see and hear and touch every day, and yet have very little control over their financial health. We don't have access to the revenue sources that you would expect a government that had responsibilities that ranged from transit to housing to childcare in many instances. And it's time we had an honest conversation with Torontonians that exposed how the other governments give us these responsibilities without giving us the revenues to pay for them. I'm pleased to hear that the city manager is trying to open those conversations with other orders of government. I'm pleased also to hear that his intention is to start developing that thinking so that we'll be in a position, or whoever is here next term will be in a position to have a meaningful conversation about it. But I also think it's important that we take a moment to pause and reflect on the kinds of decisions we've made and how they've contributed to this moment. For 12 years, we have been told over and over and over again that if you want Toronto to function and be livable and so on and so forth, that the single most important thing was to keep taxes low. Mayor has said that over and over again. Budget chief has said that over and over again. The previous mayor did. Other budget chiefs have. And some of us on council have challenged that and said, no, it's not just property taxes that determine whether or not the city of Toronto is livable. It's the services that Torontonians depend on that make it livable. And because we've had 12 years of what I would call austerity, we're brittle. We're vulnerable to moments like this, as unprecedented as they may be. And I just wish that anyone who has voted for a budget that is built on keeping taxes low will take this moment and reflect on how trying to run, a tight ship and cut the fat and all of those things that get said over and over again mean that when there's a pressure on us, we're nothing but skin and bones and we break. I just think it's an important moment to sit back and reflect on.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, I want to thank our city staff as we do, many times when we're looking at these kind of reports that come to us. And I think it was brought out in some of the questions, even with Councillor Perks, the amount of work behind the scenes on specifically the intergovernmental work that takes place with the other levels of government. And in fact, I think out of the pandemic, when you're looking at the challenges, of course, we have these financial challenges that are sometimes insurmountable, but the amount of work that has taken place, and hats off to the mayor's office, of course, with the amount of intergovernmental work that has taken place and those relationships and developing those relationships with the other levels has been incredible. I've seen it firsthand with the city manager and the work that they're doing, the long-term work. You talked about the long-term fiscal challenges, but how to deal with those. And you see those conversations taking place. Not only do you see them, but you look at, and we're seeing results. Of course, we're seeing a lot of that support coming from the levels. But I think when you're looking at long-term, looking at some of the long-term fiscal challenges that we're facing, there is opportunity there. Now, that's not to suggest that it will be successful. We have to allow those conversations and that direction to take place. So I just want to identify that, along with the work that our city staff, of course, during the pandemic, but when we're looking at these challenges, especially with our state of good repair, and the work and the sensitive work that they're looking at on all these different projects and all of our different wards. I've seen some, lists that of potential pausing or cutting in my ward, but they're really working hard to ensure that there is very little impact, or as little impact as possible to these projects that they're doing across the city. But the reality is we still do have a deficit. We did balance the budget on the expectations of continued COVID support from the other levels of government. And each month as we see these reports come, yes, we are moving the line closer. We are coming down. Again, we have a little over $800 million that we still need. There is still potential, and that's why I wanted to bring up the questions around the transit funding, of looking at how do we bring that number down considerably, and there is still hope there. But I think the reality is, and we're getting to that point, I don't know if there's necessarily a line in the sand, or there's a point where it's going to be firm, where we're going to have to be cutting and especially the state of good repair, or just our overall capital plan. We're balanced because of our capital plan. We have a COVID backstop that really says that we're not going to be able to do the capital work we need to long-term and into the future. And that can and will be impacted if that support doesn't come. But we need to continue those conversations. We need to allow our staff to continue to do that, because we are seeing results. But at some point, whether it's next month, and the CFO did mention by the end of May, we're going to have to be looking at, the RFPs that are going out, and we'll, looking at some pausing. I'm positive that I think there'll be a point where we will, we'll bring that number down. But I think we do have to recognize that there needs to be pressure. We need those other two levels of government, as they have in the last 2 years, been there to support us. And my hope is that they are listening, and they'll do that. But at some point, we will have to make some serious, decisions on our fiscal management, not only this year for 2022, but when we're also looking at 2023, which we're getting into the planning processes of that. And there's some difficult decisions that'll have to be made. But I'm confident that, hopefully, as I said, by next month, we'll have a good sense of where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to hear our budget chief talk about the decisions that we may have to make in the future, because as I read this report, I remember history and I worry about the future. The history is this: when you defer capital again and again, I recall coming in this door in 2003, this city was really struggling because in order to deliver, you'll remember this as well, Madam Speaker, in order to deliver the 0% property tax increase, basically a lot of capital was deferred. A lot of state of good repair just did not happen for a few years. I think it was to the tune of 75 million, which seems like a small amount now, but I well remember that need keeps on coming in. State of good repair keeps getting inventoried and added to the pile. And so to keep a regular program to try and catch it up and to go back and pull forward all of those projects that we had deferred to meet some financial need was a full 10 years. 3 years of deferrals represented 10 years of correction. And we had to do it with our own money. There wasn't a magic pot of money coming from other orders of government, and it was a struggle. Now we're into much bigger need because we've done little bits of deferrals along the way, always to balance our budget and to keep things low and affordable for our residents. But it is mounting to the point now where people don't say to me in the neighborhood, why do I have to pay my taxes? They say, why does that look like that? Why isn't that repaired? Why can't you have the water fountains on earlier? And so on and so forth. Basic state of good repair is starting to be top of mind for them. You would think it would be finances. Affordability is at a crisis now with prices being what they are. But state of good repair is what I hear people being focused on, and they're very, very attuned to it now. And so we know that past lessons tell us that this strategy that really is outlined in this report can't go on forever. But I'm really heartened to hear the budget chief talk about in the future, we're going to have to look at some of our own strategies. We're going to have to take some extreme measures. Because I think we have to look at our other order of government partners. We can't just give them a hard time today. It was interesting when the provincial budget was proposed, the pundits out there said, this is odd, we've analyzed their budget, and they have underestimated what their revenue is going to be and overestimated their expenses. So it makes it look like situation dire, but they probably are going to make a lot more revenue, which means later on they'll say, look, we're great budget managers, we've reduced our deficit. In that equation and strategizing and worrying about the appearance of their own budget, there isn't a message to the community, and Toronto's in trouble, we have to help them out. In fact, Bank of Nova Scotia has analyzed, in terms of COVID spending, the province we reside in has spent the least per capita of any province on COVID expenses. So that's one message. At the federal level, we see them strategizing. They've tried to stick handle through coalition their election to 2025. But what it means is they're going to help us with COVID, but at a certain point of time, all three parties in that government will start running on deficit reduction. And when they do, we can expect all of our requests to fall on deaf ears. There's going to be a change. The COVID money tap is going to turn off for political reasons. They're no different than us. And what that means is we've got to start looking at our own sustainability. To be plugged in for 2022, which it looks like through various programs we might be by the end of this year, be able to plug whatever gap there is with COVID. But what do we do in following years? Because ridership doesn't return overnight. The lost ridership that we have now, people make other arrangements in their lives. We may be years getting back to our old ridership levels. We're going to need to find our own way to sustain our transit system, our city, and our capital program. And so there is some heavy lifting to do in 2023, 24, 25. Anyone running, incumbent or not, should be thinking about, am I ready to do the heavy lifting and make local Toronto sustainability decisions about how we fund ourselves? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to be very brief. I'd like to, again, echo Councillor Crawford's praise of staff for bringing the report forward and for the ongoing conversations they have with with our federal and provincial counterparts in order to help balance the budget, and for having a strategy to address the additional pressures that were put on us this year. I'd also like to recognize the work of the mayor and the mayor's office in advocating on behalf of the city, and over the past couple of years achieving, I think, a significant amount of revenue from those levels of government in order to address the pressing needs of our community. I would say we're not there yet, and whatever support we can be to the mayor, to city staff, please give us advice. We want to help you. We need to fill that $800 million gap. When you look at the alternative, is deferring 20% of the budget to transportation. Like, I don't know about you, but not a lot of my constituents are ready to give up having some of their streets redone this year, or made safer, or the implementation of Vision Zero strategies, or other work that the Transportation Department is doing. A 20% reduction in our corporate real estate management as our buildings crumble and we need to do upgrades. A 20% reduction in our shelter support and housing administration capital budget. These are not things high on my priority list, and I don't think they're high on any of your constituents' priority list as well. Parks, forestry, and recreation is a 17% cut in their cap work. Like, these, we need to keep the pressure on other levels of government. But this has, as to Councillor Perk's point, highlighted, I think, the next phase of our advocacy efforts after we get through this needs to get back to establishing a new relationship with those levels of government so that we are able to meet our needs, notwithstanding the political winds at either of those levels. Because we know what can happen when all of a sudden there's a regime change at the province of Ontario. Sometimes they'll have plans that they want to work with our departments and with our administration, and then on other occasions, notwithstanding our objections, they will go and do whatever they please. And frankly, I think we can expect to see some kind of wind change in another level of government that we have depended on through the pandemic. If it's not in the next election, it will be in a future election, and we need to future-proof this government and this budget in order to address that. And we do that by establishing new revenue tools as a city. And I think all of us instinctively know that. No one wants to be the one responsible for raising taxes. But when you look at how fragile this budget is, when you look at the shortcoming, the shortfalls on our funded capital budget and all the investments we will need to make in order to address our road safety and a state of good repair on our streets, in order to address climate change and the rising risk of severe weather on our infrastructure, we will need to make massive capital investments. And if we're always depend on the other levels of government to fund those, I got to tell you, I don't have a lot of faith that our agenda will get done as a city. What we need to do is establish our own independence of those levels, not in the way that sometimes that word is used, but in order to establish some responsibilities and some revenue tools, frankly, that we will need to accomplish this. But we're not alone. Cities across Canada are asking for these same things. Even AMO is on board for looking at better revenue tools for municipalities to deal with housing, to deal with transit, to deal with other pressing needs. So let's join together with them. Let's demand better from these levels of government. And I know the mayor has been advocating hard to fill these holes, and I hope that there's a willingness there to shift gears, because that certainly is a legacy piece that the mayor can leave on the city. I know that we had a past mayor that negotiated the same thing with the provincial level of government, and where would we be without the land transfer tax? Yeah, we'd be $1 billion more in the hole on an annual basis.
Thank you. On the item? On favor? Carried. So members of council, next item will be...
Madam Speaker, if you want to deal with those two North York planning files, I can just move the staff recommendations, and if there's an issue with the council break, I can talk to staff about that and bring in a motion next meeting if I need to.
Okay, so on NY 31.10, Councillor Fillion is releasing. On favor? Carried. On NY 3111, Councillor Filion is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you. So at this point, there was a timed item for the ombudsman to make a presentation to council. So I understand the ombudsman is ready. They can do that presentation now. Oh, can I have a motion to amend the order paper to have the ombudsman make their presentation now? Moved by Councillor Pasternak, all in favor? Carried. Okay. For the ombudsman?
Just waiting for the,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm here. Okay.
okay, thank you.
Okay, good morning, Madam Speaker and members of Council. It's my pleasure to deliver to you my first annual report as the Ombudsman for the city. Can I have the next slide, please? The last few years have been difficult for everyone, people in Toronto and city staff alike. City staff have been challenged like never before due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen them working tirelessly to provide critical programs and services to the people of Toronto. That said, fairness still requires that people are treated with dignity, respect, and equitably. I'm also extremely proud of how well our team has adapted to life in the pandemic. Despite increasing case numbers, there's not been a drop in our productivity. In fact, over 92% of our cases handled in 2021 were resolved within 30 days. Looking ahead, I've set out the following goals or priorities for the office. Reducing barriers to access through community engagement with equity-deserving groups, such as members from Indigenous and Black communities, seniors, and newcomers to Canada. Creating positive systemic change through investigations. This is the best way to effect permanent and lasting change at the city. Our encampment investigation, which is wrapping up soon, is one example. Another example is a soon-to-be completed memorandum of understanding with the police, which will allow the office to begin work in our new area of jurisdiction. The MOU will allow the office to examine the real-life impact the board's policies and procedures have on people in the city. This is a big step for our office and for the city as well. Next slide. Can I have the next slide, please? Seems we're having a technological problem. Natalie, can you switch the next slide, please? Okay. All right, there we go. Thank you. Over the past several years, the office has seen a rise in the number of cases handled. In 2021, we saw a 15% increase in the number of complaints compared to the previous year. We've improved and streamlined our case management process and restructured our office, which has allowed us to process cases more quickly and efficiently. As more people know about our work and see our impact, more people have sought us out with their concerns. Next slide. Of the complaints we handled last year, over 60% of the files had a communication issue attached to it. And this has been a recurring theme for several years now. Some examples of the communications issues include delays in getting back to people, miscommunication, or communication that is not clear or is hard to understand. COVID-19 has underscored the need for the City of Toronto to communicate clearly with the public. An inquiry report we released last year that looked into the city's communication and enforcement of COVID-19 rules in its parks is a very good example. Our review found that the COVID-19 rules that the city communicated about what people could or couldn't do in city parks was unclear, confusing, and inconsistent. Next slide. This report also illustrates the breadth of work and the impact of our office. We handle a wide variety of issues, and our recommendations have led to positive change at the city and for its residents. For example, through our interventions, a Toronto resident obtained a $12,000 refund from the Committee of Adjustment after we found that it had applied its refund policy inconsistently. We also consulted with SSHA about public information about shelter use, which led to new shelter use dashboard that provides a more comprehensive view of homelessness in Toronto. Next slide. A few other examples. Our efforts resulted in the city reinstating its phone line for complaints about its shelter system, which is critically important for individuals who do not have access to email. We also recommended better communication with the public about the city's winter maintenance program, and helped the refugee access his furniture stipend to purchase furniture, ensure that he had heat in his city-owned apartment after he is treated for extreme cold because a lack of communication had left him without the understanding he required to turn the heat on. Next slide. So I'd like to conclude by thanking my staff for the continued excellence and to council for the trust you have placed in me. I look forward to working with members of council and city staff to ensure that the City of Toronto is a fair place for everyone. Those are my remarks, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll has a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, good morning, Kwame. There is a list of recommendations that in previous report you talked to us about some of the things you were monitoring with TTC. And I see that you're still monitoring a recommendation that the Ombudsman Office gave the TTC, which is create a system to monitor incidents of use of force involving staff. I'm wondering if, I don't know if you would know this specifically or the investigator, but I'm trying to recall in that recommendation if it mirrors what the board has asked for. We moved a motion at the board that they ought really to be doing a report similar in a way to what is done under the Police Act at the police board. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing.
Yeah, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Perruzza, could you just go over there? Thank you. No.
It's really hard to
Councillor
speak when
Perruzza,
you've
if
got
you
this
and Councillor
background
Pasternak
noise.
could just move to the side, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm really not going to take this today. I'm really not. I don't think he should be giving you back talk and as a point of privilege on behalf of you, the Speaker. I don't think we should be tolerating that in the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the recommendation from Ombudsman is similar. We think that the use of force incidents ought to be encapsulated and reported to the Board of Directors so that we can track the incidents of it. Or is your recommendation that they just have an internal system?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Carroll, that recommendation that was made in that investigation was meant to be a public reporting of the use of force incidents. And I believe that that recommendation has been implemented. And if memory serves me correctly, the last annual report identified the number of use of force incidents. I'd have to stand corrected, but I can double check that for you as well. But my understanding is that the intent behind the recommendations was to make sure that the TTC publicize these use of force incidents so everybody'd have a better understanding of what's going on within the TTC.
Okay, so at the moment, your recommendation is just to at least begin monitoring the number. So what the
Yes,
board is asking is slightly different. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And also, there is a case in your report today about a resident who filed a committee of adjustment application, then, having worked with the planner and understood his chances, decided to withdraw his application. And he was eligible for a refund at that point. If you withdraw, you get all but the administrative feedback. He was due $12,000 and he had to come to your office to get it. And your recommendation is that we make policy clear and public so people know what they're eligible for. But what I'm interested is in your case study says that what he was told is the decision as to whether or not he gets a refund goes to the Committee of Adjustment panel itself. Are they now crystal clear in your view that they determine planning and we determine policy, and refund policy in particular?
I think in that, through the speaker, Councillor, I think in that particular situation, um, there was a new policy that was going to be unveiled, and I believe that the information that was provided to the complainant in this particular situation was incorrect. My understanding is that there's a policy in place, and the policy is to be followed. I can't really speak to the other part as to whether or not the committee is trying to dictate policy, but I understand that there was a policy in place.
And yet they said you would go and get an apolitical C of A decision about getting a refund. Should we as a city, should we be following up to make sure that there's a clear delineation between our refund policy and their appointment to adjudicate planning policy? Or do you
Through the
think
speaker,
there's no need for more follow-up?
Through the speaker, no, we always follow up with our cases, and we can follow up and make sure that that's crystal clear as to the division of responsibilities, and we can get back to you with a response.
Okay, thank you. I'd love to see that in the next annual report. Thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Am I in the list?
I'm sorry.
I'm just going to ask
No,
a question.
No, hold on. Sorry, I made an error. I
Councillor Matlow
apologize.
is there in
I
front of
apologize
me.
for that. We're at questions, and actually, Councillor Matlow is next, and then you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Matlow, questions.
I didn't think we were on to speakers quite yet. Thanks, Madam Speaker. My apologies, Councillor Fletcher. Kwame, thank you very much for your report. I'd like to ask you about something that I was actually perhaps expecting or hoping that I would see in the report, that it just hasn't arrived yet. And you alluded to it a moment ago, but you remember well, a year ago, last year, you announced that you were going to be conducting an investigation into the city's approach to the encampment evictions. And we all remember that there was, almost $2 million spent on these clearings. And the clearings led to violence, restrictions on media from even covering some of these events, and significant concerns from the public about what they witnessed with respect to the treatment of both the homeless along with their advocates. In the last couple of days, we've all read articles, not briefings from staff, but many members of council are reading in the media that staff are now intending on hiring private security to patrol our parks, just in case there may or may not be an encampment, with more tax dollars being put into private security guards wandering around our parks looking for a problem. So I think it's very timely that we get your report as soon as possible to understand perhaps recommendations on how the city can do better. When exactly do you intend to bring forward that report?
Madam Speaker, to the councillor, Councillor Matlow, it's a big investigation. We're working very hard to complete the investigation as quickly as we can. We want to ensure that we're reviewing all the relevant information. There's been extensive documentation, including numerous interviews with city staff, individuals with lived experience, and experts on the matter. So like all our investigations, we want to make sure that they were thorough and accurate, and this is no different. So we're doing our utmost to complete this investigation as quickly as we can. We understand the seriousness of the issue, and all I can say is that we're committed to finalizing it as soon as we can.
Are you able to say, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work you're doing and the complexity of it as well, and I'd rather you do it well than in haste. But given that we're approaching the summer months, that staff are now taking actions without, and I need to better understand even what authority they're using to hire private security right now. But ultimately actions are being taken now. Is there some possibility that your report will come at least before the council break, or perhaps hopefully sooner? Can you even hint at that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, I wish I could be more specific, councillor. I'm not trying to be evasive,
I know.
but I can assure you that we've committed the full resources of our office to try and finalize this report as quickly as we can. And it would really be helpful for me. We want to do it, but we want to make sure that we're doing a good job and that the recommendations that we put forward are meaningful and reasonable for the city to be able to act on. So we understand the time pressures, and all I can say is that we're committed as much of the resources that we have in our office to finalizing this report as soon as we can.
Well, we appreciate that. We appreciate the recommendations that you'll bring forward and the importance of your office to hold us to account. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Matlow. I have next Councillor Fletcher. Is Councillor Fletcher is virtual?
Yes, Councillor Fletcher is virtual. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
My hologram. I just wondered, I noticed in your annual report, you said one of the recurring issues at Toronto Community Housing was the solutions team. Tenants having trouble with the solutions team or coming to you about the solutions team. My understanding is that was set up previously to solve those problems. So what are the nature of those complaints and how are you addressing those, please?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor. Fletcher, the issue with the solutions team is that most of the people who come to our office with a concern contacted our office prematurely. They were not aware of the existence of the escalation process within TCHC. And so we would have to refer them back through that process before we could become involved. So we had recommended that the TCHC do a better job or continue with their efforts to promote the solutions team concept within the Toronto community housing population, so that people are aware that they have a place to escalate their complaints if they're not satisfied.
So you didn't have to look at any of the actual particulars of those complaints? You just referred them back.
Through you, speak. If, as you know, our office is an office of last resort. So if there's an opportunity for an individual to resolve his or her complaint through the complaint, as you know, through the division, or in TCHC's case, to escalate it to the solutions team, we're required to refer the individual back to the organization to allow the organization an opportunity to try and resolve the case.
However, I guess I'd ask if you've noticed in a way that things that should have never gone to the solutions team, that they should have been addressed at the front line, if that's something you've looked at all.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, I'm not able to answer that specific question, councillor, but if you wish, we can check and get back to you. I can't speak to that at this moment.
Okay, that might be a good question to ask when your report comes to TCHC. And then on the questions that Councillor Matlow asked about parks and security, everyone knows you're doing this report and you're taking your time as you've indicated. However, were you consulted on some of the steps for the summer or the actions that the city is considering? Have they consulted with you for your advice in any way?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, no, we were not.
So you have not been consulted on that issue? Okay,
no.
Thank you.
Those are your questions, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that is our last speaker. So we're going to speakers. I don't know if Madam Speaker is coming back or not, because I'm the only person on the speakers list. Give us 1 second.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Thanks for returning for that. I know that we're often very busy, particularly when we're, helping out in COVID efforts and the rest. But reading the report is always illuminating in this office more than others, probably, because it's not about us. It is about our residents. I read with interest this year because there's a real recurring theme to this. And the Ombudsman is sort of giving us a gift in telling us again and again that what we've got to look for is, do the residents actually know and understand our policy? As they change, do we promote them? Do they know our policies? That C of A example is one. Our policies around transit enforcement is another. That's why I asked those questions. Do they know our policies? And then secondly, are our staff consistently applying them? Consistently applying them. Again and again, that's the issue. And people find that they get one answer. They might even call the counselor's office and we get another answer. And eventually they end up in, as Mr. Domo says, the office of last resort, the ombudsman. And it comes down to, it seems again and again, the same thing. He is telling us over and over again, make your policies known to the community and then make sure that the public service consistently applies them. And yet they don't. And we end up having to have an ombudsman's office. And a great systemic review goes on, dollars are spent on that, only to find out that it boiled down to that. And so what I've begun to do is really welcome this book. When we go out to do community events, if we're just, popping up the tent in the park, this is sitting on the table so that people know there is an ombudsman and they read these. Because I think what they need to know is the standard we're trying to hold ourselves to, which is the systemic reviews that the ombudsman does. That's how we decide some of our most important improvements. But I think that's why we have to continue to time the item annually and actually report on his findings. Because there is almost always, in any given year, there's a theme. And it comes back from the same departments over and over again. TCHC not understanding its own refund policies, and so someone who could ill afford it waiting months for $7,500 to be returned to her. Committee of adjustment that should be fair and apolitical, a man having to jump through hoops to get his $12,000 refund. All of these are things that we can avoid if we keep track of the Ombudsman's recommendations and make sure that not only is he following up to make sure they happen, but that we understand they were weaknesses in certain areas and we make sure they happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak, are you ready with your item? NY 31-2.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to defer this to the next City Council meeting. There's some technical issues to resolve between the applicant and city staff. So if the clerk has the motion, I'd just like to defer it.
There's no OLT.
Okay, there it is on the screen. NY 31.2. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So our next item is CC 4322, 4175 Four Winds Drive. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions of staff, first of all, if we can.
Questions to staff.
Yeah, just, looking at the report and the Keel-Finch Plus study. So this area is basically, it's an area of apartment blocks, correct?
The speaker, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and this proposal is, it's sort of it's an infill on in this apartment block area, where a commercial plaza or a retail plaza currently exists, correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct, Councillor.
Yeah, and the commercial plaza that's there now, the retail plaza that's there now, like how many square meters or square feet is that currently?
Through the speaker, Councillor, I don't know the existing GFA of the plaza. That data is not in front of me.
Okay, but would it be fair to say that it's substantially larger, 2-3 times larger than what the 1,400 square meter proposal in the square meter proposal in the in the settlement in the current plan, correct?
Yes, through the speaker, yes.
So
the GFA proposed for non-residential is less.
Right. So it's a very, very significant reduction in retail and commercial, correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Okay. And in your Keel-Finch, in the Keel-Finch Plus secondary plan, which was recently adopted by City Council after several years worth of work, you recommended in this particular area maximum heights of 40 meters, correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct. 40 meters or approximately 14 stories.
Right. And you did that why?
Well, the secondary plan went through a pretty comprehensive review. It covers a very large area. It was generally felt that that was approximately the right built form for this area of the secondary plan.
Right. Yeah. So I know, and I understand that. Yeah. So because also, I mean, it would be consistent and somewhat more compatible with the existing apartment blocks, correct? I mean, that's what you would have looked at, no?
Through the speaker, yes. There's generally some comparative between the surrounding context in terms of the scale of the development.
Right. Okay. So correct. So the maximum height in the secondary plan, which we recently approved, is 40 meters, but the proposal that was submitted was initially somewhere in the neighborhood of 32 stories, would be 85 over 85, or no, sorry, 105 meters, correct? So basically it would be 2.5 times taller than what you recommended in the secondary plan, correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct. The original 32-story building was about 106 meters in height.
Yeah, so I don't profess to understand it all because these things are very complicated when they're put before us in this way, and I understand as well. So these folks basically they submitted a plan. We held a community consultation immediately on their submitting a completed plan. Would you agree with that?
Yes, upon a receipt of a complete application.
Right. And we immediately held a community consultation, that initial consultation, and then they, on the heels of that, immediately appealed to the OLT, correct?
Through the speaker, I don't have the exact dates in front of me. Perhaps legal could comment if necessary, but I believe it was very quickly soon after.
Right. So they had no desire whatsoever to really have their plan developed through the city council process and have you folks do all of the due diligence that you normally do with all developments, correct?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, it's difficult for us to put ourselves in the position of the applicant and their reasons for their appeal. There could be different reasons, perhaps to preserve timelines for an eventual hearing. It's a hard question to answer.
Okay, thank you.
But it's fair to say that they appealed right away, right?
That was your last question.
To the speaker, that is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, that's a similar, in my area, a similar situation where you even set up a working group and they don't care, they just apply anyway. And there you are, you find yourself at a hearing when you thought you were having a procedure with the community, a process in good faith. But it happens because that's now allowable. I need to ask questions about what is the current settlement offer, though, not what was just described by the local councillor, because that's not actually what's before us. Do I need to be in camera to discuss the details and the size of the what is now before us?
If you have any questions on the confidential report, we have to go in camera, yes.
Those are where my questions lie, Madam Speaker, because that's what's before us.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Carroll is moving that we go in camera on questions. Yeah. Councillor Carroll will read the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC 4322 4175 Forwinds Drive zoning bylaw amendment application request for direction, reason for confidential item. The council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider this item.
Speaker,
The reason being, the reason for confidential is
Speaker,
there.
it's Councillor Perks.
Can I, yes,
Point of
if
order.
I could just finish. The reason for going in camera is to receive advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and information regarding litigation.
Okay, Councillor Perks?
Yes, thank you very much. And my apologies to Councillor Carroll. I didn't want to get in the way. I understand that there are some urgent motions that will require introduction. And I know that at a certain point in the day, we run out of time. Will we be coming back into public session to consider introducing those motions before lunch or not? I don't want us to run out of time to introduce them.
Yes. What we can do is we can do it now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Sure, I'd like to introduce an urgent motion without notice regarding the cancellation of security guards at 6 city parks. This motion is urgent as the city has issued an RFP for the contracted security.
On favor? Carried. Okay, and the next one.
Thank you, Speaker.
The next one, I believe, is Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford, you have a motion. This, we're going to cut off any members' motions after these two are introduced, because once we come back from lunch, I think we'll be finished the agenda quite early today.
Yep, very good. Yep, just a motion here on patio decking, patio season's opening, so that's the urgency. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands, carry. So we will now go on camera, so I ask everyone. Oh, sorry. On Councillor Carroll's motion to go in closed session, all in favor? Carry. So if I can ask everyone that's not part of the item in camera to please leave the council chambers. And anybody that's on virtual. Okay, City Council has completed its closed session, consideration of item CC 4322. No motions were placed in the closed session. We will not proceed with the public debate on this item.
Madam
So-
Speaker, point of order.
Point of order, Councilor Perruzza.
Yeah. So yesterday, when dealing with this matter, I got a little hot under the collar perhaps, and it's the way I said it. I may have said it in a way that was upsetting. And if I said that in that way, I sincerely would like to apologize. I invited Councillor Carroll yesterday that if she wanted to be the councillor for Humber River Black Creek, she should register to be the councillor because the clerk is taking registrations for that. In the way I said it, and I get it, I said it in an aggressive way, perhaps, in an intimidating way, and for that I regretfully apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any people that haven't asked public questions? Any questions in public? Councilor Carroll, did you? No? Okay. So we'll go to speakers. Councilor Perruzza.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a motion to just simply ask for a 1-month deferral on this matter, just simply because I want to understand what's before us, you know, as a development file. This application initially came was submitted to City Council, and it was very different. In terms of density, not much has changed, but clearly some other elements of it have changed that I don't fully understand. It was submitted, it went to a very brief and quick preliminary public consultation meeting. And then on the heels of that, the applicant immediately appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Now, I understand, there's many motivations for doing that. But one of the things that happens when developers do that is we really don't have an opportunity to then, as a city council, to deal with the application, to understand it, to digest it, to consider it in a thoughtful way. And that's all I would like to do here, is to be able to do that. Now, I get that there's elements to the application. It's obviously, there's settlement issues and all of that. But often we are put in this position, all of us are, not just me, all of us are. At the very last minute, you're put in a position where you haven't really fully understood something, and then they say to you, this is it, got to do it now, because if you don't do it now, then A, B, C, D, and F and G happen. Well, I have been here long enough and seen enough of this to be able to tell you that that's not, in fact, often the case. That we can take a pause and consider and understand what it is that we are doing. I'll give you a small example of that. Just across the street from here, on Fountainhead, some 12 or 15 years ago, we were put in a very similar position. Developer came in, wanted to do 12 infill buildings right across the street. Offered Section 37 monies 15 years ago. Haven't seen a nickel of that. But I'll tell you what did happen with that, because we didn't really sort of digest it in its entirety. Some 240 plus trees got cut 12 years ago, 15 years ago, when that application came in. They're gone. Have been gone for the past 15 years. I'll tell you another consequence of that particular application. We were convinced that some new road had to go in and along the ravine, which that plan had. So what did that do? It caused Metrolinx to have to lift Finch Avenue to build the LRT at a cost of millions of dollars. for a road that may never happen. Hadn't happened for the past 12, 15 years. Ain't probably going to happen. You know why? Because now the new folks are coming in with other plans. They're stacking 55-story buildings on the corner of Sentinel and Finch. Different plan. More trees gone. Maybe you didn't have to cut down the 240 plus trees that you did back then. Because that's what happens with these applications. Didn't see a nickel of that Section 37 from back then. Not a nickel. 15 years later. That's the urgency we had then. Like we had fire under us. Now, a simple immigrant like me should be grateful for the enlightened wisdom and oversight that sometimes some folks provide for me. My area, it should be grateful for that.
10 seconds.
But I got to tell you that enlightened wisdom back then didn't serve us well. I'm hoping that folks will just, give me a few weeks pause to understand this so that, we can make some sense of it and do the best we can, as we're always trying to do for this area. That's what I was elected to do. I hope you give me the opportunity to do that. Thank you so very much.
Okay, so we have the deferral motion on the screen. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, the deferral's been moved.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Now, our next item is the timed item after members' motion. So it's 12 o'clock. So what I would suggest, if members of council agree, rather than us have lunch to 2, that we'll break for lunch now and come back at 1:30. And then this way we can continue with the members' motion, the timed item, and then that would be it on the agenda. Is that okay?
I know when I suggest these things, but couldn't we even have a shorter lunch? I mean, because I just think, look, I think if we're being realistic about this, there's a couple of matters left to deal with that are going to take a little bit of time this afternoon. And I think we sure want to, look, I'll call it the way it is here. I am not missing any of that hockey game because we're going to be sitting here talking about.
I'm not missing the hockey game either.
Important as these things are. I mean, the Leafs and Game 6 are really important, Speaker.
Right.
So I think if we cut a half an hour out of lunch and came back here at 1 o'clock, and hopefully the staff can deal with that and people don't have too many meetings, we can then get on with business.
Yeah, is that okay with staff? Okay, so the mayor's moved that we break for lunch at 12 and come back at 1 o'clock. Promptly at 1 o'clock, please. And everybody with their videos on so we know you're here, please. Thank you. In favor? Carried.
Members, we're about to start the meeting momentarily. If you have not turned on your camera yet, please do so.
Okay, members of council. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we will now do the member motion run-through. Following the run-through, council will consider item EX 32.15 on tree removal permit appeals, delegation to community council. Okay, so first motion is MM 43.1. We'll put it on the screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, number of members, I realize are not connected to the voting system yet, so I'm going to be calling for their votes momentarily. Councillor Bradford, please, on the motion to waive referral. Could members use their microphones, please, when stating their votes?
Waive referral, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford in the affirmative. Councillor Bailao, please.
Yes.
Councillor Bailao in the affirmative. Councillor Mantis, please.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis in the affirmative. And Councillor Robinson, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Robinson, we did not hear you. In the affirmative, thank you.
In the affirmative?
Yes.
Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16-5.
I'll hold the item, Genzelman and Wong.
Okay, it's being held. Thank you. MM 43.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote on the referral.
Recorded vote. Sorry, Speaker, I'd like a recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Robinson, how do you vote, please? Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16-4.
Okay, on the item, on favor, carried.
Councillor Grimes, hold. Hold, Councillor Grimes, hold.
Councillor Grimes, you would like to hold?
Yes, please, thank you.
Thank you.
Really? I need to get into this. This is critical.
So Councillor Grimes is holding.
Can I put this in?
MM 34.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Hold, it's Councillor Fletcher. Hold, please, hold. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, you'd like to hold?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. MM 43.8. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4311. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving
Recorded.
Pardon?
Recorded vote, please. A recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded. Recorded vote on to refer? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Mayor Tory, please, and thank you. Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Cole, are you able to vote, please, using the system? Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, are you logged into the system? Could you state your vote then, please? In favor, thank you. Could you use your microphone, please?
In favor.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 17-4.
On the
Hold,
item?
please. Hold, please, Denzelman and Wong.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. MM 43.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.20. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.21. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
So, Speaker, I have an amendment prepared by staff, if the clerks can put it up.
Okay, we can put the amendment on the screen. Okay, the amendment is on the screen by Councillor Fillion. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. MM 4322. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4323. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral.
Recorded vote on the referral, Madam
I get
Speaker.
recorded votes on both waiving and the item if not waived.
Okay, recorded vote on waiving referral.
Madam Speaker, we have recorded one more vote than we see members present on the screen. So could I ask if there's a member who's voted whose screen is not on to either so indicate or turn on their camera, please? Councillor Grimes, are you present in the meeting? Madam Speaker, we've received a vote from Councillor Grimes, but I don't see him present in the meeting, so we will withdraw the vote before we announce the results.
I'm in the affirmative.
All right, Madam Speaker, we were able to record Councillor Grimes' vote. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16-5.
Vote on the item.
Recorded as well, Madam Speaker.
Just stand by, members. Thank you. Voting panel is now open. Councillor Grimes, are you present in the meeting?
Okay, I don't know. Councillor Grimes, can you please turn your video on?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we did record a vote from Councillor Grimes, so we're going to remove.
Okay, his video's on now. Councillor Grimes, please leave your video on.
Yeah. Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 19-3.
MM 4324. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject for referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral?
I get recorded votes on both as well again.
Recorded vote.
Thanks, Speaker.
Councilor Perruzza, can you enter your vote, please? The motion to waive referral carries. Speaker, the vote is 20-2.
Okay, on the
Point of
item,
order?
recorded vote.
Point of order?
Oh, sorry, point of order, Council Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I have an opportunity to vote against item F separately?
Okay, so Councillor Holiday wants a separate vote on F. Okay, so we'll vote on F first. Okay, recorded vote. On part F, yes.
Councilor Perruzza, can you enter your vote, please? Speaker, part F of the item carries. The vote is 19-3.
Okay, on the remainder. He wants, Councillor Matlow asked for a recorded vote.
The balance say the item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
AMM 4325, notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried on the item. All in favor? Carried.
For a recorded vote on the item, please, Speaker.
Recorded vote on the item. Okay, sorry. Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Ainsley, please. The item carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
AMM 4326, notice that this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4327, notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4328. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. Pardon? Yeah, on all three? Okay, yeah, but just wait till I get to it, Councillor Cole. Okay, all in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailão, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
MM 4329. Notice of this motion has not been, okay, Councillor Cole and Councillor Pasternak, please. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to a reopening of item TE 26.9. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item? All in favor? Carried. MM 4330. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4331. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item,
Recorded.
Pardon?
Recorded, please.
Recorded? Okay, recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Cole, we're in the middle of a vote, please.
Councillor Pasternak, can you enter your vote,
Councillor
please?
Pasternak, we're voting.
Councillor McKelvey, are you able to enter your vote, please? Councillor Robinson, we see you do not seem to have received the vote, so if you could state it verbally, please.
Did you hear me, John?
Now we can hear you. Yes, Councillor?
Yes, yes, yes.
In the affirmative, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 21-1.
MM 4332. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4333. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded vote, please, Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Very important. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I guess I'm going too fast. Oh. Okay, we're voting on the item.
Councillor Holliday, could you enter your vote, please? Councillor Carroll, are you able to enter your vote? And Councillor Robinson, could you state your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. MM 4334. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4335. This motion
Oh,
has
sorry,
been deemed urgent.
I thought, oh, it was for debate.
Pardon?
Oh, tried to hold that. Okay. I tried to hold that. I was going to
Okay.
add the Ontario line.
Okay. You want to add Ontario onto it?
Yep.
Okay, so why don't you just add it on as a friendly amendment?
I will, but I have to do that. Right, I have to send it in.
Okay. Yeah, so that's okay, Councillor Fletcher, if you want to add that on as a friendly amendment. If you can just send it up and we can just amend it.
I will. I'm just.
Yeah, we'll hold it and then you can
There we
send it.
go. Thank you.
And then
Yeah.
you can send it up, okay, Councillor? Thank you. MM 4335. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4336. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Hold. Councillor Perks.
Well, we just moved it, Councillor Perks. We just voted on it.
I tried to hold it. I'm sorry. Sometimes the microphones are slow to turn off. I have questions of staff on the item. I know that we've got to get through fast, Speaker, but it really is hard when you can't just be in the chamber.
Okay, so we've already voted on it. We need to reopen it. Who wants to move to reopen it? Oh. Okay, we'll hold the item down.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I do appreciate it.
MM 4337. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agendas before council for debate.
Recorded.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to enter your vote? Thank you. And Councillor Robinson, how do you vote, please?
The affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
MM 4338. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4339. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4340. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4341. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4342. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4343. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate.
Can I hold the item, Madam Speaker?
I don't know who said that. Councillor Bylaws, sorry, okay. So Councillor Bylaws holding the item down. Okay. And Councillor Fletcher, if you can send up that minor amendment so we can.
I'm doing that, yeah, I'm getting that done. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So we will now go to the timed
Speaker?
item.
Speaker?
Yes,
Speaker?
yes,
It's Councillor Perks.
Councillor Perks.
On item 43.5, which is the alcohol and parks item, I sent a note to center table requesting that either sort of health or public health staff familiar with the drug and alcohol policy work at the city could be available. If you could just confirm that they've been contacted, we'll have somebody that will be helpful.
Yeah, I
Madam
believe,
Speaker, we're in the process of doing that right now. Just remind members, while we're doing members' motions, it is hard for us to do other tasks while we're doing that, but we're on it right now.
No, I'm in no way being critical. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't lost. Thank you.
all right. Okay, so our next item, which is the timed item EX 32.15. Okay. Questions? If anybody has any questions, if they can put their name on the list. Okay, Councillor Perks, do you have questions?
Yes, Speaker, I do. Excuse me. If so, I guess my first question is in the attachment provided, it looks to me like we had something in the neighborhood of 125 staff reports on as a result of people appealing staff's decisions on trees. Is that roughly right?
Through the speaker, that's correct. Council Perks, there's 129 staff reports, but over a 5-year period from 2017 to 2021.
Okay. And to generate a staff report and have staff available, I mean, you know, when you're organizing your forces, how many people within your department just do that part of it, just prepare the reports that come to community council?
To the speaker, I couldn't give you an exact number of how many people are involved in it, but I could certainly, and I may ask him to supplement. The process is a integrated process, you know, where the request is put in, there's usually a tree visit, there's an assessment by our staff, and then the recommendations are made, but the recommendations are only made after.
Janie, if I could interrupt, sorry, I've only got 5
Sure.
minutes. I understand the process, you know, of staff making the decision. I'm only interested in what happens with the appeals. That gives you an additional staffing burden. Could you just ballpark it for me?
I'm gonna, through the speaker, I'm gonna ask him to ballpark that.
Thank you. So through the speaker, the assistant planner who reviews the file would prepare the appeal report. It is then goes vetted through about 2 other staff. So I would ballpark 3 to 4 staff are involved in each staff report that goes to community council.
Okay, thank you very much. And how many applications total? No, I'm not talking about staff reports here. In a year, how many applications total do you think we get for tree removals?
So through the speaker, we actually have that data. You know, it varies from year to year, but I would say in the last 5 years, the lowest being 8,600 and the highest being over 13,000. So approximately 10 to 12,000 a year on average.
10 to 12,000 a year. Okay. And getting a sense of those 10 to 12,000, a certain number get appealed. You need 3 staff for managing all of that. It looks to me like in 17 instances, council over the last 5 years, so 3 a year, where council overturned the recommendations from staff on the appeal process, right?
Through the
About
speaker,
that.
that's correct.
Okay. All right. So 10 to 12,000 applications a year, and we allocate 3 staff every time there's an appeal in order to save 5 trees or to overturn staff's decision about 5 times a year. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for forestry staff. Thank you for the supporting report that you provided here. Would you be able to provide a similar report that could go to the IEC committee annually on the numbers that are coming to community councils and the result of that?
For the speaker, we track those numbers annually. It would be a very easy report to report on if so requested.
And the tree canopy report also comes to the IEC committee, so there's potential to tie that where it does come also, but maybe what is the current governance associated with the tree canopy report?
I'm going to ask Kim to answer that question. Kim, how often the canopy report comes to council?
Thank you. Through the speaker, I believe that we are currently reporting back every 3 years on progress related to tree canopy.
So you could report on numbers annually, and then on the years where the tree canopy comes, you could report those at the same time, so we can see that. Every year we have the context for what's happening at community council, and then when the tree report comes back, we can see that in context as well.
Speaker, certainly we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What are the grounds in the tree bylaw that would allow staff to grant a removal request? What are what's your policy on this?
Over to you, Kim.
Through the Speaker, staff currently have delegated authority through the bylaws to grant removals in situations such as poor condition, terminally diseased, imminent hazards, having impact on structure and load-bearing structures, and in as-of-right situations.
Okay, and so, but that's it. You know, if somebody says, I'm deathly allergic to this tree, here's a note from my doctor, I'm wheezing, can you help me please get it off my property? It's obstructing my pathway. Can't get my wheelchair over the bump. Do you have discretion to think sometimes through some unique situations?
So through the Speaker, I'll start. I believe, Council, we do certainly have some discretion for those type of specialized situations. And I should note that every tree appeal report and every tree permit removal application, there is an ongoing dialogue with the resident or the homeowner around the circumstances regarding that particular tree. In some instances, we also consult with public health, especially specific to the issues you're talking about, like allergies and things like that, and have been asked to report on things like black walnut trees and other allergic type trees on occasion, and have done that on a one-by-one basis when some of these special circumstances come up.
So my experience is a little different, though. I mean, in the reports that I've seen, it's quite often either the tree is healthy or it's not. If it's not, there's not much to talk about. The tree's removed. But if the tree is healthy, we often hear all kinds of reasons why people want to remove the tree. Sorry, Madam Speaker, there's some crosstalk here. I often hear a lot of reasons why, and I often hear the statement that staff think that this is a very interesting discussion and important, but the staff don't have discretion. That's what community councils are for. That's what council's for. Is that an accurate sentiment? Is that an accurate experience? Because Ms. Statham just told us that there's some fairly narrow circumstances. And I'm just curious. I'd just love to hear staff's take on that.
I'll start and I'll turn over to Kim. I think the fact that we have roughly 12,000 of these applications every year and only less than 1% are appealed, I think demonstrates that staff do have an iterative and sort of ongoing discussion with the residents and homeowners about the approaches that they're taking and the requests that they're making around tree removals. I would say, and Kim can confirm, that when staff deny a tree removal, it is usually for circumstances that they don't think they have absolute discretion on under the bylaw. Certainly a healthy tree with no known construction impediments or development approaches or anything like that, are the types of things that we would often deny, and that's where we see some of the appeals coming forward. But I should note that the number of appeals, considering the number of tree removal requests that we actually receive, is quite small. So I think that demonstrates that we generally work quite successfully with the residents and the homeowners around the outcomes of these requests.
So in the report, it talks about, there's a bunch of reasons why trees are asked to be removed and they're granted, and it has to do with construction and that type of thing. And then there's another category, which is aesthetic. Forgive me, I just don't have time here to find the spot on the report, but I'm just going to tell you that empirically. But would it be a fair understanding or a fair read of this that aesthetic reasons is actually a much broader category that could be broken down into various types of things that people argue is the rationale for the removal of the tree? Could you offer council any insight, within that broad category, what some of the classic things that people ask you for and why they need to remove the tree? I appreciate there may be some that truly say, hey, I just don't like the look of it anymore. And, I get that, but I often find there's a whole bunch of other sub-arguments through there, including, damage to pipes, walls, walkways, that kind of stuff. Is there any insight you can provide to us?
Through the Speaker, I'm going to ask Kim to provide that insight, as she's directly involved in all of those applications.
Thank you. So through the Speaker, and I'll start with the context that the provisions of the bylaw direct staff to deny tree removals when those trees are healthy and maintainable. And so there are situations where a tree may or may not be maintainable. Councillor, to your question about some instances, some of the reasons that we find, and the wording that we used in the report was a perceived nuisance. So some of those instances could be not wanting to maintain the tree. It drops nuts, it drops sap, it drops leaves in roof gutters. We have seen other reasons around access or location. What we do through the review of these reports, and if and when we come to a decision where we have denied a request for a tree removal, it's because we have worked with the homeowner and there are other options to alleviate the concern of the homeowner or the applicant that do not require tree removal. And that's what we speak to them about, and those are often the types of reports that you can see in front of the community council.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, on an annual basis, how many new trees does the City of Toronto plant?
Through the Speaker, on average, we plant 120,000 new trees on city-owned property per year.
So when it comes to the 12,000 applications, isn't there an understanding that if those ever went to appeal and it was approved by, I guess, Community Council and Council, we would be able to plant 5 new trees on private property if those trees came down?
Through the Speaker, our compensation specifically for appeals, you're correct. The compensation that we look for is a 5-to-1. As we have discussed in previous meetings, we look for that as a combination of on-site planting or cash in lieu, and that is what would come before you in those reports.
So I thought I heard the figure earlier that there's 125 appeals a year and 5 were approved. Is that a correct number?
17 were approved, Councillor.
17 were approved. So
17 were approved to the extent that, you know, they reversed the staff recommendations around not allowing the tree removal. And in 17 instances, the staff recommendations were not supported and the trees were removed.
All right. So at the end of the day, when we talk about appeals that were denied, there's an opportunity loss of hundreds of trees based on these numbers. In other words, if you have 117 appeals and we turn them all down, we've lost the opportunity to plant almost 600 trees.
So I think through the Speaker, the way that we would look at it is compensation. Of course, what we would be looking at is removing a tree of a large stature, providing strong benefits, of course, to the local environment. The compensation planting, these are smaller trees that would then, of course, take time to establish and compensate for that canopy loss. So the way that you described it, Councillor, is one way to look at it, but it's also in terms of what's being removed and what's being replaced and the time it would take to recoup on those benefits.
Okay, fair enough. And I realize a large 40-year-old tree performs a better public good than a stick. But that being said, isn't this almost the only avenue we have to get a extended tree canopy on private property, other than a development application?
Through the Speaker, no, we have plenty of opportunities to increase canopy on private property. We do that through our own grants and incentives program, and we also work with partners across, community partners across the city, such as LEAF, who run a backyard tree planting program as well.
Right, but those are subsidized tree programs. This is the only time we have in which the property owner is, other than a development application, is required at their own expense to plant trees on private property. Is that not correct?
I mean, Kim can correct me, but through the Speaker to the Councillor, it's the only time we would direct a homeowner around tree planting would be through the appeals process. You're correct.
Okay. Now, what we're really here to discuss is delegated authority. Now, are there any legal impediments to us having full delegated authority to our community councils to have the final word on these appeals?
I see Wendy has turned her camera on. I'm going to ask her to.
Through you, Madam Speaker, there's no legal impediment to delegating this to community councils.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So we're looking today at the concept of treating the private tree bylaw as strictly a local matter, that it would become a matter for community council because it's local in nature and nothing else. But I just wanted to ask, the first time I ever heard of the idea of having a private tree bylaw in this room was when we first began to think that a city should have a policy around increasing its tree canopy. The private tree bylaw was born out of that tree canopy discussion, was it not?
Looking to kick the history.
Well,
Through the
she's younger
speaker,
than both
apologies,
of
I
us,
was
so I
looking-
don't know if that works out, but we can try.
Through the speaker, I can answer. So in 2004 was the first time that the City of Toronto, post-amalgamation, had a harmonized private tree bylaw, which harmonized the bylaws from the former Toronto and former Scarborough into a citywide private tree bylaw.
And at that time, we also committed that our tree canopy from years of clear cutting was woefully inadequate, and we should endeavor to increase our tree canopy, at the very least maintain it. Am I right? Around the same time.
Yes, Councillor, you're correct.
Yes. So going forward, I know that in all likelihood we're going to get a motion that if we do this, that we should start reporting on it intermittently in Works Committee. We should get a report from time to time on what's going on, because we'll no longer have a sense of it from how appeals are carried out here in the council chamber. So that would be a way of bringing to a central standing committee how things are going with the private tree bylaw. Would it be onerous to add to that motion that we should hear back not just on the numbers, but that we should hear, we should get an overview and a report of what reasons are used to exempt an owner from the private tree bylaw, so that we can make sure that we continue to apply it consistently?
Through the speaker, Councillor, that would be very easy for us to do in that report back, if requested.
It wouldn't be hard to do in the body of the report. Okay. And
Yeah,
lastly,
we can
things
certainly,
like
look at that information and.
okay, and things like we got a rather important legal opinion, and I don't think I'm divulging anything here because it was made public after. I just asked this because one of my colleagues earlier, in using examples of exemptions, used allergies. And we've in fact a number of times ruled on that as a council, that we can't use allergy as a reason to remove a tree, because if you really are that allergic, the only way to protect you would be to remove all the trees of that species, which is not something we're going to do because of one person's allergy.
To the speaker.
So something like that would come forward in the works report over an annual period of time, if we proceed with the motion that I anticipate. Am I right about that?
Certainly, we can track that as well. Yep, through the speaker,
Okay.
Councillor, certainly we can track that as well. And as I noted, those types of requests are we always consult with Toronto Public Health before making any decision or recommendation on those.
100%. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. I may have missed this one, but out of the 12,000 applications, how many are granted and how many are refused? What percentage?
Through the speaker, I'm going to ask Kim to answer, but just to be specific, you're on an annual basis, I'm not sure if we have this data with us, how many of the total requested are granted for reasonable reasons that are all stipulated within the bylaw, and how many lead to appeal as a result of that? Kim, is that data that we have handy in the totality?
Well, I can walk through what we have and hopefully frame the context for the councillor. So through the speaker, of the roughly 11,000 applications that we receive each year, roughly 30 go to community council. So what's before you in the report is that of 129 reports that went to community council.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think that's my question. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
There's 11,000. Sometimes they're turned down and someone doesn't appeal it. Or are only 30 turned down and everybody appeals it who has it turned down? That's really the question.
Through the speaker, thank you for the clarification. What we have in front of us today is that of that 11,000, roughly less than 1% come forward as appeals. So the other way of saying that is that we
it's not, I'm sorry.
I understand
Still
your
have to
question,
keep
Councillor.
trying.
You're looking for the yes or no on the 11,000.
I'm looking for, of 11,000, 10,000 are approved and 1,000 aren't approved, and a tiny sliver of people come forward to appeal it. Sometimes people just accept that it's not being, that they can't cut the tree down. So I don't know what those numbers are, and I think that's significant.
Through the speaker, Councillor, I think we'll have to look into that and get some better data for you. I know there's a whole number of reasons why tree applications would be approved or denied. Sometimes staff are able to work through with the resident the reasons.
Yeah, I just, yes.
Yeah, so
I just think as it coming
sure we
today
have an
for
easy
this
answer for you.
report, it would be important to know that of 11,000, there are 10,500 that are approved for all the reasons. There's 500 turned down, and of the 500, there is 30 that get appealed. Those to me are numbers that we should have in front of us from this report, and I would, perhaps you could pull those up quickly. And a number of years ago, we added in another category. So you have categories that are fair, poor, I guess good, and excellent. Or are there 4 categories? What are the categories?
Through the speaker, the categories of tree condition are poor, fair, good, and excellent.
And only a few years ago did you change it to have a poor or a fair, some that little bit more degraded, being able to pull that apart from a really bad condition to somewhat bad condition. And generally, would all the poor ones get a pass to be taken out?
Through the speaker, that's correct. Staff have delegated authority through the bylaw to approve removal permits for poor condition trees.
So I just am really interested in my first question, which is how many people apply, get turned down, and simply, how many people apply and get turned down? And then of that, a certain number appeal. We don't have that number here with us
So
today.
through the speaker,
you're
we don't have
basically
that.
telling
My
me right
apologies,
now.
Councillor. We were focusing on the appeals information rather than the larger sum. Undertake and get that information available.
Okay, by the time we're finished this debate.
I'm not sure. I think it's a more complicated dive into the data. I'm not sure it's an easy
okay.
It's an easy data pull.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. My camera was off earlier, so I was not able to hear the full series of questions that were posed. I'm curious, this is a matter that I'd say 8-9 years ago or so, we had the decision for community councils to make the decision to dealing with the tree. Was that correct?
Through the speaker, sorry, Janie, but through the speaker in 2007, City Clerk came forward with a report, and that is what is referenced in the report before you today.
Right. So community council used to have that authority. It was brought to to city council for them to have the final authority. Is that correct? Is that
through the speaker, it's the opposite, Deputy Mayor. The authorities for tree appeals have always laid with City Council. In 2007, it was considered, along with other local matters, whether it should be delegated to Community Council. And at that time, trees were not included in that list.
I'm sorry, and you said it was 2007?
That's correct.
Right. And so you're saying that community council never had the authority, the delegated authority prior to that?
They did not, through the speaker, they did not have final decision making. So they always had authority. The tree reports went to community councils first, but final decision making was of the authority of city council.
Okay. And so what we're considering here is giving them final authority to make those decisions?
That's correct, to the speaker, to you, Deputy Mayor.
Right. And so part of the concern, though, is in terms of protecting the tree canopy. Was it the view that somehow that if the matter went to community council would not actually have the fullness of the sort of numbers in terms of council to make a decision that would be protective of the tree canopy for the city?
If I can, through the speaker, to Deputy Mayor Thompson, my understanding is that the thinking was on being able to maintain a consistency in the way the final appeal decisions were being made, and that there were inconsistencies in the voting patterns in various areas of the city. So you may result in different types of decisions being made locally,
right.
And that the consistency would be guaranteed, not guaranteed, but at least would be tracked through city council.
With the council. So how would that consistency or inconsistency change if we were to revert back to providing community council with that authority?
So through the speaker, I can direct you to the supplementary information in the report. You can see the sort of the voting patterns of the various community councils. So you would see, I would assume, and I'm just projecting into the future, that the voting patterns of the past would likely continue into the future, with certain community councils denying just about every final appeal based on the staff recommendations, and others being adopting more of the residents' sort of concerns within the appeal process.
So there would be an unfair advantage in some areas, and others would say that they're protecting the tree canopy in other areas.
I would say through the speaker that if we were to follow the same voting patterns from the last 4 or 5 years, there would likely be an inconsistency of appeals decisions across the city.
Great, thank you very much for answering my question, Speaker. Those are all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. I think I still have no other questioners. Yes, seeing no other questioners, we're going to go to speakers. I believe Councillor Perks held the item. Councillor Perks, you're first.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have a motion. So I am moving that we delete the executive committee recommendation and instead adopt a recommendation which has the effect of eliminating the political appeal process altogether and leaving the final decision with the general manager, Parks, Forestry, Recreation, or her designate. And it just makes the necessary amendments to the municipal code in order to achieve that. So I think scale and fairness and effective governance are things we have to have in mind when we do this decision. I'm like the rest of you. If I could, I have hated every moment of having to debate individual trees at Toronto City Council. I think the mayor and Councillor Ainsley and everybody else is absolutely right on this point. It is not an effective use of our time. That being said, what is an effective use of our time is establishing the bylaw in the first place, right? We decide what the parameters are going to be, and then we tell staff go implement it. Now, unfortunately, there are members of council who have never accepted that the will of the majority of council and the people we represent is in bylaw and it's done. We do not say you can cut a tree down if it's a nuisance, right? If it's dropping leaves in your gutter. We don't allow that. unless you're able to persuade your local councillor to say that the rules don't apply to you. And that just strikes me as bad governance. It's, I mean, imagine, like, we said, okay, the cost of riding the TTC is this, unless you phone your councillor up and they get an exemption for paying for transit for you at community council. Or you have to line up to get access for your kid at a community recreation center, unless you phone up your local councillor and they're able to get it through community council that the rules don't apply to you. It's terrible governance. I know there are members of council who don't like the tree bylaw, but we should not be having politicians saying there are two sets of rules, one for 12,000 people and one for 3 or 4 people who just happen to, be pals with the local councillor. It's just a terrible, terrible way to manage things fairly. The other thing is, in terms of effective governance, it's bizarre to me that we send out professional arborists and look at the site and have a conversation with the homeowner and see if there's a way of solving the problem, do all of that very, very good work, and then throw it out the window, and then add extra staff time to go back over the whole file, write up a staff report, be available to answer any questions. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't think as a practice, this council should get into the habit of setting up mechanisms so that individuals who happen to have a good relationship with the local councillor who happens to not agree with the bylaw that's in place get excluded from the rules. So if you want to stop wasting our time, city staff time, and instead, have a consistent and coherent way of treating people equally under our bylaws, please vote for my motion. If you think that councillors should be able to just throw the tree bylaw out the window because they never agreed with it and should be able to hand out favors to individual constituents that the other 10,000 people don't get, vote against. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Holliday on a point of order.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wondered if you could consider Councillor Perks's remarks about handing favors out. I find that highly inappropriate. Just as you, Madam Deputy Speaker, talked about your ability to read the report and offer an opinion, I think Councillor Perks's remarks, I respect that he has an opinion on this, but that implies rationale behind Councillor's approach to these things. I don't think that's right.
Well, Councillor, I would take a much more harsh approach to ruling on this if he had identified a single member of council. I did not hear him identify even a region of council. And so I'm at a loss.
A point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to deal with one at a time.
Madam Speaker, if I may just offer the comment that anyone listening to the debate, regardless if it was about an individual or a reason, it reduces our council, and maybe it speaks to rationale behind the way that people behave here. And I just don't think that's a positive thing for anyone watching this debate. We have lots of reasons why we take approaches to things, but when it's implied that it's personal or it's a buddy or something like that, that speaks to integrity. And I regret those remarks were made. I'm not going to ask anything more than that, other than if people could just be more considerate when they make remarks that speaks to the integrity of the council.
Councillor Holliday, that is a very fair request. Councillor Perks, I think it is fair to ask that we be very careful, even if we're not mentioning names, not to imply that you 100% are aware of what causes a particular practice. Is that a guideline that you could follow in future?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you for your careful treatment of this point of privilege. Perhaps in future, instead of using the phrase hand a favor out, I'll say give special treatment too.
I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. Councillor Pasternak, you had a point?
Well, I know, I echo the comments of Councillor Holliday. When he doesn't specifically mention a councillor, it doesn't mean he's exempt from violating our rules of order. He disparaged the entire council, saying that if we grant a tree exemption, it's special favors for our buddies, and that is totally false and inappropriate.
Okay, having already ruled, that is the same point, and I'll just to be really clear, if we're going to have a tense discussion here, those were points of privilege on behalf of council, not points of order. So if there are similar points of privilege coming up, they should be different from the one that I've already discussed with Councillor Holliday. Thank you. I'm going to go on to, seeing no questions of the mover, I'm going to go on to the next speaker. Councillor Minnan-Wong, you are the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start off by disabusing people of the nonsensical rationale that the last speaker used with regard to we should always be deferring to staff and that we shouldn't be throwing out their decisions. And in this case, that's what we would be doing. We do that all day long. All you have to look at is at all the stop sign reports and speed studies that the staff say that we shouldn't be putting in, and we overturn staff all day long. So that's a practice that's acceptable and that council members use. I'm going to support the recommendations in the motion, and the reason why I'm going to do that, I mean, this is pretty easy for me. Should we be delegating this to the local community councils? Yes. Why? Ask yourself, is this a local issue? And the only conclusion you can come to is yes. Local councilors know their neighborhoods better, and community councils also know the areas better. So, I mean, that's an easy decision to make. The only reason why you would be bringing it to the main councils because there are those councilors that are outside the community council's jurisdiction. They want to impose their point of view on something that is fundamentally local in nature, and in most circumstances, they want to say no to those applications. So, is it local in nature? Absolutely. Therefore, should it be at the local community council? Absolutely. Should we be making council meetings more efficient? Well, I'm not even going to answer that question. I think you all know that we should. And when we have these tree applications coming to the main council, we all roll our eyes. Why are we spending hours and hours on a tree application? It is not efficient use of council's time. So should we delegate it to staff? Let's delegate everything to staff. No, that's our job, to make these decisions. We take the recommendations, we actually give the decision to staff. They come up with a position. So we ask them their opinion, they do their job. And it's up to us to decide whether that decision was correct or not. And we use our best judgment using the local knowledge that we have. And that's why I'm going to be supporting the recommendations that were made at Executive Committee. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that City Council requests General Manager PFNR in consultation with City Clerk to report to the IEC Committee annually on the tree bylaw appeal volume and the outcomes at community councils acting under delegation. So this is complementary to the motion that was adopted by the Executive Committee. And I think, I will support that recommendation that was brought forward by Councillor Ainsley, and I thank him for that because I've had conversations with numerous other councillors, including Councillor Grimes, about maybe at some point doing a member's motion on this. So I appreciate that he brought that forward to Executive committee. But I think the motion that I have here just gives us the ability to actually look at the numbers every year. And the numbers that we saw in this report aren't suggesting that this is a huge problem that council does need to address. And the numbers seem to support that we can go the community council route. And I think we can have a look at that annually. And city staff also said on the years where it comes back with the tree canopy report, they can couple that report together so we can look at it in the broader context across the city. So I'm hopeful that you'll join me in supporting the motion from the executive committee as well as the motion I have before you today.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll has a question for you. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Sorry, just a very quick one. I hope you heard my questioning. I asked staff if that report could also include analysis that shows us trends. While things are back in community council, when they report to your committee, they'd report on trends as well as numbers. Is that something you could, as chair of the committee, sit down with them to discuss if your motion is successful?
Certainly, and in fact, I'm happy to add a friendly amendment that says and the rationale for any tree permits granted or overturned. So I am to add that so that report comes back at council. And while I am chair right now, I don't know if I will be next year. So I think that putting that into the motion would be a better way to do that and ensure that in the absence of myself, that does get addressed.
Right. Thank you. That's all, Madam Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a question?
I do, and it's going back to the question that I'd asked Ms. Romoff and Ms. Stratton earlier, just of the total volume of requests that the city gets and forestry gets removal, how many are approved, how many are denied, and how many are appealed? To me, I think those figures are really critical to understand if just what the whole thing looks like. So I'd like to move that motion. It'd be easier to just add that onto yours. But I'm wondering what you're thinking. You're muted. Muted. Still muted. Mr. Clerk, she's muted.
Councillor McKelvey, you're on mute.
Sorry, I gave you this really great answer to your question. Okay, sorry, unmuted. My answer was, I think that is implied. I chose the title from the report that staff used, which said report volume and outcomes. And so in that table they have there, it has it broken down by North York, Toronto East Council, Etobicoke, York, Scarborough. And then it does say within that the total number of staff reports that came forward, the number that had staff recommendations adopted, the number that had them amended, the number that were deferred back. And so they do have those numbers that are in there. And so I chose that title implying that the same data we saw in the supporting report today would be what would brought forward annually.
I'm just asking for different data, which the general manager was unable to supply today. Of those 11,000, how many do staff approve? Because they're not going to be appealed.
Oh, I see what you mean.
How many are turned down? Is it 5,000 turned down and there's only 30 people that appeal? Or is it 40 people, 40 that are turned down and 30 of them appeal? I feel that that's an important piece of information we're missing, and I think it's important to have that every year.
Likewise, I'm happy to add that as a friendly amendment. That's a fair point.
Yes, I'll add that.
I thought you were just talking about the ones that came to us. Yeah, no, that's fair as well. I'll add that in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
You'll add that in, or I'll add that in?
If you want to draft as a friendly amendment, but I already agreed to a friendly amendment with Councillor Carroll, so I can try to get both in and then send it to both of you for your approval.
That's perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, question, clarification of the motion?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I wondered if the councillor would consider it a friendly amendment to offer an option that says, or an open data solution. And the reason I bring that up is there may be a way to simply mine the information that's online about council decisions pretty easily to get annual outcomes by district. It's probably not far from what we've got in terms of the spreadsheet right now. And the reason I raise this is it gives the staff the option of not having to write an annual report and frankly, reopen the debate once a year. That's my concern on it. If people are worried about the data, I think the data is out there. And if it's the councillor's intent to sort of re-debate this each time, if I may suggest that as a friendly amendment, I don't know.
Madam Speaker, we have to kind of object all this.
So I mean, I think that we want to see this in the first year, and then maybe we could amend to do that. I'm certainly not opposed to having an open data set as well. So adding it as an and as opposed to an or at this point. But I mean, I think we're comfortable to look at I think we should look at the data as council next year, and then we can make that decision going forward. I think the numbers will continue to show this isn't a big problem.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so where are you headed today?
GI clinic.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you for your that's right, not you.
Okay, I don't know what's happening with, okay, like, it seems like all the questions that we're asking Councillor McKelvey to amend her motion, there's too many amendments. So if members of council want to put their own motion through, because we can't just keep asking questions, amendment. So, you know. Councillor Cole, do you have a question, clarification of the motion?
I was just wondering, following up on Councillor Fletcher's question of Councillor McKelvey on those numbers. She had 4 specific figures she wanted, you know, how many were cut down, how many requests, how many were denied. Do we have that? Can I have those 3 points from you or the Commissioner of Parks, somebody?
Councillor Cole, where we are now is asking a question to Councillor McKelvey on her motion.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if she has that in her motion, that we can get that from her.
No, it's not in her motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Point of order then. Can I have a point of order?
Okay.
Where are the staff?
No, we're asking questions to the previous motion.
Oy.
No, I know.
I'm making a motion, Mike, on that.
Okay, thank you.
But I need it now. I want to help make my decision here. I need that information now. Where's staff?
Well, we've already asked questions of staff. We're at speakers now.
Oy vey.
Wow. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to offer a couple of comments. I'm going to support the motion that's before us. One of the guiding principles is that I believe in the citizens' right to appeal, to come forward and explain their case. That's always been one of my criticisms about the process. You know, a citizen can come to community council and talk and explain about their situation, to compel the councillors that are familiar with the area a little bit about their situation. But often when these reports come to City Council doesn't get the benefit of that nuance. And I've talked to many people about that, and they're frustrated. They're frustrated over that process, and it speaks to a confidence issue in our government, and I'm going to come back to that in a sec. You know, there's a proposal out to just delegate this all to staff. But, you know, I heard in the answers to the questions, and frankly, in my experience, the staff have a very, very narrow ability under the policy to approve the removal of a tree with respect to the conditions. In other words, they're not given a wide bandwidth of discretion. That's normally left to elected officials to do. And that's the essence of why we've got the councils in the process to consider the individual circumstances. So I think delegating this into staff's hands is a de facto narrowing of the conditions to basically, as Ms. Statham said, a healthy and maintainable tree will not be removed. And there is no caveat to what maintainable means, or how practical, or how expensive, or how that person can achieve that. And maybe the most difficult part of the experience for anyone that has gone through seeing their appeal go through the community council process and then get to City Council, and the subject of many, many conversations that I've had, is the arbitrariness about it. And I don't mean about some of the remarks that Councillor Perks made about, how people feel or treat, or are individual about certain things. You know, what I've come to learn about this council is that the mindset is fairly split here about how philosophically people approach trees. And there's a deeper political philosophy, I believe, on that. But it often comes down to what time of the day their appeal comes to the floor of council, the temperament of council, because we're human beings in this room, and we get grumpy, we've seen that. And frankly, who's in the room and who's not tilts the numbers. So it can be literally that arbitrary. And people see that process, people understand that process, and they just say, you know, the heck with this political process. You know, what kind of city do we live in? Why don't I get a fair hearing? And why is it luck that my tree came out and that one didn't? And, you know, it just comes down to factors like that. And I'm really frustrated about that. So I'd like to see that fixed. And, you know, ultimately, these are very, very political arguments. And it's the classic question of, you know, the needs of the individual versus the needs of the many. You know, I understand some of my friends on council have that view about the needs of the many. And, you know, one tree is going to tip the balance in the world. Like, we have 318 billion trees in Canada. I mean, that's according to a Google site. You know, that's a lot of trees. So, you know, in my view, the needs of the individual and the things they're dealing with on their property are more important. And it's because people need to have faith in their government and in their political system that, you know, at least their individual needs are going to be considered. And they understand what's at stake here in terms of the tree canopy in the city. And, you know, when I have that conversation, are you okay to plant 5 replacements or 10 or whatever it is? Yeah, sure. I like trees. This particular one's an issue. Can you help me out, councillor? Can you make my case before council? Can you support me in that? And, you know, that's often how the process goes. And community council may agree or disagree, and city council may agree or disagree. And we have that hard conversation about, you know, sometimes it's going to come down to luck. So just don't expect anything at the end of the process until you find out how the process goes. So if there's a way to try something out a little different, I understand from clerks that, you know, if council changes its mind again in the future, we could do that. But maybe there's an opportunity to try something a little better here with a better outcome. And most importantly, something that citizens will look back and say, hey, I agree with the process outcome. I disagree with the process outcome. But you know what? You gave me my fair hearing, and I have faith in the integrity of the process. And I think that's all I can ask as a member of City Council, that we adhere to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to begin with what I disagree with Councillor Holyday on, but I can assure him that I'm going to conclude on what I agree with him on. So what I disagree with Councillor Holyday on are the vast majority of the debates over individual trees that we consider at council. I disagree with Councillor Holyday using the number of trees that we might have in Canada as an argument for why we shouldn't be protecting healthy trees here in Toronto's neighborhoods. And in fact, I would submit that we are in need of more trees to contribute to our quality of life, to create an age-friendly city, and to contribute to a healthy environment. And I also disagree that it should be seen through solely the prism of an individual property owner's need when we collectively either benefit or have adverse effects of having fewer or more trees in our city. We are all impacted by each tree and all of the trees. So we do all have a vested interest in our overall canopy. Where I agree with him is, first of all, he, along with the rest of our colleagues, I don't believe are doling out favors or have any sort of malicious or ill-intended, motivation behind what they do when it comes to trees. I know Councillor Holyday to be a person of enormous integrity, and even when I disagree with him, I believe him. I believe that his world viewpoint is that the state should not be intervening in the individual property owner's ability to have a say over their quality of life and how they want to manage their own property. And he believes in it, and he's consistent, and his vote is consistent and his voice on the matter is consistent. And I just don't see any reason to suggest anything other than him standing by his conviction and his beliefs. I also recognize that each of these tree debates take up an enormous amount of time of our city council. And I do believe that it's more properly debated at the community council. And for many of the arguments that Councillor Holiday made with respect to even just the community involvement in that discussion. While I agree in principle with Councillor Perks's suggestion that we should be relying on arborists' decision, I also recognize that our staff are not always right, that humans do make mistakes, and that the fundamental right of appeal should be protected. I think that we are gaming the system politically if we are merely thinking that based on this configuration of council, could Toronto and East York protect more trees? Maybe. Would other community councils, maybe fewer? Maybe. Will that be the same after the next election? Who knows? But that's not how we should be making a decision based on an evergreen policy of how we make these decisions as a whole. And ultimately, I think the real question should be, what is the best way to protect that right of appeal? If we're concerned about politicizing the decision, maybe we need, rather than, like a T-lab, a tree lab, or I don't know, some other way to consider those appeals. I don't know the answer to that, but maybe that's the question if we are concerned about how we make those decisions at even community council, never mind council. But it's politicized at council, it's politicized at community council, and I think we'd be hypocritical as Toronto and East York members, as Councillor Min Wong correctly said, to suggest that we don't ignore or disagree with staff's advice all the time. Stop signs, for example, they're a delegated authority to our community council. But, the entire city has a vested interest in those stop signs. I mean, we all drive through neighborhoods that are not in our own community councils, and road safety is important to us all. And there are times that we've had respectful disagreements with our staff, and we've put in road safety measures because we believed in them. So I support the recommendation for us. I disagree with Councillor Perks's motion, but not his intent. And I think that we should move ahead with allowing community councils to have that appeal delegated to them, but then ultimately, maybe at another time when we flush this through a little bit,
5 seconds.
consider the best way for the appeal process to have the integrity that we all want it to have. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you. Just getting some sage advice from my Etobicoke, North York colleague, Councillor Peruzza here. I just want to say that I was kind of astonished by what Councillor Perks was saying to you earlier in reference to Councillor Holiday. I mean, we are elected to listen to people and advocate and sometimes change bylaws, change speed limits, erect new safety barriers in parks. When people ask us to do these things, that's what we do as elected officials on a daily basis. And to infer that we're doing this as favors, I think Councillor Perks is usually a very wise person, but I don't think he really meant that. Because I know the ones we've had at North York Community Council, we don't know the people from Adam that come with these tree requests. And in many cases, some of them have even lawyers come in and request something be done, usually about black walnut trees, and claiming that the black walnuts are going to be a health hazard to their kids because they're allergic to nuts, etc. And they've had legal opinions, medical opinions. And, the frustration in all this is that, I think Councillor Holiday mentioned this, the problem is that our arborists, they're confined by just the health of the tree. And I know there's one case in particular where the tree in this elderly gentleman's yard and driveway was basically causing his driveway to basically be dysfunctional. It was just, erupting almost. And the wall of his house was also being compromised by the tree roots. But the arborist said to us, and we've got some very good arborists, said, the tree is healthy. I can't do anything about it. The tree is healthy, but meanwhile, this 80-year-old resident is saying, well, I can't use my driveway. That's going to cost me $20,000 to fix my wall and do the underpinning and to do the water coating on the wall. Who knows how many thousands, but the tree is healthy. So what are we supposed to do when they come to council? Are we supposed to say, sorry, the rule is the arborist decision is final, and even the arborist is saying to us, as sometimes we visit the site, the arborist will say, this is a tough one because I can see what this tree is doing. Yes, the tree is technically healthy, but look what it's doing to this house. And they say, well, I can't tell you anything else. I can't put that in my report. All I can say is that's a healthy tree. That's the dilemma we find ourselves in, and that's why I would in many ways like to leave it up to our arborist to make a final decision and not become the judge and jury about some of these appeals. Leave it up to the arborist, as Councillor Perk said. But on the other hand, then we would not be affording an opportunity for our residents to come and basically explain their case to their elected officials. That's what it is. They come and they are just trying to get somebody to listen. And that's what, again, we do as councillors. We're supposed to listen. Based on that, then we try to make some kind of changes or improvements, adjustments, and that's what this is. So in terms of the trees, I mean, that's why I wanted to get, I support Councillor Fletcher in trying to get those numbers. I don't think there are that many that actually get cut down, that we, at North York, I don't know how many, very few we've ever basically overruled the arborist at. So, and then I think of the whole thing about having community councils have more decision-making powers. Because we're finding less attendance at community council. They're not there online. The residents aren't going to the community council meetings. They're not paying attention. Online, there's maybe 60 people in the whole city of North York and Toronto. So we've got to give the community council a few more opportunities to be a listening post for residents. They're not going to come down to City Hall. I mean, right here now, there's 5 people here, I think, from City Hall. So they're not going to come here. So we have to, the principle of giving local council a bit more say on things. And that's why I support Councillor McKelvey's approach to this.
5 seconds.
It's a reasonable approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey is going to include my request in her motion as a friendly amendment, assuming clerks say that can happen. And I'll just speak to that. That's actually knowing of those 11,000, the total number of tree removal permits, it should say, I'd send a correction, considered by Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, along with the outcome. And I don't want that in brackets. Sorry, Councillor. I don't want it as kind of an afterthought. The outcome as to granted, refused, or appealed to Community Council. So I don't know how we're going to fix that. But I'm very clear on this. I'm actually quite shocked we don't have that information here today. It's just, to me, it's just baseline. If there's 11,000 tree removal requests, how many of the 11,000 are granted by forestry? Is it 1,000 and there are 10,000 people refused, and of that, there's 129 appeals? Is it of the 11,000, 10,000 are granted? There's 1,000 appeals and only 129, 1,000 refused and only 129 people that appeal that? I mean, those numbers to me are pretty important. What's the quantum of trees that are approved for removal automatically by staff? And I do have to agree that we don't always agree to with staff. Speed humps, I've never had staff recommend a speed hump ever. And I've had to override that since I got here at City Council. I'll just note that of these 11,000, of which there's only 129 appeals, that they're in North York, 70% of the time, these get dealt with. Adopting staff recommendation. Toronto East York, 85% of the time. Scarborough, Gold Star, Scarborough, 87% of the time. And Etobicoke, 40% of the time. And I think that's what has everybody into a bit of a crisis because of the numbers. But in reality, there are 25 appeals in Etobicoke between 2017 and 2021. So I just think that it's good to have a report that's going to come every year and let us know that, how many of these were asked for, how they were dispersed. It'd be really interesting to know how many trees were removed through development applications. We don't have that information. That's thousands and thousands of trees, because a while ago, tree bylaw was changed to make it absolutely easy to take out a tree if you have a committee of a development application, a committee of adjustment, or a development application. And that was done in 2015. Wasn't done with a great fanfare, so many of us actually didn't know that had happened until we were trying to protect a really beautiful old tree at a development. So there's lots that's happened. 2004, as you said, Councillor Carroll, in that government, there was a decision that tree canopy was very important, climate was very important. Tree canopy was an important part of our climate change plan. And we actually had a tree advocate. Joe Pantaloni was the tree advocate. Then Councillor Bearmaker was the tree advocate. Then Councillor Sarah Doucette was the tree advocate. And I don't think we do have a tree advocate now, but since 2004 till today, 18 years later, we have really focused on maintaining tree canopy in the city, growing the tree canopy in the city. And the fact that there are so few private trees removed from people's personal homes is, I think, part of that we've had a really good oversight. I didn't make a motion to say how many private trees have been removed for development. That would also be an interesting number, but maybe that will be next time. So I think probably that even though I think these should come here, I don't want to delegate staff because I don't always support staff's decision making. We have to have a second look. I think that is our role here. Going to go to speed humps and stop signs and everything else in the bylaw. But I also believe that we should make sure that we aren't just holus bolus having trees removed on appeal all the time. And I don't think we'd be having this conversation. I don't want to upset anybody from Etobicoke, but if Etobicoke had a better rate, we wouldn't be having this
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a technical amendment that staff have asked me to move. And so it's on the screen and simply adding into the recommendation in Chapter 658, ravine and natural feature protection. So the amended motion is on the screen before you. That's from staff. Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody for this discussion today. I don't think I've ever moved such a short motion, 38 words in total, that's created such a long debate. I originally brought this forward because we've had many, many debates at Community Council and then City Council on tree removal. I've heard from many of our colleagues there must be a different way to do this, a better way that's not tying up so much of everybody's time. So I want to thank everybody for their input today. I would in particular like to thank forestry staff for all of the work that they do in protecting our tree canopy in the city of Toronto. Often when I have community meetings and we discuss the trees and forestry and the tree canopy, I always hold up the city forestry booklet, Every Tree Counts. And I think that is very reflective of our staff in the forestry department and how important our tree canopy is as we deal with climate change. So I'd ask everybody to support the technical amendment and the motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Carroll.
Call the question, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the question has been called. On favor? Carried. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, motion by Counselor Perks, recorded vote. It's on the screen.
Councillor Lai, how do you vote, please?
Oppose.
Madam Speaker, we have received more votes than we see people in the meeting. So if there's a member who has their camera turned off or cannot turn on their camera, could they please so indicate? The motion does not carry. The vote is 3-19.
Okay, motion by Counselor McKelvey, as amended.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
I'd like to vote on them separately, please. Oh, tree bylaw bill volume. Yeah. A and B, please, Speaker. I don't support the delegation, but I support the report.
No, how do you want to,
I want to vote on A and B separately, please.
okay, on A,
Madam Speaker, we'll have to cancel the vote and start again.
Item A says you're supporting the delegation to council, community council, which I don't support. I support the report on B, okay? That's why I need them separate. Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, Counselor Fletcher, A is what you asked for the amendment.
No, B is the amendment. 1B is the amendment
Okay,
that
okay,
Councilor McKelvey put
let's
in.
vote, can we vote on separately?
Madam Speaker, can you just clarify that we're voting on the amendments, not on the delegated authority?
No, we're voting on the
Correct,
amendment.
but A, correct, the amendment to A, as I read it, says acting under delegation.
Okay, let's
So
just
that's assuming
vote on it
delegated.
separately, please.
Should we vote on point of privilege? Should we vote on this
after the delegation? Is that possible? Because this is really if it's delegated.
Correct, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
So I think it's the order that is
Madam
problematic,
Speaker, that's
because I
not
think people may
possible.
vote
The
against
main item is
delegation,
the
but then
delegation.
might vote for it.
Councillor McKelvey, that's not possible.
Point of order, Speaker. This is assuming delegation. Whether it's delegated or not, I still want to have item B reported annually. I think we should know. So I don't know if delegation is going to pass. Number A assumes it's passed. So if you vote for A, assuming it's passed already, and I'm sorry to cause a problem here, but I don't want to vote for something that I'm not going to support later. I'm not supporting the delegation to committee council, but I'm supporting the report back.
Okay, that's what I said. Let's vote on A. Let's just get it over with. Let's vote on A.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Layton here. My computer restarted, and so I'd like to be recorded.
Councillor Layton, we'll call for your vote
Don't
in
worry.
one moment.
There we go.
Councillor Bailao, please, are you able to enter your vote? Thank you. Right. Councillor Lai, please, how do you vote?
In the affirmative, please.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, how do you vote, sir?
In the affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, Part A of motion 2 carries. The vote is 19-4.
Okay, Part B. Did we want a recorded vote on this? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Bradford, are you able to enter your vote? Thank you. Councillor Layton, how do you vote, sir?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Lai, how do you vote?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the Part B, or the balance of motion 2 carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, the next motion. Motion by Councillor Ainsley.
Recorded.
Recorded.
Councillor Cole, are you able to enter your vote? Thank you. And Councillor Lai, how do you vote?
Are we voting on the main motion now?
No, this is on Councillor Ainsley's amendment.
Oh, okay. In the affirmative, please.
Thank you. Speaker, motion 3 carries. The vote is 19-4.
Okay, on item as amended. On favor?
Recorded.
Recorded.
You didn't think you'd get away with that, no? Recorded.
Paula, you should come up here. So we can hear you.
I might.
Yes.
You can hear me. I'm coming.
Come on, we want to finish this agenda, guys.
Councillor
Like,
Cole?
really?
We're
Like,
removing
Thank you.
authority from council. Come on, Frank.
Councillor Lai, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative, please.
Speaker, the item is amended carries. The vote is 18-5.
Okay, that's it. Do we have any quick releases before we go to the next item? No? Okay, well, I've already spoken to Councillor Fletcher, so I'll release item MM 4334. On favor? Carry. Thank you. Our next item is MM 43.5. Deputy Mayor Minawong, you held the item down. MM 43.5, the motion's on the screen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was
Okay.
trying to find the item as you didn't read it out. I don't have questions.
Okay, well, hold on.
I just wanted to speak on the item.
Okay, just a sec. We do have questions. Councillor Perks, question. Councillor Perks, you're on mute.
My apologies, long day. Is there someone here from Toronto Public Health?
Is there somebody here from Toronto Public Health?
Madam Speaker, it's Dr. Davila.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Davila. Thank you for
Okay, Councillor
time
Perks,
out of
you
your
can
very
ask your
busy
question.
schedule. Yep. Thank you so much for taking time out of your very busy schedule. First question. The City of Toronto has a drug and alcohol policy, much of which is administered by the Drug Secretariat within Public Health. Would I be right as characterizing the approach as we don't take a position on whether drugs and alcohol are good or bad? We acknowledge people are going to use them, but instead we try to reduce the harms from drug and alcohol use.
Through this, Councillor Perks, that is a good summary. All drugs have the potential to cause harm, including health harm. The idea is how do we mitigate or minimize that to the greatest extent possible?
Okay. And next question, through the unit I just described and the Toronto Drug Strategy Implementation Task Force, we've launched a review of that overall program, and we've signaled alcohol policy as a key part of that review, correct?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
In 2019, the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health did a review of alcohol policy in Ontario, and they made a couple of findings. One of those findings was that alcohol is much more dangerous both to individuals in the community than many illegal substances, correct?
So through the speaker, that is correct. That is those were the findings of that report from the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health.
They also found that steps that have already been taken to increase access to alcohol, such as selling it in supermarkets, have resulted in increased harms in the City of Toronto. For example, more emergency visits. Is that correct?
So through the speaker, that is also correct. There's no question. There is a body of evidence that actually demonstrates that increased access to alcohol does indeed increase consumption, and increased consumption increases the likelihood of the harms associated with consumption of that drug, in this case, alcohol.
At the same time, Toronto Public Health and others have been calling for more investment in some of those mitigative measures you described in terms of access to treatment and education in the schools. But those programs have not been forthcoming from the provincial government, have they?
So through the speaker, that is correct. And again, that position that we have taken along with the drug strategy is in keeping with the evidence that exists on the subject. That look, if there are going to be these substances available, that reducing the harms or mitigating the harms associated with that is best achieved through, things like regulation that moderate consumption, and access to services, the necessary services that support people that run into troubles when it comes to consumption of those substances.
So in considering a bylaw amendment, which will increase access to alcohol, we will see increases in harms, both to the individual drinking, but also to the society at large. But we're going to be doing it in a policy environment where we don't have a concomitant investment in the tools that would mitigate those harms. Is that a fair summary?
So through the speaker, Councillor Perks, I think you're quite right. I think the evidence would suggest that, look, the more access there is to a substance like alcohol, the more consumption there is, and therefore the more harm, both to the consumer and to those around them. At this point in time, I don't know of new investments in respect of mitigating. That certainly is an option for this council to pursue, as well as other levels of government as well, in order to mitigate the risk and the harms that are associated with that substance and its use.
So in summary, allowing drinking somewhere isn't itself a good or bad thing. It's the policy environment around it that matters. Is that a fair statement?
Through the speaker, I think that's fair, and it doesn't apply just to alcohol. I think that applies to a lot of other behaviors that we humans tend to engage in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions? Councillor,
I can't unmute.
Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson. Okay, we'll go to the next. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm just, I hope Ms. Romo, there's Councillor Robinson there now.
Councillor Fletcher, go ahead. I'll go back to Councillor Robinson.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here, Councillor Fletcher.
I can't see you. Oh, there you are there. Okay. During the pandemic, there were a whole number of parks that became what I'm just going to call party parks, particularly on the waterfront. Did you have a lot of trouble? And I don't think Councillor Fletcher is still with us, but Cherry Beach. I'm sorry.
She's just calling to speak.
Sorry, can you hold that? I think Councillor Robinson's mic is on and she's interrupting here.
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Robinson, can you please shut your mic off?
My apologies.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Just starting again, there's a number of party parks. I know Cherry Beach was a party park. Woodbine Beach was a party park. Driving up with big speakers and lots of booze, probably across the waterfront. That was the case. If we were to just do this today without a little more thought, are you worried that people might think that was a standard now at the city?
So through the speaker, to Councillor Fletcher, I think that would be a reasonable worry that we would have. As many councillors are aware, we did, summer have an incredible increased use of parks, especially in the evening and in late hours of the night, with a lot of inappropriate use of parks as well, and a lot of need for additional resources to try and manage those. So yes, it would, in our thinking, be a little premature, right at this second to implement something without the appropriate amount of public consultation and messaging and communication, if it were approved.
And there might be, so if you'd like to take some time to get this right side to do that and be able to look at the impacts in certain areas based on kind of historical data there.
That's, through the speaker, that's correct, Councillor. And we should also say that, knowing that this is something that people are interested in, we have been tracking a number of pilots right across the country throughout the year at various levels of implementation, and some municipalities that have chosen not to do pilots. So we're just in the process of gathering enough information to be able to put together options if requested.
Thank you. And one of the things, I'm getting some emails from folks. One of the things that they're noting is that what would be required in those parks would be adequate washroom facilities and adequate garbage facilities if there's going to be a little more activity there. Are those available now? So in other words, this was to pass, are there enough porta potties to bring them to certain parks, or if those were approved for zones or to bring in extra garbage or extra pickup, or would that be something that you'd want to plan out or be able to plan out?
Through the speaker, that is, we'd have to plan out. As you may be aware, we're at established sort of summer service levels right now. We do have some increased service levels already around waste collection, as well as increased resources in some of our busiest parks based on the experience that we had last summer. But we have not yet had an opportunity to plan or identify the resources we would need if the motion that's before council would be implemented.
And you're aware, take Riverdale Park, pandemic, it was the one place people could go. And there I saw somebody having a wedding shower there with their girlfriends with a bottle of champagne. I'm sure the police weren't called on that one. So you'll acknowledge that there's kind of, there's not wild drinking, but there's casual drinking going on in our parks nonetheless, even though it's technically not legal. How many tickets have been given out for drinking by police or by law enforcement? Pardon?
Carlton is on, and I'm going to ask him to answer.
And I also by police because they do have the ability to ticket.
So thank you for the question. I do not have police's numbers, but I do have ours for the last 3 years. But they have been active as well. We have worked very closely through the pandemic, as you've stated. No one had a place to go, so that's where they went. But in 2019, we issued 17 tickets. In 2020, we issued 69, and in 2021, we issued 2.
That was for drinking. Would you be able to get the numbers for the police?
Not immediately, but I could, as we work through this, yes, I could get the numbers from police 3 years.
And could you also find out them which places they might recommend might be alcohol free and which ones that they wouldn't have an issue with, they could cover off? I know that every time we ask, I hear that, well, we need all of our officers for Taste of the Danforth or Taste of Little India, or that they're pretty stretched. So I really want to be careful that we don't set something off this second that we can't manage.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher,
So-
that was your last question.
I guess I'm asking their thoughts on that, Speaker.
I would say they are very stretched. They are doing some work on their community response teams. They're able to do the amount of work that they typically do. So this is going to be a challenge for us moving forward, not just us, but for the police.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow, questions?
And Councillor Perks's line of questioning to the medical officer of health, Madam Speaker, a lot of the focus was on the concern around increased access to alcohol. Anything in my motion that suggests that it is increasing access to alcohol rather than the allowance for adults to legally enjoy an alcoholic beverage rather than being potentially subject to a fine.
Through the speaker, the issue is, yes, we know that increased access to alcohol is one of the challenges that leads to, and one of the ways in which access is increased places for consumption. So hence my comments that tie that to this situation.
So given that my motion, though, doesn't actually have any place to purchase or get alcohol, a city-endorsed initiative called Cafe TO, where we all approved the sale of alcoholic beverages in city streets. Did you speak out against that, and do you disagree with our Cafe TO initiative?
So through the speaker, the consumption context is in a regulated environment. There are servers and there is server training to help, again, mitigate the risks associated with consumption. So, let me be very clear. When it comes to drugs, of which alcohol is just one of them, we know that there is the potential for harm to consumption of drugs. including alcohol. So the best way to mitigate the harms, both to the person consuming and to those around them, is to act and to regulate in a manner that moderates consumption and as well allows for services and all the necessary support for those who run into problematic substance use,
Okay, so,
amongst some of the other mitigating factors. That's just to name two, Councillor.
okay. So there are pilots very similar to what I've suggested in cities throughout Canada, Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, and these municipalities have deemed them to be successful. They're bringing them back. Has there been, like, have you looked at these pilots and have you determined whether or not there are things that we can learn from their successes?
Right. Oh, sorry, Eileen, Dr. Villa. Maybe I'll just quickly answer and then I'll turn it over to you. We have been tracking these pilots across Canada. Some of them have been successful. Some of them are making changes and readjusting and coming back to approach it a different way. And some of them have opted not to the pilot or have opted not to pursue the opportunity. So there's still a lot of information currently in its infancy of development. These are all items that just started in the last few years. So there's a lot of information to continue to collect.
So in all candor, like there have been some suggestions that this is a new idea, and as you know, this is hardly a new idea. Cities around the world have allowed people to enjoy a drink in a park for a very long time. But I actually brought the very same motion, as you recall, to committee over a year ago. And that committee then referred it to what work has been done to prepare for this summer since over a year ago that the item was brought to work on.
So through the speaker, Councillor, as I've mentioned, we have done a lot of research on the background of this item. We've also had ongoing with Toronto Public Health and also identified that there is some prudence in bringing any recommendations when it comes to alcohol use in parks together with the Toronto drug strategy that Toronto Public Health will be coming forward with, and that the two are very much linked. So we have connected the two initiatives together.
I don't understand though. Drinking in parks is normal in most cities around the world. So this isn't a new idea, and I brought a motion to committee ago. Why is it only now that I'm hearing, oh, well, maybe we need to consult more or review more or study more? I don't understand why it has been done over the past year to prepare for this summer.
This is, that was your last question, Councillor Matlow. Point of privilege, Councillor Perks. Point of privilege, Councillor Perks.
I'm concerned that Councillor Matlow is saying he's only heard now. Matlow has been informed that this work is ongoing already, and he's been informed as long ago as 11 months ago.
Okay. Okay, that was your last question, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Thompson, questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just through you, when I look at the motion that is the recommendations that's contained in the motion that's been put Councillor Matlow, I'm just looking at number 1. I'm just wondering, how do you measure when it says not to exceed 15% alcohol volume? How would you measure that with respect to a pilot program? Would we have to have law enforcement officers measuring the content of the bottles that people would be utilizing in our parks?
I'm going to ask through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, just to begin the answer, we effectively have no way of measuring it beyond actually approaching individuals in parks and looking at the alcoholic that they're consuming. Carlton may want to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Janie, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, for the question. You're raising a challenges with enforcement and the percentages of alcohol, which we are obviously not trained to, unless we are to retrieve the bottle and look at the percent. There's good wine and there's bad wine. there's hard alcohol, there's beer, there's cider, there's a number of things. So that makes it a challenging piece. The hour made it challenging, and then we heard from the ombudsman earlier today about the clarity of rules to the public. And if parks, we're not in parks, we're in some parks, we're not in parks. It's 5%, it's 15%, it's 9 o'clock, it's 11 o'clock. All of those are impossible for myself and my team and Janie and my colleague in solid waste who gets the end of this to deal with.
Right, thank you. How many parks, Ms. Romanoff, how many parks do we have in Toronto?
Through the speaker, there's approximately 1,500 parks in Toronto.
And a pilot program of this kind in those number of parks that we have here in the city of Toronto? Like how determined in terms of which park would be utilized as part of a pilot program?
So through the speaker, I mean, this is work that we have not yet done, and it would be, we would have to look at what, you know, an appropriate pilot may be, given the considerations from municipal licensing and standards, public consultation, number of safety consideration, as well as the considerations around the Toronto drug strategy and Toronto public health. So I guess the short answer through you to Deputy Thompson is we don't have those criteria yet, and that would be work that would have to be undertaken if we were so directed.
And so how would you, the number of bathrooms, for example, the motion speaks specifically to, in 4A, it says ensure that many parks and beach and so on have, as possible, have bathroom facilities, including porta toilet and so on. How do you make those, and how do you facilitate that? And what is the budget associated with that? Have you costed that out based on this motion? Council were to approve it, I assume you'd need to have a budget.
Through the speaker, if so directed, we would have to look at the resources that would be required to implement this, you know, as it's written, or whether there are other options that could be considered. We haven't done that work yet.
And so when we dealt with this particular motion, similar motion, some of the work that we sort of, in terms of the fact finding and information gathering, we understood that there are some places, all in others, where some programs had been implemented, but they were fraught with great difficulties and challenges, which is part of the response that I'm hearing. How would we be different without the input, consultation, and so on that would be necessary in order to make determination put any of these particular programs or pilot program in any of our 600 parks?
So through the speaker, these are all very important questions, and this is the work that we would have to undertake. We have been following, as I noted, an interjurisdictional scan of the pilots that are going on. There have been successful pilots in certain types of parks. There have been pilots that have looked at designated areas in parks. There have been pilots that have looked at all parks in a system. And then there have been recommendations around those changes. So we're closely tracking those and hoping to learn you know, from those examples and with discussions with those other jurisdictions around what some of their learnings have been.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That was your last question. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. I want to start off by saying something that I've said here before and also to the media in discussing this issue, which is that I have no issue with anyone responsibly.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Do you have a motion?
I do. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Speaker. Yes, I have a motion and I will speak to it. Yes, thank you. I have no issue with anyone responsibly having a beer or a glass of wine in a park. I think our bylaw needs to be updated. I don't think it reflects the reality of what's going on in the parks. And when I say what's going on, I don't mean to suggest that's anything by and large untoward. And I do, as a lawyer, and have consistently said that I don't like a situation in which there is a law in the books and where you know, people think it's just we should just not respect it and act differently. We should sort of look at the laws within the context of what people are actually doing. And, you know, obviously we'll have opinions on that and putting some limitations on that, but right now I think it's out of sync. But, you know, it's my job here to, as the head of council, to try to see on each of the items that come before us where people are at, because we make decisions here as a collective. And I can tell you that prior to each council meeting, as members I think know, I talk to a good many council members, the majority in most cases. And in this case, this motion does not have the support to pass, far from it. And I think that is because people have different concerns they've expressed to me about this, and I respect their right to express those concerns, and in many cases they claim, I think with all sincerity, they're expressing those concerns on behalf of a goodly number of their constituents. You know, they don't say percentage-wise whether it's the vast majority or a small number, but I think in most cases they've said it's more than a small number. I know in my own case, I think one of the things that's important for us if we're going to try to move this forward, so we have the prospect on one side of this motion that's before us failing, and on the other side, the motion that I'm putting in front of council for consideration, which at least gives us some opportunity to look at some of the very important questions that have already been raised by members in the question period, and I'm sure will be raised in some of the speeches, and have been raised certainly privately with me, a whole range of questions that frankly haven't been looked at, and I'm not faulting the councillor for that. I'm just saying that these things need to be looked at, and even Ms. Romoff was just saying in her answers a few moments ago that this was work that had not been done, which is the way that she put it. And whether it should or shouldn't have been done really isn't the issue here. The issue is that if we're going to do this, if we're going to make any change, which I personally would think we could do, and do it responsibly and do it in a way that most people, the vast majority of people, could accept, then we have to do it properly. And we have to do it with the work having been done and with the questions having been answered with a degree of direct public consultation, because there are people who care about this, families and others who care. And that's what my motion suggests that we do. Now, and I would say to you, the one thing that I see as a potential problem with just moving ahead and putting this in right away is with the large parties. And they're not large parties that somebody dreamt up in their imagination. I've seen them. I've seen people carrying stacks, not just one case of 2-4 into a park, stacks of 2-4s and kegs of beer and cases of wine into the parks. And I can tell you that no matter what the intent of this, and the principle underlying it, that we should conform the law more to people's practices and more to the practices of other cities, I support. I do not and cannot and will not support the notion that it's ever going to be okay to carry kegs of beer and cases of beer and cases of wine into the parks. It's just not going to be consistent with what those parks are for everybody, including people who do drink and people who don't drink. Now, I would be more seized of a sense of urgency about this if I thought that, I'm going to talk a little bit out of the other side of my mouth on this in saying that I don't like laws that we sort of just ignore that are on the books and choose not to enforce. I think that breeds disrespect for the law. But I will say that in this case, I would be seized of more of a sense of urgency about all of this if there were all kinds of tickets being given out and people were literally going down to police stations because they were found to have one beer in their hands. When I hear Mr. Carlton report to us that, Carlton Grant report to us that there were two, not 200, not 2,000, 2 tickets given out for this last year. And even in the previous 2 years, I think the number was around 60 or something like that. He said he has the numbers on the record this afternoon. I say to myself that there is not a problem here with people who are being harassed about this. There's just not a problem. There may be people who are being spoken to. I suspect in the vast majority they're being spoken to because they have large quantities of beer and beer cans and stuff, again, that we've seen in the parks all over the ground. So it's very apparent they're not just having a beer or a glass of wine or that they're in an inebriated state. But, in some respects, you might argue in terms of enforcement that's hurting people, that this is a solution in search of a problem in terms of any kind of urgency. So I urge members to consider this motion, which does not get into the question just asked about how you measure 15% alcohol. It does not get into, at this stage of the game, which park would and which park wouldn't. It leaves that to a proper discussion by our staff, a proper consultation with the public, and then they will come forward, and I've asked that it be done early in Q2 of 2023, so it's in plenty of time for anything that they could recommend to us to be approved, if we chose to approve it, for the summer, late spring and summer of 2023. And so I support going about this the right way. I think that captures the broad consensus of council because I've actually spoken to the councillors. That's my job. And I want something to proceed on this in terms of some change and some improvement to the liquor laws as they presently exist in our parks, or the consumption of liquor. I think this is the right way to go about it. I believe this motion can attract the majority support of council, which I believe Councillor Matlows unfortunately will not. And so I will leave my comments at that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, clarification of the motion.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, your motion said options, and so does that option include excluding certain parks if it's not appropriate? For example, regional parks versus local parks, or small parkettes if it's inappropriate? Is your motion contemplating a flexibility with regard to where this might be allowed or where it might not be allowed?
My motion leaves those questions open to our staff to give us advice on and the public to give us advice on. And I think that's the right way to go about this. And I'm not being critical in saying this, but Councillor Matlow's motion, talks about certain parks and not others, and on a sensible consideration that will have to be taken into account, namely the existence of washrooms. But again, I don't think it's our job to prescribe that in a hurried fashion. Hurried simply meaning on one motion that's in front of us on one day, but rather to have answers to exactly the kind of questions you posed from our staff and from the public, and that's what this would allow for.
So the only other question I had, the motion is written, it's written, I think, if I read it correctly, to come back with options to allow for this. And my question to you is, if the staff come back and there's community consultation, and there are folks that are a significant number of people that, based on the community consultation, are not in favor of moving this forward, or we find out that, for example, their municipal licensing staff cannot enforce it, or that it can't work for some reason, or some reason. Let's say there's some public health concerns with regard to consumption in parks. We don't necessarily have to move forward with it if those issues arise when staff report back and give a thoughtful analysis, taking into consideration all the elements of what is really a decision that has some level of complication to it.
I, like every other recommendation that comes here, and we were hearing earlier on today about the number of times in which things come here that are changed or turned down by the council. That's why we're here. Ultimately, we're accountable to the people. If there are no options that find favor with the majority of council, then none of those options will be adopted. So it's within the power, obviously, of the council not to accept any of those options. The council, as it then will be. In my own case, I will be very, very hopeful that I can find, because I will be looking to find an option that I can find acceptable, that conforms more with the reality of what's going on, with the practice in many other cities, and hopefully counting on people, as we always do in this city, to act responsibly. But the council will make its own decision, and certainly it's open to the council to say none of the above, whatever options might be presented to allow this, and so I guess we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering if you could speak to the time frame that you're suggesting here in the second quarter of 2023. Some might say it's too far out, or some might say it's too soon, but why do you think this is, the Goldilocks just right approach?
Well, through you, Speaker, I think that's exactly the way I would put it, Councillor McKelvey. There are many considerations that, again, I perhaps looking ahead more so to the accumulated, and I hope I'm here, the voters will decide that. But, in the end, we have an agenda of many things that we're putting into 223 because of the elections and because of the gap that will exist between our July meeting and later on. And so it's not so much the incapacity of the staff to do the work between now and an earlier date, but rather our ability to consider it. And if you look at all the different things that we're going to have to consider and the urgency of those things, relative to the public's agenda, I think that having it early, and to be truthful, I put in the word early on purpose so that I'd even rather it said March of 2023, but I think early suggests that it would be done in plenty of time for it to be a relevant consideration for people in the spring and summer of 2023 if we approve something. It's not a change that I don't think, just looking ahead, is likely to involve a lot of other things that have to happen. It'll simply be a change that might accord, if it happens, that will accord with the reality of what's going on today and make that illegal. But I'm not trying to minimize some of the important questions that have to be answered by the staff. So I think the time frame is just right. It's not too early and it's not too late for the summer of 2023 if there are changes approved, and that's why that date is there.
And just to that, we're going to have the summer coming up, and do you think that, staff should really use this summer opportunity as the ability to get out into the parks and actually do the consultation in the parks, survey people in parks, and take advantage of that so that they can come back with a policy that, really does work for park users?
I really hope, through you, Speaker, that that is exactly what happens. There will be no reason now, with this happening in May of 2022, why there won't be plenty of time to have, solid public consultation, to have solid, I'll call it research work done, including having a look at what is happening in the parks in actuality, which I think is very important, because I think the law should, to some extent, accord with that. I know you have to be careful how you balance that out, but that's what I would like to see, and it's why I favor a change, because the reality is most people are doing this responsibly now, and they're not getting ticketed for it. And so I would like to see that done, and I would like to see, I believe there has been a fair bit of research done, we heard earlier on, about what's happened in other cities. I'd like to see that work updated, but I think there's plenty of time to do this work. I know the staff aren't on vacation when we're off during this election period, but they have lots to do and many things that we've asked them to do. Again, back to the timing of when the report might come forward, but I certainly can hope it will be complete, and it will include the kinds of things you talked about in terms of what's happening in our parks today in this city, and therefore we can make an educated choice when the time comes early in 2023.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, question?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I imagine you heard the answers that the medical officer of health gave when I was asking questions. Do you share her view that drinking by itself isn't a good or a bad thing, but it's rather a matter of whether we've established the necessary supports, treatment, education, harm reduction programs, that's really what the core issue is?
Well, I would maybe, through you, Speaker, amend that a little bit to say, and I can't remember exactly what she said. I was listening to the discussion between the two of you. And I would say, following along on something that I learned from my political mentor, Bill Davis, Premier Bill Davis, moderation in all things. So I think that, regardless of how many places you offer it or make it available or allow people to consume it, alcohol is a problem if people have too much. And in this case, what we're talking about here, both Councillor Matlow and me, so in that sense we're in agreement, is making it possible for people to have a drink or a glass of wine, not carry in the kegs and the cases of beer. But to your question about programs for both education and treatment of those who have a problem, I have been on record many times, because as Dr. Davila said, alcohol is a drug. And I think what is presently in place, and I don't put this at the doorstep of the city, it's at the doorstep of the provincial government to support and initiate these programs, because it's part of proper health. I believe that the things that are in place today are inadequate, especially when it comes to treatment. And I say that in particular as regards both alcohol itself and other drugs. Totally inadequate, and I've said that many, many times.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First thing I'd like to say is this really shouldn't be on the council floor. This is a complicated issue, and I understand that this was brought forward a year ago, and there were supposed to be studies done. And I'm advised by staff that they're monitoring other pilot projects in other municipalities. PFNR are having active discussions with Toronto Public Health, and they're looking at the Toronto drug strategy. And my understanding as well is they've been consulting with municipal licensing and standards. But this is not, it's not ready for us. And I am disappointed that we are spending time dealing with this at a council level when it should have gone to committee, number one. Number two, I am very disappointed that we were being asked to make this decision without community consultation. How more local can you get than a local park? And if you live next to a park and there's drinking going on, you want to have a say, and you want your elected officials to listen to you. But here we are in this chamber being asked to make a decision in the absence of community consultation. And that is fundamentally wrong. I'm supporting the mayor's motion. I think this needs to come back. It's not ready. We have to go out to our neighborhoods and our stakeholders and ask them what they think. We have to ask our residents what they think. They're the people that are going to have to deal with this when there's a lot of boisterous noise in these parks, they'll be calling us, our offices, when there's all this noise and nonsense happening in these parks. And what's going to happen when we call municipal licensing and standards for them to do something on a Saturday night? Do you think you're going to get the staff to show up to do something about it? Because I don't think the cops are going to show up. They aren't showing up for a lot these days, and MLS gets it's foisted on MLS. This is a real problem, and so this one-off one-pager to make this decision, completely inappropriate. So we have to send this off. More complete study has to be done, and we have to listen to our neighborhoods. And not every neighborhood is the same. There might be some parks in town that want it, or Midtown, or what have you. There might be other places in Etobicoke or North York or Scarborough that would be completely opposed to it. We have to have the flexibility to listen to our local neighborhoods. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I find this so frustrating. It just seems like this council looks for every possible reason to not deal with this question that so many residents have asked us to deal with, which is the fact that there are people in our city who have backyards, who can have family members and friends over for a drink and have a barbecue and catch up on life and be together. But there are so many Torontonians who don't. They live in buildings where they don't have outdoor access, and they don't want to be treated like scofflaws every time they get together with a friend at the park and have a beer on a hot summer day or have a glass of wine with a picnic or whatever. And when I hear Councillor Minnan-Wong talk about, like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden there's going to be all these.
Just point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Fletcher. Point of order.
Thank you. I'm not
Madam
sure
Speaker,
that
my time's
it's
ticking.
correct to call people scofflaws when only 2 tickets were issued, Councillor. So, thank you.
They don't want to be made out to feel like that. They're elite when they have a drink in a park. This city says that what they're doing is illegal, unlike most other places on earth.
Wow.
And the reality is that when Councillor Minnan-Wong talks about, oh my gosh, could there be problems? Could there be people drinking? Could there be bad behavior? These are worries about things that are already happening. Yes, there's bad behavior in our parks, but there are laws to deal with them. And now we can discuss whether or not enforcement does an adequate job or not, whether it be the city or the police. You don't even have the police numbers in front of you. How many people are ticketed? How this is enforced? I mean, the reality is the existing issues exist today. And in fact, the argument that we need more enforcement if my motion is passed is bunk. Because if you legalize it, you need less enforcement. That's the point. In other words, when responsible adults get together and have a drink together, like anyone in their backyard would, they're not the ones causing the problems. Let's free up the resources of enforcement toward the bad behavior that's actually having a negative impact on other people. My motion actually addresses the need for better access to litter disposal, better access to restrooms, focusing enforcement on the real problems. And this is not a new idea. Look at London, look at Paris, look at Sydney, look at the entire world. Look at Canada, look at Montreal. Look at the pilots over the past 2 years in Vancouver, in Edmonton, in Calgary, and more. We are way behind the rest of the world. And what people are asking for is for City Hall and government to regulate where necessary for health and safety, but then get out of the way of the individual's ability to enjoy our public realm in a safe and responsible way. And what we look like is a city council that keeps trying to find another reason because we're worried about the next phone call we're going to get from somebody who doesn't like how somebody's behaving in a park. Well, let's deal with that problem. You know, this is supported by experts across our country, like Dr. Zane Chagla, Dr. Isaac Bogach. There are so many experts who are saying that regardless of whether we are in the midst of a pandemic or during a time whenever we get out of this, when infectious diseases will still exist, that everyone should also have access to safe outdoor spaces to be able to congregate rather than only have access to indoor spaces in their apartment. We don't need lots and lots of new studies to determine what the rest of the world has already discovered, which is responsible adults act responsibly. And people who act badly, well, yes, there needs to be enforcement. And this motion wouldn't change that. There are still laws with respect to intoxication. There are still laws that address the bad behavior that we are all worried about, that our residents rightfully complain about. So let's address those concerns. Like, this is just, I brought this motion over a year ago. And, you know, the chair of the committee, Councillor Thompson at the time, said, Toronto isn't the city of no, this is the city of not right now. Well, then when is now? When is the right time? How many more studies do we need to do to find out that responsible adults act responsibly? I apologize for my tone. I'm frustrated because if anyone, including
10
the mayor, with all
seconds.
respect, really wanted to address this, we could have done this months ago if you had any significant concerns. And like the day of the motion being heard, like all of a sudden we've got more problems we've got to consider.
Thank you,
I find that frustrating.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a really frustrating debate. I'll agree with Councillor Matlow there. But what frustrates me is that I just heard two speeches, one sort of against and one sort of in favor, and they're both wrong. The issue isn't whether you're against alcohol or for alcohol in parks. The issue is whether or not we're going to do it in a way that manages the harms. Dr. Davila, who is the expert here, not the people that Councillor Matlow cited, and the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, who are literally the experts in North America, have all said over and over and over again, people will use drugs, they will use alcohol. The issue, like trying to stop them, is wrong and stupid. Saying that we should just throw it open and let everybody do it and forget about it is wrong and stupid. The issue is, are we building the systems to make it safe? And when Councillor Matlow brought his motion last year, I immediately sat down with the city manager, with the mayor's office, with the medical officer of health, and said, let's get to work on getting those supports in place and how it's all going to work. And we started that work through the drug strategy. And unfortunately, then the Omicron wave of the pandemic hit and staff got reassigned and we didn't make it for this time. That's why it's not ready. And I'm sorry, but you know, we just at the beginning of the day, we had a big presentation to celebrate all the frontline workers who've been busy with the pandemic. Well, that's Toronto Public Health. And it's because of that they didn't get this work done. And if you're going to celebrate them, acknowledge that they've been too busy to get to some of the other things. Here's what we need to have in mind. Councillor Matlow has talked about this as a justice issue. It absolutely is a justice issue. Alcohol is the most harmful drug in our society, and the harms are disproportionately borne by low-income people, by racialized people, and by women. Half of all women attending university, when surveyed, will tell you they have been victims of sexual assault or harassment, and the majority of them will tell you that alcohol was involved. Center for Addiction and Mental Health has pointed out that when the province of Ontario expanded access to alcohol without doing anything to increase treatment and supports, that the number of emergency room visits went up as a result of increased things like drunk driving. It is utterly possible for us to have people drink in the parks and not have those outcomes. But right now, if you're a low-income person and you're struggling with, heavy drinking or alcoholism or alcohol dependence, you cannot get access to treatment and supports in any kind of timely fashion. You just simply can't. We don't even have places to take people who are drunk and passed out on our streets other than emergency rooms and police stations. There are a few treatment beds, but it's not enough. The University Health Network tells us that a very small number of people consume a huge amount of time in emergency rooms at hospitals because we are not building in what the evidence tells us, which is to allow people to use drugs and alcohol, but to make sure that you're educating young people into how to do it in a way that's safe, that you're giving women the support and resources to make sure that they're not getting sexually harassed by drunk people, that you're providing treatment to low-income people who are struggling with alcohol dependence issues. Those are the things that you have to do to make these work. And we are literally halfway through a process of the drug and alcohol strategy to get that done. And what's frustrating to me is I've sat down with Councillor Matlow and pointed all of this out to him and asked him, can he time his work on this so that it comes together with a strategy that lets people drink in parks and do it in a way that doesn't generate harms. And he chose not to. That's also frustrating because it reinforces the false choice between legalizing and temperance, as if that were the issue. Anyone working in the field will tell you that the evidence says that's a false dichotomy, and it's about creating education, treatment, harm reduction resources.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Your time's up.
Madam Speaker,
What is your point, Councillor Matlow?
On a point of privilege, I just want to be clear that, indeed, that in no way am I obtuse to what Councillor Perks was saying. I just disagree respectfully.
Councillor Matlow, that is not a point of privilege. That's a point of debate. If your privilege has been impugned, could you get to the point?
I think I said it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to say I don't support any of this. I do not support opening the door to begin drinking in parks. Gosh, I like to have a beer. Maybe I'll have one tonight watching the hockey game, but I grew up knowing that there were two places you could consume alcohol, in the privacy of your home or in a licensed establishment. A licensed establishment is regulated, it has protections and consumer protections to ensure that it's a safe environment. So I ask members of council, like you always do, think about what good could come out of this debate. What good is here? I get it. There's some people that, could probably drink responsibly in a park, could probably do that. And this is catering to the gratification of those very few. And I'd argue they could just as easily wait till they get home or enjoy a drink in a private setting. But there's all the not good. We all know what it is as councillors. Our constituents call us about it. There's people that when you give an inch, they take a foot. As the mayor said, carry cases of beer into a park. At least with the existing rules that we've got today, which is you don't drink in public, law enforcement individuals have a very clear stance with people. Listen, put the drink away, pour it out, put it back in your bag, or get out. And if they have to, they can write a ticket. Doesn't sound like they write too many of them. It sounds like things are fairly effective. They can also prioritize what they need to go and enforce in the parks. It sounds like they're doing that right now. The worry that I have is as we slip into the debate of allowing to drink in public places that are not licensed, so there's no accountability, there's no oversight, they're not private places, which of course has its own accountability and oversight, you then give people the leverage to say, well, what do you mean this is not one of the pilot parks? It's a park. This street corner, what do you mean it's a POPs? It's not a park. My fear is as we begin to normalize the consumption of alcohol out in public places. And I think there's a whole lot of not good that comes with that, challenges with litter, challenges of people that may consume too much or may be abusing alcohol. There's challenges of, cited in here, of using the washroom, all those other sorts of things. That's the slippery slope that we go down. And so that's why I have a very firm stance on this. Don't open the door. And that's unfortunately what is proposed here in many manifestations. I'm thinking through, what good could come out of it? There's a discussion, well, why can't you have drinking out on the beach? Because people are swimming. Like, of all the places you don't want to do that, it'd be a place like that. And who's liable? The property owner. Guess who that is? The city, the citizens. So I just, this is a matter of conscience, this discussion. It doesn't matter how you personally feel about alcohol, whether you drink or you don't, your outlook on that. I just think it's about the stewardship of our public spaces, our assets, our duty as council, as a custodian of those areas, but also having the foresight to see where this may go in the future. Once you open that door, then the discussion is no longer, well, can you drink in a public place? It's which public places are okay. And, I worry about where that heads over time. So I won't be voting in support of a motion that suggests that we will open that door. I feel very firmly that that line is very well understood by the public and probably very well supported by the public, because I don't get those calls complaining about, I can't have a place to drink. People get it. They respect the line. They understand it. Some people cross the line. They know that if they get caught, there's consequences. But having that line there provides clarity, and it provides the tools for our enforcement individuals to deal with situations that do occasionally get out of hand. So I just hope you'll think carefully what good will possibly come out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll call the question on the two motions before us.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is calling the question. On favor? Carried. Okay. The motions on the screen. Okay, we have the motion.
Recorded vote, please.
Motion by Mayor Tory, recorded vote.
The motion carries. The vote is 17-2.
Okay, let's move on. MM 43.6. Councillor Grimes, you held the item down. It's your member's motion. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions to staff. I'll try to be brief. Questions to staff. Is James on the line from the Transit Office?
Who?
James from James, is he on the phone from Transit Planning?
Is James here? Okay, yes, he's here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, James, is it safe to say that when all these new developments occur, having transit at the front door of any new builds or in the area, people would tend to move in there without a car and kind of move in there, or would that be safe to say? If transit convenient, they may buy it without a car?
May I, Councillor Grimes, I apologize for doing a point of order, but I just want to do it before time passes. I apologize to you sincerely. Madam Speaker, I'm just confused. When Mayor Tory's motion was approved, was there not then, was that not an amendment to mine? I just didn't understand why the entirety of the item wasn't.
No, it wasn't. The mayor's motion was to delete and replace. So that was it. That was the only motion.
So that becomes the item. Okay, I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
If we restart my time, please.
Yeah, I did. I put your time on
Sorry,
pause, Councillor Grimes. Go ahead.
Okay. So James, did you hear my question?
Yeah, yes. So through the speaker, Councillor, yeah, I mean, we encourage transit-oriented development. That where transit goes, we have higher density development, and people would tend to, wouldn't need to own cars or would have other options about how they get around. Yes.
Yeah. So the waterfront East LRT, we're building that. That would eventually service the Portlands, correct? And that's not been funded yet, but the report coming next month. But the plan would be to have that built in time for the Portlands development.
Through the speaker, yes, that's the case.
Okay. And Dundas Street out in my end of town, in my ward, that's one of the 4 major growth centers in the area, in the city. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, there is a lot of development out in that area. Yes, I don't know if it's the growth center, but
it's one of the. Is Mr. Mizzi on the line?
Michael is here. Yes,
I'm here. Mr. Mizzi, one of the 4 growth areas of the city. Is that not the Dundas corridor in Ward 3?
Yes, it's part of the broader Etobicoke Growth Center.
Right.
So we've got a development, as you know, Michael, in the Ward 3. We just gone through the Sherway secondary plan, where I think there's about 13,000 units proposed there, not approved, but proposed. If I've sent the clerk a map, I wonder if they could stick that up on for a question for you. Has the clerk got that map my staff sent to you? You can hold my time, Madam Speaker. There it is.
It's okay. It's
So,
on
Mr.
the
Mizzi,
screen.
right there. Yeah, I got it. So Queensway and the West Mall, there's a little blue dot there to the right. It shows like a little buster. What is that? And that's the Sherway site where the 13,000 units are proposed. What is that blue dot on the map there?
Through the speaker, that blue dot represents the transit hub, or the Kipling, the subway station that would be at the West Mall, which is about 100 meters east of the West Mall on the south side of the Queensway, and it's protected in the Sherway area secondary plan.
That was my network. So we have protected for the subway stop there, and that came out of the 1993 EA, correct?
Yeah, but this location, through the speaker, this location has been in the same spot since 1983 with the start of that EA.
Your division in the West, all these applications, I know you know the Via Allegro site across the street from Sherway, what's been approved, and the subway is right under that new development. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I don't think the alignment is final at this point. There's a tentative alignment, but generally it runs underneath the Via Allegro site, just to the northeast of this transit hub.
And are you aware of the building was just by the Kipling subway station recently to the west, where the underground is now stopping the expansion of the GO train, or sorry, the subway stop going because of the underground will not let the subway align to Sherway?
Through the speaker, I made aware of that possibility. However, I can tell you that all of the developments that staff review that are in proximity to the corridor that ends at this site here on the Sherway area secondary plan lands, we circulate to TTC. Our transportation planning staff are involved, and generally we ensure for the protection of that subway down the road.
Great, thank you, Michael. And just back to James. And James, where is this, the Sherway subway, where is this in the capital budget? Do you have any idea?
Through the speaker, this does not factor into the capital budget yet. It's on priority transit map, the priority transit map in the official plan.
Right, but we're planning for it, but it's not funded. It's nowhere.
Not funded and isn't on the capital plan, no.
Great, James. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mason. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, this was Councillor Grimes's motion. Councillor Carroll, do you have a question?
No, we're asking questions of staff, are we not? Oh, okay, I thought Councillor Cole was, I guess Councillor Cole was confused. Just a quick question. I just have one concern in the motion. I want to support it. I understand. I'm in the same boat. I'm looking for different timing on the Shepherd subway, heaven knows. But I'm concerned that the motion, it asks you for some pretty specific recommendations. I would just ask staff's opinion, if we were to take out including recommendations on timing and approach, recommendations means you're not just going to give us timing, you're actually going to load this into the hopper and start. Could we, if we were to move just, please report back on the Line 2 Westerly extension to Sherway, you could report back your own ideas of when best to include it in the network, could you not?
Through the speaker, that would provide more flexibility, Councillor. You're correct. I mean, I interpret this to this would allow us to also talk about what would be required for us to advance that. Should Council choose to advance that line, what would we need in terms of resources and the next stage of work that would be required?
Right. So you would, if you had flexibility, you would be reporting back on what would be required, where best to include it, and that broader transit network update comes on a regular basis, does it not? Which means, you know, the very next report is a good time for you to report on that, given the growth going on in this neighborhood. Am I right?
Through the speaker, I mean, through the speaker, we have been considering the full list of corridors on the map more recently, on the map in the official plan, to start to think about what might be next and how might all the various priority lines, including several in Etobicoke and others in other parts of the city, might be advanced in some way through additional planning or through other initiatives like Rapid TO.
Right. So getting a report on the westerly extension to Sherway Gardens is not out of the realm of possibility if we're just a little more flexible rather than saying, and we want these specific recommendations. You would have no trouble reporting on this at all anyway. We're not, pardon the pun, we would not be taking you too far down the track, therefore.
Through the speaker, that is correct. We'd be talking about this line in a broader report along with other lines.
Okay, thank you. I'll submit that. That would be supportable for me. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the City Manager.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Perruzza.
Mr. Murray, are you familiar with the wording of the motion?
Not intimately, no, sorry.
Would you or a member of your staff have collaborated with Councillor Grimes to prepare this?
I don't know through the speaker in this particular.
Okay. Do you have any concerns with delivering on what's being proposed here?
Well, again, I think I would benefit from the input of my staff in terms of any of their concerns before.
Fair enough. I wondered if one of the staff on the call could maybe make a comment of that, if there was, if there was a staff's hand in preparing the wording of the motion.
Through the speaker, we both the Transit Expansion Office and I were engaged with Councillor Grimes' office in helping to frame the motion. That is correct.
Okay. So there's some. This is being put together in consultation with staff. Is it deliverable Are you able to execute on what Councillor Grimes is asking for in this motion?
Through the speaker, I believe we will be able to.
Okay, and the report would be fairly straightforward. I mean, you could lay out a plan on how council, if it chooses to advance this project, you could lay out what the timing is and what the steps are. I mean, it's up to council, is it not, to set priorities?
Through the speaker, it would be quite high level. It's been quite a while since we've looked at this project. As was noted before, the environmental assessment is from the mid-90s.
Right.
So we would need to talk about what would be necessary to take it through further work, what would be required in terms of resources, and a rough or a high level sense of the timing on the project.
And that's at the heart of the matter, really. That sort of comment at the end there was, this is not a new plan or a concept. This predates many things in the city. It goes back to this idea that the Bloor Danforth subway line could continue to go westward.
Through the speaker, yes, this has been proposed for some time.
Right. If I stand in Kipling Station, I see it's not a dead-end station. The track kind of goes through. I know it's a turnaround, but you can envision a pathway where that track would go. Is that a fair statement? And maybe even I'll add to that question that I think the concept of having an alignment has been integrated into many of the planning decisions that have come before council over the years. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, and so this report is asking us to take a look at, if this is to be made a priority somewhere on the list, as we want to keep building transit in the city, what are the steps to do that? How do we move this thing forward?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor.
And finally, Councillor Grimes lays out that there's a tremendous amount of growth going on, in particular around the Sherway Gardens area. I think we just did a secondary plan. A lot of big box stores down there, and parking lot around the mall, and new hospital construction, and many reasons that would attract density to that area and in South Etobicoke. So are there not the makings of a business case here? And I'm not going to judge on where that business case sits with all the others, but are there not the makings of a case?
Through the speaker, the level of development in that part of Etobicoke is significant, and I think you are right that this could be a good case. We haven't done all the detailed analysis, but certainly the development, I think, has also been going in some of these areas with the expectation at some point in the future there may be a transit connection, a higher order transit connection.
Right. And would council not be wise to keep our options open and to understand that there's many transit priorities in the city, among them this one, and that it's worth taking a look at each of them?
Through the speaker, that's what we've been thinking about in terms of this idea of a broader transit network update, to look at the range of, or the number of corridors that we've identified over the last number of years across the city, and have a sense of what might be sort of the next stages in the planning for those top corridors.
Thank you.
But again, for council to make a decision on its priorities.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Before I speak, point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes?
I just wanted to confirm, I see Derek Toigo on the line from staff. Mr. Toigo wrote this motion for us and has not been altered. Is that Mr. Toigo?
That's correct. To you, Madam Speaker, that is correct. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, that's correct.
You wrote the motion, has not been altered. You wrote the motion, correct?
Yeah, with the only, sorry, I interrupted.
No. Okay, Councillor Grimes, the question was answered.
Thank you. Okay, so Madam Speaker, I'll speak now. So, lessons learned. I learned very quickly Humber Bay Shores, what happened down there. The city never saw that area being built out as fast as it did. You heard James say this area is under siege. It's my word, under siege. But since 2016 to 2021, this area has grown by 9.8. Let's call it 10%. It's the second largest growth rate in the city of Toronto. My ward now, Ward 3, is the largest ward in the country. If you want to look what's going to happen to 6 points, 2,500 new proposed units. The two city housing now sites, 3,500 units. 12 applications on the Queensway, 3,500 units. Cloverdale Mall, going to be demolished, 4,000 units. Sherwood Gardens, 13,000 units. And as Deputy Mayor Holiday said, right next door, the Trillium Health Center expansion, that's a total of 23,000 units in very short order. And I'm asking you not to support Councillor Carroll's motion. As I said, staff wrote this. I'm not asking to be put in the budget next year or the year after, whatever, but I think we have to start planning for this. There was a building that the former councillor, working with the former Deputy City Manager, John Livy, where a building's been built next door to the Kipling subway, where the underground now is in the way of expanding to the west. So now you would have to dig from Islington all the way underground to get the grade to go under that building. So it's very important that planning knows what they're doing. You know, when these applications are coming, we are under siege in the west, and these 23,000 units now will put me way over being the biggest ward in the country and in this city. So, you know, we can't wait. We have to keep up. People say, you know, where's the infrastructure? We cannot wait. We have to be running parallel with it. And I reminded of yesterday about the debate we had at the Christie Lands, a massive site where we moved to make the Christie, the GO station at Christie's a priority. There was a big debate on it. If we hadn't put that in, it's getting built now. And if it hadn't gone in, we'd be in big trouble from the community down there because they are landlocked down there now. So the amount of development we are seeing now, it's unprecedented. So I'm asking you to support my motion as is. This went through the city manager's office, through the planning. They wrote the motion, and I'm just asking you to approve it as is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, come on, we want to move this agenda along because we all want to go.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll.
Maybe the motion could be put on the screen, because I think Councillor Grimes thinks it's something worse than it is. I haven't actually shown it to him. Here it is. I'm simply asking that we take the motion and we just delete some words that are just a bit prescriptive, including recommendations related to timing and approach to the Bloor-Danforth Line 2, including, but I've left in the westerly extension to Sherway. And the only reason I'm making it just a little less specific is because we've been in this place before. And staff will have the flexibility, and we've heard, Mr. Petrillo, they are going to report on exactly what Councillor Grimes needs to see. And boy, does he need to see it. I don't know if I looked around the council chamber. He kept saying the largest ward in the city and maybe the country, and I saw people with quizzical looks. My brother-in-law lives in Port Credit, and I often, as a way of grounding me, I drive back through that area, Humber Bay Shores, and then up through the Sherway Garden neighborhood. My daughter and granddaughter, big fans of Sherway Gardens, so we drive through that neighborhood, and it is growing at an extraordinary rate. But Madam Speaker, the reason I'm moving this motion is we've been in this place before where we have our dialogue about transit, we ask for reports, but with specificity of recommendations. What happened to us once in Scarborough is that specific language led to a letter from Metrolinx saying, we're just about to proceed with the plan, but what does this mean and what are you guys up to? And the next thing we knew, we had literally upended a plan, and the rest is history. We spent $6 billion more than we needed to spend. So we just want to be clear that ultimately what we need here is to recognize that the growth that is happening in Humber Bay Shores and Sherway area is extraordinary. So we do need a report. Really, from this point on, no report, the broader transit expansion report, should be missing. Here's where we're at in terms of the westerly extension to Sherway Gardens. No report should be missing it. But I'm just saying we should be careful with the language so that it's clear we're reporting on it, we are developing it. We're not at the juncture that these are the recommendations with the timing and the approach and the design. We're not there yet, but we're going to continue to report on it Because in our plan at the city, if the province still recognizes that we should have a transit plan, and we don't even know if they do some days these days, the city still wants to plan this. I'm just saying, let's make the language nice and safe, and they do their thing, we do ours, and we get ready to develop that route. It wasn't meant to frustrate Councillor Grimes, just meant to keep it on track in a way that keeps it in the city's conversation and doesn't, through a piece of correspondence or Metrolinx, go somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have Councillor Carroll's motion. All in favor?
Recorded vote, please. Recorded.
You want recorded? Okay.
Yep.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to enter your vote, please? Councillor Perruzza, are you able to enter your vote? Councillor Grimes, are you able to enter your vote, please?
In the negative.
Councillor Fletcher, please, are you able to enter your vote? Councillor Fletcher, please. Are you able to enter your vote, please?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I can. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I've done that.
Speaker, the amendment does not carry. The vote is 7-10.
Okay, on the item, you want a recorded vote, Councillor Grimes?
Yes, please.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote. You can't vote when you're up there. You have to be at your seat.
It's a yes. Affirmative, Councillor Cole.
The item carries 16-2.
Our next item is MM 43-7. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
Yes, staff, Speaker, they just have a quick motion here.
Well, hold on, Councillor. Do we have questions?
Yep.
You have
I
questions?
don't have any questions. I just have a motion. No, I
Okay,
have a
that's what
motion,
I'm asking.
Speaker.
Hold on, I want to ask everybody else. Does
Okay,
anybody have
fine.
any questions?
Thank you.
No? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you can speak now.
Just, is my motion ready, Speaker?
Okay, just a sec.
Thank you. If not, just go to the next one and come back. That's fine.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher's motion is on the screen.
Ah, there it is. Our ravines are just so precious, and through, there's a motion here that I'd like support. I just want to know who's getting, though, I think there's the public monies and who's getting the grants and who didn't get the grants. That's important because these are being dispersed through a third party. We're giving this to park people to do. And also really looking at ways that we can find to support the organizations that are so strong involved in our ravines, cleaning our ravines, loving our ravines, flagging our ravines. And I think Councillor Layton, I think it might have been through you a number of years ago, or maybe Councillor Davis, where our first real ravine lovers emerged from our ravines and really got involved in paying attention, in forcing us to pay attention to the ravines, and they are getting more and more attention. I know when they just recently cleaned a whole number of ravines in the East End, they had 300, 400 people out. People are really in love with their ravines. I would like to make sure that these community-based groups, not professional institutional groups, but community-based groups are getting the support that they deserve to keep doing what I think is just yeoman's work for this. So that's, Ms. Romoff has told me that there's a ravine report coming shortly to committee, and these things could be included in there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have Councillor Fletcher's amendment on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Our next item is MM 4312, which is parking commercial plated 24-hour service vehicles in driveways. Deputy Mayor Min Wong held the item down. Do you have questions, Deputy Mayor?
I do not. I just wish to speak.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Councillor Holliday, you have a question to staff?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you. Is the staff are available? May I just ask how the city determines what a commercial vehicle is?
Do we have staff here to answer?
To the Speaker, this is city planning. Under the zoning bylaw, commercial vehicle is not defined, and so my understanding staff tend to rely on other regulations where commercial vehicle is defined, and specifically that a vehicle with a license that's a commercial license plate is generally considered to be a commercial vehicle.
Yep, I appreciate, I don't know if there's anyone available yet from MLS.
Do we have MLS here? Carlton, you're here.
Yeah, it's Carlton here. Yeah, I'm just a question or,
okay.
Again, I think it's a zoning question, but I'm not sure how I can help.
Well, just for clarity, so I understand commercial vehicles are regulated physically where they are under the zoning code, but from an MLS point of view, an MLS officer needs to determine whether a particular car or truck falls on the side of the ledger of being commercial. So how does MLS do that? I mean, I could have a white van, I guess, with no windows in it, and say it's personal, but there's a way to figure that out, is there not?
So I'm going to defer to my colleague, Elizabeth Glibbery, who has joined me as well on camera.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the question, Councillor, through the speaker. So we do look at CVR registration or certification,
okay,
but we also look at the markings on the vehicle.
Okay, so you have...
And other equipment.
So if there's a CVOR registration, so that's a commercial vehicle registration with the ministry, and that's, private citizens don't do that, businesses do that, is that correct?
Through the speaker, I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure that that's correct.
Right. But you have, in other words, you have a definitive way of determining which side of the ledger a particular vehicle falls under. It's crystal clear. It's either CVOR registered or it's not. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct, Councillor. However, it's not just the CVOR registration, because not all commercial vehicles are required to have CVOR certification.
Okay. So the motion before us, I think, responds to something many of us read in the news, that somebody had received complaints about parking a work vehicle on a driveway. How would MLS respond to this? I guess it's implying that maybe there's some edges of discretion here or some way of relief for somebody, but either something is registered through the CVOR or it's not. So how could staff propose to respond to this? How would you judge what's okay and what's not?
Through the chair, when we're conducting the investigation, we look at CVR registration, obviously. We also do conduct reviews with the owner of the vehicle to determine the use. And we will determine next steps based on the responses to those questions and our investigation.
Okay, so staff's through its investigation determines whether a vehicle is commercial or not. Do you have any discretion, like what's the ceiling or what's the floor on what is a commercial vehicle? Is there, what if I had a truck with a lift arm on it, or a trailer, or a generator on the back of it, versus something that is a really big truck but doesn't have any painting or stickers on it? How would MLS navigate this very subjective field?
Through the chair, we try to be as objective as possible.
Okay.
Biased as possible. So we collect the evidence, and based on the evidence, we'll make our decisions. And it is a complex question, Councillor. I really can't give you a straight answer on it.
Okay. And I guess the proposal here is around 24-hour service vehicles. Any idea how you might address that? Would you get into the business of figuring out if someone's on shift or off shift, or works 24 hours once in a while, or works 24 hours every day? Like, how would you propose handling that element of the investigation if that vehicle is parked there day in and day out?
So through the council, through the speaker, Councillor, we do conduct these investigations often. It does involve surveillance. It also involves witness statements where we have witnesses that will come forward. Most of these complaints are obviously in residential neighborhoods, and obviously the neighbors are upset about the presence of the vehicles.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Mantis, question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the question is going to be to Ms. Glibbery as well. Currently, are double axle vehicles allowed to be parked on driveways?
Through the speaker, Councillor Mantis, I'd have to look that up. It is if it is required or part of the certification for CVOR, it would be specifically listed on the transportation website. I can get back to you with that information.
Are there specific types of vehicles or sizes of vehicles that will be permitted or that will not be permitted with this bylaw?
So through the speaker, it speaks to CVOR, but it also speaks to vehicles that are used for commercial use. So it would really determine on the use of the vehicle and
Okay.
not.
Okay, and that's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, just to make it clear, what the the member's motion is for the staff to come back and go to committee.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, Speaker.
Oh,
It's
because what
Councilor
the,
Thompson here. I had my mic up.
yeah, so
Just wanted to speak to that.
yeah, so the motion, I mean, just if members haven't seen the motion, is for staff to report back to planning and housing. We're not implementing a bylaw today. I just want to make that clear from some of the questions that have been asked. So thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have questions?
Now, Speaker, as I said, I was attempting to just clarify what you just clarified. That's what I was going to do through my questions. I don't need to ask any questions. You've helped to clarify the issue for me as well. Thank you.
Okay, so, okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, do you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I am familiar with the motion. I understand what Councillor Thompson's trying to achieve. I suspect that, there are a lot of folks that would like to park on their driveway there because they have jobs that require them to have these commercial vehicles. But all due respect, I am sensitive to that. With all due respect, I've made my decision. In my community, this would not be supported. Madam Chair, as some members of council may or may not know, there are a lot of things you can't put on your driveway. You can't put a big trailer on it and park it, leave it there. You can't put a car on there that doesn't have a plate on it. You can't put a commercial vehicle on there on a driveway. And there is actually reasons for that, because people take pride in their community. They take pride in their street and their residential streets. You don't want to, the reason why you don't allow, an unlicensed vehicle, because people park their junkers on the driveway and these rust buckets, and it'll make the neighborhood look bad. It'll make your property, it brings down the neighborhood, and your property will look bad. That's why, we don't allow these big Winnebagos. You can't put a Winnebago on your driveway, I'm pretty sure, as well. Why? Why do you want this big hulking mass on your driveway for an extended period of time? People could park it there for months, and I know because neighbors don't understand the bylaws, sometimes they are there for months, and it's not very attractive. And so with regard to these commercial vehicles, it's not a commercial neighborhood, it's a residential neighborhood. People are house proud. They take care of their gardens, they take care of their lawns, they take care of their driveways, they take care of their house, because they're proud of their house, and they're proud of their neighborhood, and they're proud of their street. You allow commercial vehicles on there. I've seen snowplows parked on streets through the entire winter, with their big rusting plows on the front and those big ugly contraptions. Would you like that next to your house, sitting there all day long, 7 days a week throughout the entire winter? Or a big repair truck with all that equipment on in an open bed, sitting there all the time, or on the street? No, you wouldn't. And so I understand that the councillor is trying to be, I think, I haven't heard him speak yet, but I'm guessing he's trying to be somewhat helpful to the people that need these trucks. But our neighborhoods need to continue to be good and nice neighborhoods. Our streets need to be beautiful, and putting these things on these streets, and some of these neighbors that will have to endure this. It's not fair to them. So that's why I won't supporting the motion. I don't need to see a report. I know what the answer is already. And so I won't be voting for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I am also not going to support the motion. And it's not because I am insensitive to these situations. As a councillor, I've dealt with a number of them, and I've dealt with both sides of the issue. And I've seen situations where there was a ton of conflict in behind this, and you know, the person that was parking their work vehicle there they had to move it. But what we've got before us, though, is a discussion around the extent of the permissions and the clarity of the rules. I really want to focus on the second part. But if you look back at the mechanics of this, you either disagree or you agree with the zoning code that says you can have or not have a commercial vehicle parked in a residential property. That's pretty straightforward. I think most people agree with that. And for all of the reasons spelled out by Deputy Mayor Min Wong, and you drive through my neighborhood and you'll see all sorts of things. So then the question is, well, then what is a commercial vehicle? So we can adopt standards that are accepted in places larger than the City of Toronto and that are pretty clear. You know, you're part of the commercial vehicle registration program, you know, things owned by a business. Maybe it's got some advertising on it. But I think staff have a fairly definitive way to determine what's a commercial vehicle and what isn't. So does the public. My concern is if you begin to feather that line a little bit. And you know, I get the point, right? Somebody's working to a 24-hour shift. They might have to get up at 3 in the morning, hop in the truck and go. But do we want to start going into those depths? You know, on shift today, today's okay to have the truck there, but you know, on the weekend you're not working, so it's very complicated. And so my experience with complications like this is that they tend to fuel the conflict. And you know, we're not going to be able to escape those conflicts. They're going to happen. But at least when they happen, the answer is clear and the answer is evident. I believe in the goodness of our city, and I believe truly that the vast majority of neighbors get along, and most people tolerate these kinds of things in their neighborhood. I know on my street we do. But then again, sometimes there are people, and I go back to the previous thing that I was talking about, you give an inch, they take a foot. And that's where having clear delineations in the bylaw help, because they resolve the dispute. So I actually don't find fault with the regime and the mechanisms that we have right now. I think they're pretty effective. I think the bar is actually pretty high for somebody that wants to make a complaint about somebody parking a commercial vehicle. If I recall, they have to basically become a witness. They have to have logs. Staff have to go out, catch the vehicle parked there, maybe even more than once. It's hard. But somebody who's determined to do that will go through those steps. Maybe what I do is I hopefully rely on the goodness and the faith in our city that, you know, most people tend to get along. And if they say, hey, you know what, somebody in that house uses that for their job and, you know, I'm okay with it. I think we should just leave this alone. And to round it out, I appreciate that there are some observations that it's, you know, it's a look. The MLS staff have got lots of things on their plate. And I think adding another one to them, and for the reasons stated that I just think there's plenty of clarity with what we've got, you know, I don't think we need to go into this even further. So I'm not going to support the report request. And really the last thing I'll say in my last moment here is an appeal to members of the public that, you know, are dealing with the situations around their household, like just try to take the high ground. Don't get into a fight with your neighbor over a vehicle that's commercial and the person's working. I mean, if things go too far, most of us understand that. It becomes a straight truck or a 5-ton, you know, or something with a lift arm on it. You know, that begins to get extreme, but I would just appeal to people to be reasonable, and then we don't have to start second guessing the bylaws that we've got and the systems that we've got in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the two previous speakers who have spoken on this particular issue. Madam Speaker, we've heard from the city staff in terms of the definition, in terms of what is a commercial vehicle. It's unclear. Staff have actually helped mightily in drafting this motion. This is a matter that came to my attention. It didn't come from my ward specifically, but it did come to my attention that there were difficulties that were being had as a result of not only the pandemic, but prior to the pandemic, people needed to have their vehicles to provide access. In some cases, they're elevator repair persons, they're electricians, they have to get to a site on an emergency basis and so on. And for the most part, I think a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of neighbors are, okay with elements of vehicles being parked on driveways. The motion itself speaks to the fact that if the vehicle was parked in a covered, shed and or a garage, it would be permissible. The issue is that if it is not parked in a covered garage or some type of covering canopy, then it is a problem and it contravenes the bylaw. I'm merely trying to facilitate a very large and problem that is evident. As I said, this matter didn't originate from my ward, but I see it in my ward as well, where residents who have varying jobs and require them to have a service vehicle in order to respond to calls. They're asking for the city to review our bylaws and to see how that can work. I don't believe that it's going to be that we are going to see tractor trailers parked in people's driveway. There are generally small service vehicles that I believe that we're talking about, because that's a matter that was brought to my attention, and that's what I've seen elsewhere. And I do believe that neighborhoods are, in fact, the quality of the neighborhoods, people want to maintain them and so on. And I'm not suggesting that we see a degradation in terms of these types of facilities, these type of utility vehicles, because that's really what they are, that are being utilized by people who are working to respond to calls, whether or not it's calls to whether or not it's Forest Hills or Post Road or any other place. And these people are coming from varying areas to respond to the needs that exist in the city. There is an opportunity for us to examine and see how we can address this. I mean, the report may come back and they will tell us that, let's just leave well enough alone. The bylaws are fine as it is. Or it will tell us, here are some varying options that we can utilize to address this, this problem that we are seeming to have more and more of on a daily basis. Yes, there are conflicts with respect to neighbors and so on, and we deal with those conflicts all the time. It doesn't have to deal with vehicles. It could deal with just, tall grass and weed or broken down fences and so on. And we're always looking at ways in terms of addressing and responding through MLS. And I do believe that this is an opportunity for us to take a look at the bylaw and to see how it's possible to accommodate the changing needs as part of our changing economy that is taking place in our city. So I think that it is really incumbent on us to ensure that we do get this report. And we know that people are doing it anyway. We know we don't have enough enforcement to police it all and so on. And so we often get a call, bylaw will respond. But as I said earlier, that if the vehicle was covered, then it's allowed. So are we suggesting then in this case, I mean, the person who brought the matter to my attention, they could, in theory, I guess, go and spend $20,000 or $25,000 to get approval from Committee of Adjustment, build a garage, and they're able to enclose their vehicle. That's one option because that's available to them. I do think it's time that we review this and we make some decisions. Again, the staff may come back and say that this is not something that we should do. At least at that point, we will actually then make that decision. But let's review and see what, if anything, we could do to address some challenges that many are facing that are working to make the city work, that are working to keep the lights on, that are responding to issues when your telephone wires are damaged or cut through varying means that takes place, and you don't have access to a variety of services that you need. Your dryer, for example, broken in your house, and you need
Oh,
someone to respond.
Counselor Thompson, you're way over time.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, Speaker, my time says on the computer here,
No, it's
4:48. I'm
5:40, sorry.
Well, I'm just, so which one is right?
You were at 5:45.
No, I'm asking a question, no, Speaker. That's fine, I'm fine, but I'm just curious then, because the time said a different time here. I'm just wondering
Oh, on
why
the
they're
computer
not
it
in
says
sync.
5:06? Oh.
Right now
Okay.
it says 5:06, but when you spoke, it was 4:48.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, here it says.
Okay, it's late in the day, Speaker. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Pasternak, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting this item before us. It is a report, and it's due for a second look. I mean, do we support entrepreneurs or do we not? Do we support small business or do we not? Do we support home-based businesses or do we not? Parking of a commercial vehicle, and usually these vehicles are quite small. They're basically a van that provide home services such as electrical or plumbing or drywalling. They're very rarely big trucks taking up an entire driveway. They're small vehicles from small companies. And it's very important that we take away some of the red tape that hurts businesses. I think it's important to realize that many of these businesses answer just-in-time calls, whether it's for parts, whether it's for 24/7 emergency response, and having the vehicle at the home of either the entrepreneur or one of the employees make sure that that response time is reduced. At the same time, I want to say that that it's very important for people to realize that council has adopted, and Councillor Thompson was the lead on it, the movement towards the 24-hour city. And the 24-hour city can only really function if we have the support of our entrepreneurial class. And those are the people who are running businesses that service our various communities. So I think another point that was made during this discussion, this is adding to the already busy plate of municipal licensing. In fact, it takes something off their plate. This is one less item that they have to enforce, something that is particularly hard to. So this is no time to start writing tickets to small businesses. This is no time to hurt entrepreneurship as we recover from the pandemic. This is time to support our local businesses, usually family-run businesses, and that parking in a driveway is usually something that does not disturb the quiet enjoyment of neighbors, does not impede the ability of someone to enjoy their home, but it does help society as a whole. Once again, this is only a report. I think we should support the motion. I commend Deputy Mayor Thompson and Councillor McKelvey for bringing this forward. I think it's an important discussion to review our bylaws and make sure they're modern and up to date. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Speaker, I just wanted to speak very briefly on this, and I commend the comments to you all of that Councillor Pasternak just made about self-employed people and entrepreneurs and so on. But I wanted to tell a story that came from big business because, and it's not a news story, but when I was the CEO over at Rogers, we made a decision for a number of reasons that related even back then, because I've been gone from there for quite a while, about the environment. It was about productivity, it was about efficiency, and it was about, frankly, trying to keep our costs down so the pressure on people's rates could stay down. And we said, for the first time ever, because we'd always had a rule that said you could not take your truck home, and one of the reasons, this is one of the reasons you see the Rogers trucks parked in people's driveways. What was happening is the people who worked as technicians were taking the truck back to Rogers to the yard, then driving their car home, and then in the morning they'd have to drive their car back to the yard and then out to do their first call. And this was very inefficient, and it meant they had to do a lot of driving, which had consequences, frankly, in terms of the environment. And today it would have a huge consequence for them in terms of the gasoline costs. And for us as a company, we got 2 to 3 more calls per day out of each of those employees, so it was much more productive for the company. And the employees were very happy to do 2 or 3 more calls a day in return for being able to take their truck home and have it there so they could start first thing in the morning to go to their first call. And we had a very strict policy saying if you used your truck to move your family or to have a party or something, you'd be harshly dealt with, and there were only one or two things that when that happened, and people were fairly harshly dealt with, but nobody abused it. The point I'm making is that all that's being asked for here is a report that looks at that kind of reality. It looks at the reality of the self-employed business people and the entrepreneurs. We cannot, we are living here in a big city of 3 million people. We have to learn to live together. And it's just not good enough anymore, whether it's on housing issues or on these kinds of issues, just to say, I'm okay, and we're going to make our policy accordingly. We have to live together on this, and that means, yes, respecting the sort of sensibilities of people who live in nice neighborhoods, to have things that have it look nice and not have offensive things like a dump truck parked in somebody's yard. But at the same time, we have to look at the realities of all those people who work for Rogers, who are allowed to take their trucks home for good and valid reasons, including reasons that are very good for business, and ultimately for the people who pay the bills. You know, the more you have costs, the more the cost of a Rogers bill goes up. And so I just find it very, trying to think of the right word here, frustrating to be here and to have us seem like we're just not willing to look at anything, even to get a report, you know, on something that has a very profound effect potentially on business people, small business people, lots of them, bigger business people and their employees and the environment and the bills paid by the customers, that we won't even look at it and just say, well, are there any other alternatives we can have to the present kinds of arrangements? And, you know, if this was actually proposing you could park a dump truck in your yard, I'd get it. You know, I'd say, okay, well, that's going too far. But to have a report that just looks at this, to me, is inconsistent with it being 2022, with the fact we need to keep the economy strong and productive, we need to protect the environment, and we need to also obviously make sure the character of neighborhoods isn't changed. And I think we can get a report that kind of tells us if that's possible. That's all that's being asked for here, and then we can have the debate when we get back here, whenever that report's forthcoming. So I will support this for that reason, just because I think we need to look at this kind of thing. It's not realistic not to.
Thank you. So on the motion, do we want a recorded vote?
Recorded vote, please, Speaker.
Recorded
yes, please.
vote?
Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote. Okay. 2.5 hours for the Leaf game. And it takes me an hour to get home, so. The councillors that are at home, well, they don't have to go anywhere. They're home.
I have to walk to the other side of the kitchen to get to the coffee pot.
All the hardworking councillors are in the council chambers.
Madam Speaker,
Madam
I know
Speaker.
that was said.
I was just
I know that was
joking.
said in jest, but on a point of personal privilege. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it appears to us we have some members who don't have their cameras on, and we cannot cross-reference the votes we have received with the tile. So again, if I could ask members to turn their cameras on or indicate that you are present.
Could we ask the councillors to turn their cameras on, please?
Councillor Crawford, are you present and voting in the meeting? Madam Speaker, I'll ask the second time. Councillor Crawford, are you present in the meeting? Madam Speaker, we've received a vote from Councillor Crawford, but we will remove that vote in the final results. The item is adopted. The vote is 15-4.
Thank you. Our next item is MM 4336, which is members' motion, garden suites. And Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do, Speaker.
Okay. Go ahead.
To the city solicitor. So City Council has already taken a position on this, and your job is to defend that position. The motion in front of us, will it alter the position that the city is taking?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, it will not. My staff have filed a motion to dismiss the appeals that have been filed with the OLT because the OLT does not have jurisdiction to consider the appeals. Only the minister can appeal these particular matters, the zoning bylaw amendment and the OPA.
Okay. And further, you don't see the purpose of the meeting that Councillor Grimes' motion asked for as being in any way changing the position that council has taken, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I needed to know.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, did you want to speak or?
Yeah, I'll just very quickly say, if Councillor Grimes' motion had been aimed at changing the city's position or changing the city solicitor's approach at the OLT, I would have been deeply and profoundly alarmed. I mean, we've voted, we're done. But, you know, if members of the coalition want to sit down and have the city solicitor explain all of that to them, that's fine by me. And no harm, no foul.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Grimes, did you want to speak?
Very briefly, that's exactly my intention. Councillor Perks hit the nail. That's exactly it is. We had a letter from 7 resident associations. It's being a motion to be dismissed by our city solicitor at the tribunal, and mine is let's sit down with these, explain them, just like Councillor Perks said. That's exactly my intention, Councillor Perks.
Okay.
So.
Okay, on the item, on favor? Carried. Okay, our last item is MM 4343, which is cancellation of security guards at 6 city parks. Councillor Bailao, questions to staff?
Yes, Madam Speaker. We do have security around some of our shelter hotels in the community. Am I correct with that?
Through Madam Speaker, it's Pat Matos, and I have Dwayne Nickel with me as well. Through the Speaker, that is correct, Deputy Mayor.
So like the Roehampton, like we have security in the community to deal with some of these.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And we've had different securities in different public spaces, including parks. I know that we had it at Dufferin Grove Park last year. Is that correct?
For you, Madam Speaker,
do we
I
want
can
to
help
question
Pat.
staff and about all the where's the shift stuff and all of that?
Councillor Perks, your mic's on, Councillor Perks.
For you, Madam Speaker, yes, that is correct, Deputy Mayor.
And there was actually, they helped because there was sometimes some conflict even with the people that were staying at the park, and we find it actually quite helpful to deal with some of those situations, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct, Deputy Mayor Bailao. Security did play a role in our work at Dufferin Grove.
Okay, and we had quite a different approach because we had lots of staff, we had local organizations. Is that the way moving forward? Is that what we're trying to do, that kind of reach out in parks? I know that Councillor Layton had the same thing happen in some of his parks. Is that the way that we're approaching, is really to offer people to bring inside? I know that at Dufferin Grove we housed 25 people and we had over 70 as well being brought inside. Is that the approach that you're using this year?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to ask Gord Tanner to chime in, Deputy Mayor, but absolutely that approach of offering people safe indoor space and providing them with the services that they need is and always will be our approach. In this particular case with the security, there are additional ears and eyes for us on the ground and allows for a quicker response and earlier intervention so we can provide the supports to those people who are experiencing homelessness.
Okay. I believe also last month, we also approved a motion to hire more housing help workers, because I think that is something that I've heard from the people that were staying at Dufferin Grove, that they felt like we needed more in the system. Is that in the works as well? Are you working on that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll ask Gord Tanner if he would respond to you for that.
Yes, through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor, that's correct. We're currently in the process of flowing some additional funds to some of our nonprofits to enhance some of the housing work. And in addition to that, over the course of the last year, we have enhanced the number of streets to home staff that are out on the street and connecting to people living outdoors to try and connect them with housing and shelter services.
So what is going to be the role of these people?
I'm sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, in respect to the security, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah. What's their role?
Right. Right. So their role is to observe and report. They're additional feet on the ground for us to make us aware when someone appears in one of our parks and make sure that our contact with Streets to Homes is done in the most expeditious manner possible.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that Deputy City Manager Cook is here to help with the answers to questions. You understand that the media controversy we heard this morning, and most of us are getting contacted in our offices, has to do with people being still concerned over the way an encampment issue happened, where primarily it was police handling the action. What is being done to ensure that there is training? If we are to use these forces, or if they summon the police, what is being done in terms of your division that's overseeing and partnering with other departments on how we deal with this? What is being done to ensure a sensitive approach so that people don't feel that they're going to see violent outbursts and points of conflict every time we go in to try and do the nice thing, which is to get someone to better shelter?
So through you, Madam Speaker, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Just to be very clear, the police were there in support of the city action taken to address encampments that had ended up in a number of our parks for a prolonged period of time, since 2020 in many cases. I can assure you, no one, and I mean absolutely no one, the Toronto Police Service included, ever wants to have to go through and take the type of action that was taken last year. The approach to helping people who are experiencing homelessness has been ingrained in the way the city operates, with Gord Tanner's division, corporate security, and everyone. That the first effort, and the effort always, is to offer people the services that they need, to provide them with access to safe indoor space. And I really appreciate your question, because our effort now, and the reason we want to have those additional feet on the ground, is to avoid the entrenchment of any large-scale encampments, to make sure that when someone experiencing homelessness arrives, that we can get to them with the Streets to Homes teams as quickly as possible to offer the types of services and spaces that we can, and that this city is so good at doing. So the people first is and always will be our approach. The fact that these are security personnel, it's an ability for us to access a contracted service of individuals who are trained to deal with people experiencing various situations in their life, but their role is to let us know and let us respond and make sure we can come in and offer the supports, so no one needs to see the types of actions that were necessary last year as a result of the couple of years of occurrence.
Right. And you understand, I'm asking this question as a suburban councillor, and I got feedback. But we understand as suburban councillors that downtown councillors have basically been under attack from a large segment of their community for, as if they knew exactly what was going to happen on the day that was so unpleasant, had been briefed, and are under attack because it's as if they had designed it themselves. And so what you have before you now, I don't think it's any surprise. You have a motion before you now, signed by two councillors who I think we can all agree their wards are downtown, So they are amongst those that have been under attack about this thing. What they're asking for here is a briefing before you proceed with this program. So how do you interpret this motion? I understand you have to act and you want to protect these parks, but are we going to get a briefing that tells us how they're trained, what the approach will be? Will we have that full knowledge before the full funding of this program for the summer begins?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Carroll, you are spot on, and it is terribly unfair to our councillors operating in these downtown areas to be accused of such, and is exactly the reason why anything related to enforcement is not subject to direction by council or councillors. That is up to us to enforce, as enforcement may be required in those circumstances, the bylaws and the rules that city council has adopted, but it is not for those councillors, nor were they involved in any way. Anybody has a concern about the manner in which activities were undertaken, they can point their ire at me.
Thank
As
you.
far as having any kind of briefing, happy to have a conversation with all of you about our intentions and what we are trying to do to ensure that we prevent, and this is about a proactive approach to prevent the circumstances that were encountered last year and the ultimate actions that were needed to be taken.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just wondering if you could speak to why it's important to proactively do this. Like, what are these spaces used for? Is there camps? Like, spaces are occupied by encampments. What can't take place?
So through you, Madam Speaker, so certainly Councillor McKelvey, the parks bylaw is very explicit about no camping, and that's just in general. The issue we saw, really, this happened in 2020, different than we had ever seen historically in our parks. And, you know, COVID and the results of COVID and the issues with needing to physically distance and the people that came to the city for services caused an unprecedented situation in our parks in 2020 that carried on into 2021. It rendered, in some cases, not all, certainly some space in the parks, but some parks holistically unusable by the community, unfortunately. And I'll say we worked diligently since 2020 and Gordon's team from prior for years to help people into safe indoor space and access to services that they need. So this is about maintaining space for everyone and ensuring access to service that people are experiencing homelessness deserve and need.
And then just to reiterate, because I thought that was an interesting point on Councillor Carroll's question. So you're taking it, you will be meeting with all the councillors that are involved to let them know what will be happening in their parks and providing that information that's been requested here.
We are, through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely happy to have those conversations. I just would reiterate our intention here is prevention and to keep, the green space, the park space available to everyone, and to be very expedient in our response to people experiencing homelessness. Nobody wants to have to endure what happened last year. We want to continue the good work that we have always done proactively, offering services and being there where people need us and providing the services that will benefit them. And so this is where we're taking a proactive approach. The fact that there's security personnel being used, it's simply an access to a contracted service to assist us with those additional feet, flexible work hours, the ability to flex as needed, and people who are trained in dealing with individuals in a myriad of circumstances. So there's a variety of reasons why that's beneficial to us. Happy to talk to anybody about what it is we're intending to do.
Okay, thank you.
So before
Thank you.
I guess I should wait to be on.
Councillor Layton, questions?
Before I ask about what the intent is, can I ask about how we're funding this? Is this coming from CREM's budget?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it is a part of the approved budget.
So I suspect the piece that it's approved in was the COVID-19 funding. Is that correct?
That specific, I'm afraid I don't know, through you, Madam Speaker. I don't know.
The only time
security might be able to assist.
The only time parks are mentioned in the CREM budget is in relation to security in parks.
Sorry, Tracy.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, there is the budget, as you mentioned, that is included in our corporate security budget.
And so how much is it intended? How much have we set aside for this particular contract?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, just given the fact that we have an RFP out.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll retract that question and ask, did we have a contract for that previously? For this previously?
Through you, Madam
So,
Speaker. Specific.
so why wasn't it listed?
Okay, Councillor
why wasn't
Lane,
this
please
listed
allow
as a
the
new
staff
and
to,
enhanced-
allow the staff to answer. Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought I got the answer.
Yeah. Okay, if I can have the staff answer that question, please. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam
Sorry,
Speaker.
it's Pat Matozzo, Councillor Layton. Through you, Madam Speaker. Given the circumstances that Tracy outlined, being unprecedented, we had to use, it was under emergency services that we engaged with a variety of different firms to manage the parks that are listed. The purpose of going to market was that we could just work with one firm as opposed to multiple firms.
Okay, fair enough. Can you tell me what, I haven't seen the RFP, nor was it brought to council prior. So was there, or is there a category of security official that we're seeking?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would have Dwayne Nicol respond to that question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the RFP, contains the details and the amount of individuals. It also contains the security guard training that is required to deal with that. Are you looking for the details, Councillor?
I'm more looking for how are they trained and in what?
Yeah, sure. So I give you a couple of examples. Non-crisis intervention, mental health first aid, overdose prevention, are some, examples of common issues that they're going to deal with that they require the training in.
So is there a category? I'm looking on the Garter World website, and I suspect that will be one of the potential workers. And they have different categories of security guard. They have tactical security guards. They have security guards. Is there something specific so I can just get a better idea of who these people are and what their level of training is?
No, through Madam Speaker, the details are in the RFP of what we're requesting. It's up to the guard firms to determine what category of guard that is that meets those, pieces best. It's an RFP as well, so we take those into consideration in awarding an appropriate vendor.
Okay. Would it surprise you that some of the language used on their website for what type of security guard would be needed in downtown Toronto includes things like, quote, detect, question, and remove undesirable persons? Would that surprise you?
To you, Madam Speaker, I don't think anything listed. You have to remember these firms are dealing with private sector as well as public sector, and in many different avenues in that case. So it doesn't mean necessarily that's what we are requesting from our end. And again, they're very closely monitored as well as to what we're trying to deal with, in those cases too.
Sure. Thanks, Dwayne. I'm going to just use my last question to Tracy. So we've experienced now two sort of different approaches that the city's taken. One which had more of a mobilization of force, and then another that took a little bit longer, but I think has demonstrated that a less force, more compassionate approach can have the same result. Now, why is it determined that if all these people are going to be doing is kind of taking notes and calling authorities, streets to homes, or the police when they see a tent go up, why aren't we sending social workers? Like, why wouldn't we hire a group of social workers to do the same thing?
So through you, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, Councillor Layton, these are individuals that will be in the parks where there are not encamped individuals. With our project with Dufferin Grove and the way the Streets to Homes teams work is that way. This is about prevention, to ensuring we don't get to a state where we had that circumstance over the last couple of years, that we are quickly addressing individuals as individuals with the appropriate resource, which is our streets to homes folks and the appropriate service providers.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, which security firm's currently working at the Bond Hotel?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would have to get back to you in a couple of minutes, Councillor,
Okay,
for
so you
that
know
one.
what, I should
There's
just step back and,
Sure.
because I'd also like you to pull the RFP up. So Speaker, since you can't answer that, could you move me to the other part of the list? You know, my two questions. What's in the RFP and who's there at Bond Hotel? Thank you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Speaker?
Yes. Mayor Tory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is about relative investment, and I don't know whether Ms. Taylor or I'm not sure if Ms. Cook or maybe Abby Bond could just maybe give me a rough estimate. I think I'd be correct in saying that the amount that we're investing this year as a city in supportive housing would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And by that, I mean money from the federal government, from the provincial government for supports, and our own city money. Would it be fair to say it's in that range, hundreds of millions of dollars that we're investing in supportive housing to try and provide better and more supportive housing for people who might otherwise end up in an encampment? Would that be fair?
For you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, and can I just ask whoever can best answer what we're talking about here? Would I be fair to say that what we're talking about here is an investment of thousands of dollars? And I'll come back to the question of what the goal is here, but we're talking about an investment of thousands of dollars to provide for some security guards in some parks in order to keep everybody happy and keep the parks safe and frankly clear of encampments that have been determined long ago to be unhealthy, unsafe, and illegal. Is the expenditure, though, in the range of about thousands of dollars? So when you look at the relativity of this, that's where we're talking hundreds of millions invested in supportive housing, with more to come, more needed, admittedly, versus thousands. Is it thousands fair for the security guard part? It's in the thousands?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think Mayor Tory, that would be best answered after we have dealt with the RFP and actually seen the experience of what we are going to require. But certainly it is not in the hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of dollars. That is absolutely correct.
Okay, now, and you may be the best, Ms. Cook, to deal with the question of these security guards, and some of this has been gone over, but I just want to make sure these points are clearly understood. These security guards, I assume, don't have and can't have and won't have the power to arrest anybody. And they're not, I'll come back to the goal, but they're not going to have the power to arrest. Is that correct?
No, through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct. They will act in accordance with the post orders driven by corporate security by the city, which is to observe and report.
Okay. And I'll come back to the main purpose of this because I think you articulated it well, but I think we need to have it articulated over and over again because there are people here trying to mislead, the residents of the city as to what's going on here. Could I just touch on something else first, though, before that final question, which is it fair to say that we have, in exactly the same context, security guards, in fact, in many cases requested by councillors, some of whom are the very people speaking today, but that's beside the point. Are there security guards that have been requested and put in place by the city outside of some of the hotels and other places in neighborhoods in the city to just, what did you call it a moment ago, keep an eye and make sure that things are as they should be?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that is correct. To create that culture and environment of safety, not just only for the individuals who have experienced homelessness, or who are occupying our shelters or hotels, but also the communities in which those locations are housed.
All right, and my final question would be to ask you if you could repeat for us again what the purpose of this is, the purpose of this particular initiative. What is the purpose of it? Why are we doing this? To have not the purpose of the RFP, but the purpose of the result of the RFP is what are we trying to accomplish?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Mayor Tory and Council, we are trying to avoid the experience that we had over the last tough couple of years since 2020 in our parks. This is a prevention plan. This is proactively trying to respond when individuals are starting to set up a tender structure in one of our parks to make sure someone is there, to make the right call, to get the right resource to that individual as soon as possible. No one wants to have to go through, including the Toronto Police Service, who did not lead that activity last year. They were there in support of the city's direction. Nobody wants to have to come to that resort. We need to keep our spaces available for everyone. We need to make sure that the services we are investing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in to support individuals experiencing homelessness are made available as soon as possible, so that we can manage and really just prevent the reoccurrence of what we experienced over 2020 and 2021.
Thank you for that. Through you, Speaker, I do have just one more, which is this. Can I fairly state then that our continuing top priority, accompanied by the hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, will be to, as we did successfully and probably following along the model we found worked well in Dufferin Grove, to continue to find safe indoor housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. That will be our #1 priority, regardless of security guards and the role you've described for them.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, 100%, Mayor Tory, that has always been the approach. It will continue to be the approach. We have phenomenal people in our Streets to Homes groups that work with individuals to offer them the safe indoor space. That is what we have always done. It was what we will always continue to do. And the engagement with the community, I know that Gord Tanner and his team do, it continues. Nothing changes. This is simply a matter of some additional resource so we can keep eyes and ears in the parks where we know people have frequented with encampments in the past, and make sure someone's there so we don't end up in the same place, and that we can expediently bring offers of resource safety, safe indoor space to those individuals. That is the goal, always people first.
So there was a question that Councillor Fletcher had asked that staff said they would get the answer. Does the staff have the answer to that question?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, the answer was Star Security.
Star Security, that's the first question. You're going to look up the RFP, but I'll just ask, in developing your RFP, how much input did Mr. Tanner and Shelter and Housing have to your RFP, percentage-wise, for the requirements?
It wasn't me, through you, Madam Speaker, it wasn't me personally developed it. I wouldn't be able to give you a percentage at this time. I do know that we did that.
Maybe I'll ask him.
Sure,
he must
thank
be here. Mr. Tanner, how much impact did you have an influence in developing that RFP? That's going to be a question.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, I didn't consult with our partner Synchrem on this particular RFP.
So you weren't consulted on the RFP? Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Thank you. I need to know that. And then since it's in 6 parks, I'd like to know what your communication plan was with the local councillors, because this is a fairly controversial situation. So what point did you sit and meet with them, Tracy, to go over this plan?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't believe we did, Councillor Fletcher.
We didn't.
We've continued to operate, and this, quite frankly, however this came to be, I saw the highlight on CP24 myself. So we've not been afforded the opportunity to have a conversation about the work we are doing, which is a continuation of what we did last year to prevent the installation of additional encampments.
Yes.
Happy to have a conversation now.
Thank you. So I would have assumed you have reached out already. And there are brand new signs sitting in parks. They're brand new that say can't be there from a certain time to a certain time. Were those put in by parks or put in by you, or who put those in? They're very new.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, you're correct, Councillor Fletcher. There are a number of parks that we've historically identified as being sites of frequent encampment attempts, and those were directed through us and with concurrence of our parks folks. We know they don't particularly care for signs.
You put those signs up, and then
We did.
you hired the security, and you
Yes.
developed an RFP for parks, but you hadn't yet met any councillors to tell them that your plan in this most controversial situation. Am I correct to say that?
Well, so through you, Madam Speaker, right up until the last part, Councillor Fletcher, we didn't believe that our efforts to make sure we had people in the parks available to identify when someone was in need and to offer space was actually controversial. I see, unfortunately, it's been spun into something more than what it was ever intended to be. So, my apologies for us not reaching out and going through what our plan was for all the parks, but very happy to do that with you all now if you'd like.
Just a little concerned that you're talking about the requirements for these security folks and what requirements they'd have and have to deal with mental health issues and people in crisis. But I just understand from shelter support, that there was no conversation with them about those particular requirements if we're talking about that type of interface, unless I'm wrong.
You know, that's so.
Or did I mishear Mr. Tanner say that there hadn't been a conversation, his division on this?
Right. So through you, Madam Speaker, I think
I misheard? Did I mishear?
No, that the training for security guards includes those elements, being able to address mental health issues, et cetera.
Right.
The Gord and the SSHA team were not engaged in this because this is focused on the parks work. And, you know, if
right, but so the kind of requirements from security in order to deal with people that are homeless and may have other layers of complex behavior, one might assume that one would consult with the division that has the greatest interface with that part of Toronto and those Torontonians that are homeless, rather than write an RFP and not look and see if there's anything you're missing. So I'm finding that to be very odd. Don't you find that odd? I know you didn't write the RFP, but don't you find that odd?
Actually, through you, Madam Speaker, I don't. Only Councillor Fletcher. I don't, only because I know our corporate security team does support the SSHA teams with providing security through the shelters, through the hotel programs. So they're very aware of what the potential risks are, or what the potential, right?
Thank you. Sorry, just want to ask, and what other organizations are out for an RFP that would be brought into the parks as well? Such as, do you have an RFP out for any community service people that would be there at the parks as well during those periods, such as Fred Victor or anybody else who has that expertise level? I'm just going to ask whoever does RFPs, where's that RFP?
Okay, Councillor, that's your last question.
Okay, Gordon.
So who's going to answer where that is, Speaker?
Yeah, happy to answer the question through the Speaker, Councillor. We've actually just released an RFP for all of our street outreach services that both community agencies will be replying to. And in the recent past, as I mentioned, have enhanced the number of staffing members that we have on our city Streets to Home team to have better response time and just more, more people power behind the work that they do out in the community.
Thank you.
At night in the parks.
Thank
correct?
you.
24/7, all the time.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow, questions?
I just want to clarify, Madam Speaker, if I heard a few answers correctly. So did the Deputy City Manager say, to paraphrase, that she didn't believe that the matter of placing private security in the parks would be controversial, and therefore didn't consult the local councillors because she didn't believe that would be controversial, and that they or others have spun the truth of the narrative? And did I capture?
No. So
Okay,
through you, Madam
please
Speaker.
clarify.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. No, I did not insinuate the council has spun anything. I mentioned that the media has taken up the fact that we have security RFP out on the street as having spun this and perhaps believing it is something other than what it is. The reality is we actually did have security in the parks after the various events that occurred last year up until recent times doing this work. So we looked at this as a continuation of activities that we had already done and been doing, including in Dufferin Grove while we were working with individuals. So it's, I apologize. It's extremely unfortunate that it has come to light this way. It was simply a matter of, we found that these were a digital resource that we had utilized previously, that we're going to utilize again in this way to prevent any new encampment situations and to provide us early warning and ability to intervene quickly. So I guess that was I did not suspect that would be a significant issue, as it was a continued body of work that we've done. I understand the concern now and happy to have a conversation.
Thank you. Do the private security guards have training to address the specific context that they're working with, whether it be people who have mental health, addiction issues of their own? Do they have specific training to address what they're actually looking for. And I ask this just because of a concern that's been raised to me about the potential of escalation if they don't know what they're doing and they don't know how to address the people who they may get into a confrontation with one way or another.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll ask Dwayne perhaps could give you a bit of an insight into the training of the security. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Councillor. So through you, Madam Speaker, it is important to note that, as the Deputy Manager said, this is a continuation of services we've provided, over the last while. Those details of the exact training required are in the RFP about nonviolent crisis intervention, mental health first aid, overdose prevention first aid, all those types of things. When we evaluate the RFP, we also look for what we call those value adds, those additional things that put one firm over another to best suit that that quality of work.
So each and every one of the security like these individuals have been fully trained on all of these different priorities.
Through you, Councillor.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah, through you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor, what occurs is once you have an RFP, those details of all those individuals is uploaded, and we get those training records for all those individuals. As changes occur to those guards, we get those new training records. That is nothing new. That happens at all our city facilities now.
Why would you not, like, rather than spend, and again, I'm still unclear about exactly, like, if it's a COVID related budget, how it transfers to this, and what authority really allows for this kind of initiative without it coming to council. And I'm still not even clear about the dollar amount that is being spent on this, but because I didn't hear it in the answers before, but ultimately, why would we spend tax dollars on private security guards to roam around parks where we don't know, and we don't know if there's actually anything for them to do other than walk around the park? Like, if you had intelligence that there might be a significant issue to address, that's a different story. But why would we just pay them to walk around, maybe not having something to do?
To you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, that is a great question that I think is very reflective of what we have found thus far, even this year. So
why would we?
While we do,
that was your last question, Councillor Matlow.
While the main two reasons of the security guard are to fulfill, those needs of the encampment prevention plan, they're also providing a visible security presence, responding to issues, responding to medical emergencies, those type of things. This year alone, they've dealt with 1,500 incidents at those various parks. So that gives you a sense of that it's not sitting around and not doing anything. They are actively engaging, dealing with a number of incidents that are also making our parks safer.
Those are your questions, Councillor Matlow. I have one more questioner, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To Mr. Nicol. Nicol, I've just been through an extensive process at the library, actually going through the role of security guards there, and we went in depth into the kind of training they got. It would be fair to say that security guards don't come with a social work degree. Fair?
To Madam Speaker, I think that was a fair comment. To the
it would be fair
degree,
to
I don't
say
know
that
of each
security
individual.
guards. I'm on to my next question. It would be fair to say that security guards through private contracts don't come with a resume that includes previous work as a harm reduction worker. Fair?
Through Madam Speaker, I don't think that's a fair question because we don't know the background. Many of these individuals have substantial backgrounds, so I don't know the background for each one. I'm going to say it's not a requirement in the request for proposal.
It's not a requirement in the request for proposal. Would it be fair to say that the typical training that firms who are offering security guards to do work with vulnerable people, the training for, somebody mentioned overdose, that would be about a half-hour unit in how to administer naloxone. That would be typical training for firms offering that, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as part of a 2-day first aid CPR course, that would be part of the training of that.
Yeah, and then the naloxone portion is about a half hour, right?
I don't know what the portion is right now, but
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough. And would it be fair to say that the training in mental health and de-escalation and all of that kind of stuff is about a half day? Would that be fair to say?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it is different for each firm. They provide us the records. Some are shorter, some are longer, and we get into those details. That's what helps constitute.
But you know, you've done
RFP.
contracts before. Would it be fair to say that it falls around about a half day training?
Typically for the city and for contracts, it is a 1 to 2 day de-escalation.
1 to 2 day de-escalation. Thank you very much. Those were my questions.
Those are your questions. Thank you, Councillor Burks. I think this is the last questioner. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through you to staff, what's the objective and the goal of the program?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Mayor, the objective and the goal is to be there as soon as we can when someone is attempting to implement a tent or structure in a park, so we can offer services to indoor space, safe indoor space, and to prevent a recurrence of the situation that we encountered in the last 2 years, so that we can continue to stay with that people first and offering service response.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, may I also just add that what is really important is when the security guard comes across those situations, they're offering streets to homes immediately. They're contacting the encampment office providing outreach. So there's a number of steps that are occurring just beyond the security guard. That's really that first impact for the individual.
And if I could add as well to Dwayne, thank you, Dwayne. And the key, Deputy Mayor, we are not looking for the security guards to solve the issue. We're looking for the security guards to be the people to do the outreach, to bring the appropriate services, social workers or other social services into the situation, and as Dwayne just outlined.
So that they would be preemptive then in terms of their approach to address issues as they arise?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Now, a number of years ago, probably 7, 8 years ago, we had encampment on the square here at Nathan Phillips Square. And we went through a process where we had our corporate security, this is probably for Mr. Nichols to address. We had our own corporate security who worked with those individuals here on the square, and we were able to help them into, shelter and perhaps into other types of services. Would I be correct in terms of, at that time, we use our own corporate security? Would that be the difference between this approach with respect to our parks?
To you, Madam Speaker, I think that's a fair statement that was our corporate security staff. In this case, we are asking for contracted resources to do the assistance and do the preliminary work.
And would it be part of that reason is that we don't have enough of that service or the personnel to provide that service as part of your corporate security? Would that be the case?
It's you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, that's correct.
And so, Mr. Tanner, the work that you're doing with respect to streets to home, is this compromised in any way by having a security in the park?
I think through the speaker and to you, Deputy Mayor, the notification will come to the Streets to Homes team to respond in the fastest fashion that they can to understand, who the individual or individuals are and what their immediate needs are. So, I think we've been clear that, the Streets to Homes team has a role to play, and that's about connecting people to service, housing, shelter, and other things. And that is their real focus. I think this project gives them the notification, that there's activity in our particular area, and to respond as quick as they can to that location and understand what the needs of the folks there might be.
I see. Thank you for that. Mr. Nichols, through you, Madam Speaker, to Mr. Nichols, I see corporate security, I guess, at Ellesmere Community Center in our park that's there, Thompson Park, and so on. What is their duty there at those parks? We don't have, at this point, that I'm aware of, any encampment, but they're there as well, are they not? And I realize they're not hired security in terms of the external, but it is our own corporate security. What is the function of having security in those parks? And what's the difference between, apart from the fact that these are hired security personnel, nonetheless providing security services?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the corporate security staff are still responsible for the security of those various facilities in those parks. In cases where we can do it internally and we patrol various parks for various reasons, could be complaint based, whatever the case is. In this case, this is a little bit more strategic from the past information that we are able to obtain and what is actually happening at those parks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak. Councillor Bylaw doesn't want to speak.
Councillor Bylaw doesn't want to speak? Okay, thank you. Speaker, you have a motion in front of you. The motion sets that before we go ahead and finish the RFP, that something come to council. It says city council. It does not say city councilors. I was very, very clear about that. And that when that comes, we look at whether the money might have been spent better elsewhere. For example, many of us on council, Councillor Layton, Councillor Matlow, myself, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong Tam, worked for over a year to try to get a housing as a human rights approach to dealing with encampments. We worked with an organization called the Push, which is headed by someone who had been a UN rapporteur on housing. I am alarmed. I am deeply alarmed. It was suggested that the individuals that we will retain through this contract will have training in harm reduction, will have training in overdose response, will have training in crisis response and de-escalation techniques. For context, a degree in social work is 3 years if you go through a community college or 4 years if you go through a university. The training that is given typically, as we heard from city staff, on those kinds of issues by security guard firms is a day or two. You do not learn how to work with vulnerable individuals to help them get into safe, secure housing and to manage any crisis they're in a day or two. I'm going to be very blunt here. It's a laughable notion. It's just laughable. We're not hiring people who are trained to help. We are hiring security guards, which in popular parlance are referred to as rent-a-cops. Be very clear in our minds what this is, what we're hiring here. Also, while we heard from the CFO that there's something in the budget. There's something in the budget that gives them permission to go spend this money, and we were told in one point that it's within CREM, and another point it's within corporate security. But as Councillor Layton pointed out in his questions, nowhere in the budget did it signal this as a new and enhanced expenditure. Nobody on council was ever informed that we're going to do a new thing, which is to put people in our parks to prevent encampments from coming into place. Council has never been asked to make such a decision. And it fits a pattern. There is some reporting that's just come out recently from people who follow the encampment issues closely that from Freedom of Information requests, they have discovered that a briefing was done, and I don't know for whom, it certainly wasn't me, by city staff, where whoever was being briefed was advised that there were real risks in bringing our encampment management plan to council. And those risks were that we might have 2 days of deputations and that councillors would move, quote, millions of motions. In other words, our encampment strategy has been based on the notion that whatever we do, we should never set up a circumstance where Torontonians can come and make a deputation or their elected officials can move motions on it. I'm at a loss for words. I am at a loss for words. We have a duty to make sure that our parks are safe. We have a duty to make sure that vulnerable individuals are getting the help and support they need. If you take that duty seriously, you should get a report from city staff about why they're taking this approach, which spells it all out clearly for you. So
15 seconds.
And if there's a timing issue, please remember the mayor at his sole discretion can call an emergency meeting of council with 24 hours notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Sorry, is there a question of the mover or not?
No, he didn't move a motion. Councillor Holiday?
Calling the question.
Councillor Holiday is moving to call the question. All in favor?
Vote. No, recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
This is
To
an
call the
important issue. I'd like
question.
to speak.
Okay, recorded vote.
Like, we're one speaker in. I get that it's 6, but we're one speaker in.
And the rest of the meetings can be moved around.
Councillor Lai, how do you vote?
In the
Councillor Lai?
affirmative, please.
In the affirmative?
Yeah,
Thank
in
you.
the affirmative.
Councillor
Thank you.
Robinson, how do you vote, please?
The affirmative?
The motion to end debate carries. The result is 14-7. The two-thirds result has been achieved.
Okay, thank you. So before we take the vote, can I just have a motion to extend, to take the vote on this item and do the bills? And complete the agenda. Moved by Councillor Carroll, on favor, carried. So on the item on MM 4343, recorded vote.
Councillor Lai, how do you vote, please?
Are we voting on the motions? Which motions are? I'm just
Yes.
kind of.
We're
That's
voting
correct.
on the
Can I-
motion, yes, by Councillor Perks.
Which motion is it? By Councillor Perks?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that one I would oppose. Yeah,
Yes.
oppose.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies to the clerk. I thought that was a vote to extend the session, not on the final item. So I'd like to change my vote from a no to a yes. Sorry.
Councillor Robinson, please. Oh.
Oppose?
Thank you. Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 6 to 15.
Okay, members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments, moved by Councillor Bylaw. Councillor Bylaw, if you can read that.
The Community Council, the Committee and Council consider submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All in favor? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills, moved by Mayor Tory?
Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce bills 376 to 456.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, carried. May I have a motion to excuse absentees? Councillor Holliday.
That City Council excuse the absence of Councillor Michael Ford from the May 11 and 12, 2022 City Council meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Moved by Councillor Mantis. Councillor Mantis, if you can read this.
That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council Meeting 43 on May 11 and 12, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Show of hands, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? I want to thank all the staff and go Leafs go. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.